Hello and welcome to the Shea Hates Everything Podcast, where two brothers argue about video games and other shit that matters. My name is Shea, and today I hate flying.
And my name is Kyle, and today I hate being assigned work because nobody else knows how to do it. And spoiler alert, neither do I.
But you're so like the go-to dude.
Yeah,
they just know you're gonna figure it out.
Yeah, that's the problem. The thing I've come to realize is when you're new at an organization, you are a yes man, a yes person, right? Because you don't want to step on anybody's toes. You don't want to be the person who's saying no right away. And so I feel like everybody who's new, unless you're like an asshole or you have like crazy amounts of experience and you're in the latter half of your professional career, the new guy, the reason the new person always gets stuff foisted on them is because you just feel the pressure to never say no to anything. And yes. I feel like some of the people at my organization, I've been there for a year now, I think some of them still have the view of me that I am a yes man. And I think they're quickly finding out perhaps it's not as easy as I think it is to foist this thing off on Kyle. So anyways, that being said, I know you have a really good reason to hate flying.
Well, yeah, it's flying on an airplane is the like conglomeration of everything I am afraid of and hate and affects my body. Like, I have very bad motion sickness. I wouldn't describe myself as being like claustrophobic, like an actual phobia, but I certainly don't like it. Right. And it is this feeling of claustrophobia impacts my motion sickness. It makes it worse. I am also afraid of heights, which flying on a plane doesn't like trigger that in me. But again, just as a combo on top of everything else, it's bad. And like, the biggest thing for me is I don't like being in control in that way, or not being in control in that way. Like, it's the existential fear of if something goes wrong on the plane, there is literally nothing I can do to stop myself from dying. Like, it is completely out of my hands. That is horrifying to me. So I only bring it up. I've had and will have a ton of travel for work. I was in Washington, D.C. at the time of recording a week and a half ago. This following week, the week that this podcast goes live, I'll be going to Southern California. And then the following week, I'll be going to Philadelphia. And it's just
That's awful, dude. That's terrible.
It's all for exciting stuff. We had like our big sales and marketing kickoff in DC. I'm going to California to do a customer video. I'm going to Philly to do a customer video. It's like good, fun projects, but it's just the act of flying that it like ruins it. So like, man. I'm flying across the country. Yeah. I'm flying into Ontario, California. It's a 5.5 hour flight because this is how video and marketing works. I only knew about this trip like 2.5 weeks ago. So by the time I book a flight, I have an 1.5 hour layover in Dallas on the way there. And I have an 1 and 15-minute layover in Phoenix on the way back. So for me, being motion sick, the worst parts of flying are takeoff and landing. So now I get 2 takeoffs and 2 landings both ways. So I am not psyched about my Tuesday, Thursday next week. Wednesday, when I do the video, that should be fun. It's also compounded with I'm going there for a day. Right. A day. And it becomes a 3-day trip of sleeping in a crappy hotel, having to fly on a plane. It's brutal. I hate it. But this is life. This is, you know, when you have a job that you need to interact with customers, this is what happens.
Yeah, I like very recently, my boss's boss was talking in a meeting about, we got all the folks from your team, down to our different customers and meet them and blah, blah, blah. By the way, I am not sales. I am not marketing. I am proposals. Right. I don't interact with customers. I interact with other companies. And so it's like, why? I don't want that. Why would you? That's not a good idea. That's the worst idea because I won't get anything out of it. I don't care. Yeah. It's bad. Don't do it.
See, I love it, right? Like, I'm psyched to do this video stuff.
You're
it's
crazy.
stressful, right? But it's fun. It's a fun thing to do. It's the travel that I hate, and the fact that so much travel is compacted all within like a month time frame. That's what's so brutal. Like, I fly 3 times in a month. That is way too much for me to be flying.
Once a year is like my limit.
Yeah. Once I'm done in Philly, we'll have some cool video stuff. I can put the brakes on flying for maybe a couple of months, and then I won't have to do anything like that in the near future. So that's the hope, is crush these videos, and then we can wait a couple of months to do another one.
Jeez.
So anyway, that's if you listeners, if you sense a tone of just like underlying anxiety in my voice, now you know why. It's because I know I'm going to be on a plane all day, like 4 days from now, and I'm not excited about it. All right.
Ugh.
So this is the podcast. Welcome everybody to the podcast.
Come on down, grab a seat.
This is the first recording of the flagship podcast in 2024.
That's true.
That's a meaningless statement I just made, because we have recorded another podcast in this year, and our January episode went live in 2024, so no one cares. But for us, it's good to be back.
Those are all true
things. It has been a while. January was a long month. Like, the way the recordings worked out, it was like 5 weeks in between, at least.
Yeah.
It was long.
It's usually 4, so it was 5 this time.
Yeah. So we've got a lot of games to talk about, a lot of news. Quick rundown on the agenda, and then we can go ahead and dive into stuff. So we're going to start off talking about our January Game Club game, which, for those that don't remember, was Solar Ash. And then we've got a host of video games to talk about, a couple highlights just to tease you. Some Baldur's Gate 3. If you have not listened to our Games That Don't Suck podcast from 2023, check that out. We talked about Baldur's Gate 3 a little bit on there, but I've been playing that. I've also been playing Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, which, again, go listen to the Games of the Year, the Games That Don't Suck podcast, for some thoughts on that. I'll be able to sort of, not to spoil for those that haven't listened, but Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty weighed heavily as we were thinking about what a top 5 might look like, and, how things might go. I, having not played Phantom Liberty, it was hard to, make a decision on that.
Right.
Now, I have played, I think, almost all of it. I think I'm right before the last mission.
Okay.
So I can talk about that. I've also been playing some Super Mario RPG. And Kyle has been diving into the 2 probably biggest streamer games there are right now, Lethal Company and, of course, Palworld.
Yeah,
so,
that's me.
Lots of stuff to talk
got my finger on the pulse, baby.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I had never heard of Lethal Company until you brought it up last month. So you are far more plugged in than I. Then we're also going to bring back We'd Probably Forget That Game, which is a very fun game that we came up with, where we each read the back of the box copy to the other person, and that person has to guess. You get 3 guesses, or we're changing the rules.
We're changing it.
Apparently it was too easy last time.
We did too well last time. There was no drama, no tension, no nail-biting edge of your seat moments.
So now when we get all of them wrong, we'll have to course correct again. But we get 2 guesses now in order to guess the game that the other person is talking about. Then we've got a huge slew of news. The Sony State of Play just happened this past week. I'm going to walk through the disastrous launch of Suicide Squad for those that have not been following that closely. The always fun Layoff Block, as well as some other things, some other game announcements, Indiana Jones, things like that. Then we're diving into your emails. If you want to send an email to the podcast, you can do so at info@sheahateseverything.com, and we will read it. We've got an email, and we have a Discord question. So, my branded thing is texts from Ben, and Kyle's is Discord messages from a friend.
Yeah.
Which are like the kind of an email in that category. So we've got a couple
email
things
adjacent media.
Right. It's still a relevant question.
Yeah.
An interesting thing for us to talk about. And then we're going to wrap up with the February game releases and the reveal of our February Game Club game, which you will not want to miss, because it's going to be zoppity, as Michael Scott would say. So what do you say we talk about some video games? Do you want to talk about some Solar Ash?
I would love to talk about Solar Ash with you, my brother, whose name is Shea.
Uh-huh.
Are you unfortunately
are you delaying because you did not play much Solar Ash? So you're trying to stretch it out before we start talking about
what
Solar
happened.
I see, okay.
I played about an hour and 15 minutes of Solar Ash.
Okay.
And hated about an hour and 14 minutes of Solar Ash.
I see.
So I stopped because I had to go to a place and I couldn't figure out how to get there. And 25 minutes of that hour and 15 minutes was me trying to figure out how to get to a place and not figuring it out and then uninstalling the game.
Oof.
Yeah.
I played a little bit less Solar Ash than you played.
Holy shit. I finally won one?
Yeah.
Wow.
It wasn't, I mean, it was partially for lack of trying, because I waited literally until today, the day we're recording the podcast, to boot up Solar Ash. Look, it wasn't, again, I was traveling a lot. I had a bunch of other stuff I was trying to do. Once we get into the games, I've been chipping away at a bunch of different things, and like nothing has been sticking. And I was going to play the other night, and then Kelly and I ended up hanging out instead. And so that like it didn't ruin the night. It was a fun time hanging out with my wife, but like that was going to be my big chunk of Solar Ash night. But all that to say, even when I played today, I had 2.5 hours to play Solar Ash. And I played Solar Ash for about an hour because I wasn't really into it.
Yeah.
I didn't hate it. It just... So, did you play The Pathless a couple of years ago?
No.
So, The Pathless
I also didn't play Hyperlight Drifter.
Oh, sure. Fair. Well, I mean, they're totally different games.
Well, but... Is the first NPC you meet not the character from Hyperlight Drifter? Because it looks like it.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the deep lore of the Hyperlight universe.
Because I was immediately lost, and I thought part of that was maybe because it was that character or there was something going on there, and I made an assumption that may not be true.
That is absolutely possible. I'm looking it up right now.
Okay.
I did not play a ton of. No, Sid is not from Hyperlight Drifter.
Okay.
But I played 4 to 5 hours of Hyperlight Drifter. I enjoyed it. It's just that style of like Metroidvania-esque top-down kind of action-y game. It's just not really like always my vibe.
Yeah.
But I did enjoy it. But this, I mean, Solar Ash is vastly different. So I associated it to The Pathless, which is by the folks that made Abzu, I believe.
Okay.
I should have double-checked that.
You liked Abzu.
I did like Abzu. I liked Abzu a great deal. I also liked The Pathless. It didn't blow me away. What I liked about it... Oh, yeah, the same developer, Giant Squid. What I liked about The Pathless was the sense of speed and like ease of movement. It's just as that translated to like the traversal, like more the platforming and some of the combat stuff. The boss battles and stuff weren't that interesting. All that to say, Solar Ash feels like The Pathless, but not as engaging in its traversal.
Yeah, I was having a really hard time with the combat in Solar Ash. Like you just, it just didn't feel great.
Were you playing on PC?
Yeah, but with a controller.
With a controller, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was playing on Xbox because that's where I had it on Game Pass. And, like, just the, like, press B to freeze time to, like, highlight an enemy and, you know, like, zoom towards them, I found very unintuitive to do. Because, you know, you're using X to jump and square to attack. And then to try to do all of those things in concert, it just felt... And, like, the way that B freezes time... It just like really ruins the momentum of movement in that game.
Yeah.
And I was finding it to be too floaty also.
It was
like
way
the double
floaty.
jump. Like the height of the double jump was like just barely as high as you need it to be, which means I missed a lot of jumps like to get on ledges, and that just felt a little clunky. I didn't dislike the game. It's just with the myriad of other things that I'm playing and trying to wrap up Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, like as I was playing today, I got, you know, a little over an hour in. I had beaten the first... Did you finish the first big section with the snake monster guy?
Yeah.
So in that next section, I was just in that next section, and I was doing one of those where like you hit this vial and it teleports and you have to chase it down. There were like I think like twice in a row, it was on the side of a thing, and I'm trying to climb on the walls and try to jump and hit it, and I fell. And so you fall all the way down, and you have to zip line back up or take the rail back up. And it happened twice. I fell. And so then I was running back to the little rail to go back up, and just like in the middle of running there, I was like, no, I'm done. And I just quit and didn't go back to it. So it's like, it's not the game's fault in totality, just because I've got a lot of other stuff that I'm really enjoying, and it didn't crack that list of other things that I would rather play. I don't want to just dog on it. I don't think it's a bad video game. I didn't get far enough to make a decision one way or the other.
It was just like pacing wise, it was weird because it feels like it starts in media res, which I think is where I got the instinct of, oh, maybe this is picking up from their previous game, which is why I'm lost. So I'll just write off all of the chatter, and then it was like, it starts off with like 30 seconds of gameplay, and then you make it to Sid, and Sid talks at you for like 5 fucking minutes, and you're standing there going through this thing, and it's just like. And then, like, the skating on the clouds, like you said, it felt very floaty, and it didn't feel good. The jumping was weird. It just felt like nothing was tuned according to, like, it didn't feel like the scale of the platforming was scaled appropriately to the jumps that you were given. It always felt like you're either overshooting or undershooting something. It never felt good when you accomplished a thing. It felt like it just kind of happened, and you don't really know how you succeeded, but you got lucky. That was again, hour and 15 minutes, not a lot of time, but that's why I stopped, because that's how I felt.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it was long enough to know that it just wasn't jiving.
Right. Yeah.
I'm glad to have checked it out. It had been on my like high up on my, backlog, and I have 2 different backlogs, right? Like, I have my current year backlog, and then I have my previous year's backlog, and the previous year's backlog almost never gets touched because there are too many games on my current year backlog.
Right.
But given that it's early 2024, it was easy to look back. So I'm glad to have checked that off and checked it out. Disappointed in kind of how it vibed with me, which was not very much. So let's jump in. How about we start with like the biggest game out there right now and talk about some Palworld.
Okay. Did you get to play any of this?
I did not.
Okay.
I thought about it long and hard, as she says. The problem is it is apparently very broken on Xbox, which is where I would be playing. And I just didn't want to have that experience of like logging in and having it, and it's in early access, right? But I didn't want it to be extra buggy. And like, I've read a bunch of stuff about a bunch of like hard crashes and losing progress and getting like stuck in things to where you have to just like start a new game over again. It's like big time broken. And that just, I didn't want to take a chance on that. So I'm bummed to have not checked it out, because I know everybody's playing it and talking about it.
Right. Yeah. So it's like, it took the world by storm. This is Palworld's that game where it's like a Pokemon ripoff, but if they
Pokemon with guns.
Yeah, but if they made it a third-person survival crafting building game, but with Pokemon
generated by AI.
Well, yeah, allegedly, yes.
Some of the character designs are.
Yeah.
Let's just say they're gonna get sued. We'll see if the case sticks, but they will get sued.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the Pokemon company is going to even go that far. Like, their lawyers,
they've already talked about it.
Their lawyers have said, we're looking at it, but like, if they were to, it sounds like an expensive rabbit hole with very little to gain from going down it. But regardless,
money.
But I don't know that you would get money in a situation like this. I think it would be more of a cease and desist type of thing where they just have to go in and change some models here and there so they're not quite as close or whatever. Regardless, it's Palworld's like a Pokemon. Like, the world is full of over 100 different pals, I believe the number is. You can catch them. You have a party of them. You catch them in sphere-like objects similar to balls, but they are spheres specifically.
Okay, it's a Pokesphere.
A
pal sphere.
It's a pal sphere. And there are different grades of pal spheres, like Mega's pal spheres and stuff like that.
Is there like a good sphere and an awesome sphere, but definitely no great sphere.
No, there's a gigasphere.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so even better. No ultra spheres. It's all of these things in all of these genres, and my take is that it just doesn't do any of them all that well. There are some interesting things where you're catching pals and you have a base, you're collecting mats and chopping down trees and mining rocks and stuff to build a house and build new workbenches to craft higher tiers of gear and stuff and craft extra accessories or equipment for your pals, and then you can take your pals and put them in your base and they will perform menial tasks. Like some will help you with crafting, some will water crops and harvest crops, some will like produce goods. Like there's a sheep like pal that will like hang out in a pen and you occasionally get wool from it, stuff like that. So it's fascinating and weird. I just don't think it's all that good. It is more interesting than it is good.
Is it like ways. What I have seen is very much akin to what you are saying in that it's a survival game that tries to be all things, and so it doesn't really excel in any of those areas. And for like hardcore survival game people, of which I would probably put you in that bucket, it's not going to satisfy those types of people.
Right.
But as an evolution on the Pokemon framework that Game Freak isn't taking and Nintendo isn't taking and the Pokemon Company isn't taking, in that sense, it is like a worthwhile thing to play.
Yes.
Because it shows what Pokemon could evolve into. No pun intended.
Yeah, for sure. And like, I will say it's nice to play a game that's kind of like Pokemon where you run around in an open world and it doesn't look like shit.
Yeah.
Or run like shit, because on PC it runs great. I had very few issues with my time with it on PC, and I played, how many hours? I played with a couple friends. We put 12 and a half hours into it. And then we were kind of like, you know what? I think we'll let this one cook for a little longer before we spend more time with it. Okay. It was just because, like I said, there are a lot of systems, and part of the promise of the game is how the systems are going to interact, right? Like, you can have some pals that are really good for battling and have some pals that are really good for working at your base. But currently it feels like there are only a couple of pals that are really worth even having at all. And like a lot of them that just don't really have a role to fill. Like there are a lot of Pokemon that, are kind of pointless to have, right? Other than completing their Pokédex. They're filler Pokemon. But when you have the ability to have them interplay with other systems, and it would be nice to give those kind of quote unquote filler Pokemon, or pals in this case, more of a role in those areas, right? And so make them more useful, instead of just, a way to fill out a pal dex. I don't know what their pal dex is called. I don't remember. It might be pal dex. That would be incredible. But yeah,
Palcyclopedia.
Yeah, Palpedia. It's just, man,
Encyclopedia.
Yes, thank you. Wow, how many more can we get? I don't know that I have a lot more to say about it. I think because I like a lot of the designs. There are some that are bafflingly weird, like Depresso. Depresso is a pal, and he's just like walks around. He's this little purple dude, and he walks around and he just looks sad all the time. Like that's fucked up. There's one that's like, oh man, I forget what this one's called, but there's one that has like it's like a tiny body with really long arms that hang below it in kind of a hoop-like formation. Mm-hmm. And the text on it, like the Paldex entry, is something like, it used to like you're walking alone in the woods at night, you gotta watch out because one will grab you and it'll hang you from a tree by its arms, or like they'll fucking like hang you like a noose. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? And like, there are a couple of Pokédex entries that are kind of dark. but like nothing. Those don't hold a candle to some of the weird bullshit that's in the PAL decks. It's just strange. It feels like, and it very much is, someone took Pokemon and just took all the guide rails off. And I think that's really interesting. Because it makes me feel like it makes me want a Pokemon Company version of a game like this that's going to be like, that is given proper attention and technical, support and stuff like that, but is balanced and doesn't have these weird interplay with the systems, and everything is cohesive and stuff. Like, it makes me yearn for an experience that's like that. I don't know that it necessarily like raises the bar for actual expectations. It just makes me wish for something more, which is how I've been feeling about Pokemon for a long time anyways.
Yes.
But
Palworld has the advantage of, this is the first game like this.
Totally.
It has far more potential because there are actual systems in the game.
Yes.
Like, that's the thing about Pokemon, which, spoiler alert, I've got 2 Pokemon games to talk about today. Like, Pokemon games, historically, they give you one gimmick per game, and that gimmick means nothing to the rest of the game. So it's cool to see a Pokemon-like, is that a new genre now? To see a Pokemon-like that has ambition in it. That is refreshing.
Yeah. All of its issues aside and stuff, and all the balance issues and stuff aside, it's really, really interesting. But I guess that is a good segue to talk about your 2 Pokemon games.
Yeah, let's do it. I was going to talk about Baldur's Gate 3, but yeah, let's fucking talk about Pokemon Violet and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond first. Those are the hot games everyone wants to hear about.
When in Rome, dude. It's topical.
Yeah, so I finished Pokemon Violet, which was a very long road. I think it's been a couple of months since I talked about it.
I can't believe you finished it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what else was I going to fucking do? I need something to play on my Switch when I'm like hanging out with the kids and watching a movie or something.
Crazy.
I guess I don't have a ton to say about Pokemon Violet. The structure is very similar to Pokemon Sword in that, I mean, there's more, right? There's more quests. There are the 3 main quest lines. There's like the primary, beat the gyms, beat the Elite Four, beat the champion. And then there's the quest where you're like hunting down the special herb for the Pokemon to make them not sick anymore. And then there's the Titan quest where like these crazy huge Pokemon are out, or I guess those are the same one. What's the fucking other one? Oh, it's the secret bases. Like instead of Team Rocket, there's Team Star, the cool like air star that they draw. So it has more going for it than something like Pokemon Violet, which was just, hey, beat, or Pokemon Sword, which is just beat the gyms, do the Elite Four. That's only one of 3 quest lines in this. So you have to do all 3 of them in order to, quote unquote, beat the game. Because it takes you to Area 0, which is the hidden area that they've all been talking about the whole time. And it's like the main story that's going on in the background that never comes up frequently enough for you to remember why it's important. But effectively, that is where the herb is from. That is where these big Pokemon came from. All of these crazy metallic future Pokemon came from. The Pokemon that you have, the like dragon bicycle Pokemon, that's where it's from. And presumably in Pokemon Scarlet version, rather than a time travel machine to the future, they traveled to the past. That I'm gonna make an assumption, but I'm assuming that is correct. So you go there. You find out that the main scientist guy that you were trying to help this whole time is fucking dead. And the dude you've been talking to is an AI replacement android of him that he like made before he died so that the mission could continue on, which is dark as hell. And so that AI cyborg guy, you end up having to fight him. I don't remember why. I only beat it like a week and a half ago, and I already don't remember. But he turns bad for some reason. That's the big final battle. You beat him, and then there's like a little epilogue thing, and then you're dumped back out into the open world, and they tell you, hey, you can go beat all the gyms again. And I was like, no, uninstall. So I did like... for everything that is bad in that game, which is most of it, I did have a good time because of how easy it is to like have a big crew of Pokemon. And like that, I believe in this game, there are more Pokemon than in any other Pokemon game. Don't fact check me. I'm not interested in your emails. But there are a lot of Pokemon in this game. And that was fun to actually, like, I ended the game with close to 400 Pokemon that I caught and evolved and stuff. And I had like a rotating crew of like 35 to 40 Pokemon that I was like using that were like leveled up to level 65 at the end. Because it's so easy to just level them up in the experience share and all of that. And so that part of it, like as a game to not pay attention to while we're watching Wall-E for the third time this week, like that part, it scratched that itch. So whatever.
All right,
I was done with that
hear
game.
Hear me out.
Yes.
Pokemon Violet. What if your Dragon Motorcycle Pokemon, it actually took fuel to drive.
Yes.
And you had a Sandshrew. And you could take the Sandshrew to the desert, and the Sandshrew would dig for oil. And then you have your Apoms with their opposable thumbs bottle the oil. And then you have another Pokemon who's like a camel or something, like a Girafarig, that carries a backpack on its back, and it caravan travels the bottled oil to your processing plant where your Pikachu,
where you have a bunch of
where you have 5 Pikachus
there.
Like
they're
running
standing
on a
guard
wheel.
with fucking Gatling guns.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the Blastoise.
This all sounds fantastic.
Yeah, right? Doesn't it?
I want to. Yes, this is a Pokemon game that I want to play.
Yeah. Anyways.
Unfortunately, that Pokemon game does not exist.
Yeah.
So I booted up Pokemon Brilliant Diamond instead.
Okay.
Which I had started when it came out, because again, I needed a Pokemon game at the time. I got like halfway through it and just burned out on it. And I think now I'm right before the 3rd badge, so I'm relatively early. What has been one, I have now remembered what I really didn't like about Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, which was the like chibi character designs when you're out in the world walking around.
Right.
I hate the look of this game. Because then when you get into fights, they look like normal designed Pokemon characters. But it's just when you're in the overworld, they're like these little tiny chibi stubby versions. And it just looks like complete dog shit. I hate it. But I've gotten over that, whatever.
Yeah.
The other thing that's been super disappointing is that playing Pokemon Sword and playing Pokemon Violet, I knew that a lot of the Pokemon that I was engaging with in those 2 games were from previous generations. In my mind, I thought that they were from a pretty broad swath of Pokemon games. Where like because I don't remember, right? Like past Gold and Silver, I don't remember which versions, like which what's it called? Which generation all these different Pokemon are from. Between 3 and 6, I'm sure there's a big mixture in there. Unfortunately, in playing Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, I've discovered that like 60% of the Pokemon I used in Pokemon Violet were from Pokemon Brilliant Diamond.
Okay.
And so like I just am feeling like I'm really rehashing the Pokemon.
That's a bummer.
So I'm intentionally trying to use other random.
Sure.
Like I actually ironically just caught a Girafarig earlier today that I'm like, okay, fucking fine. I'll use a Girafarig. He looks stupid as hell, but I didn't use him in Pokemon Violet, so I might as well. And so that's been a bit of a bummer because like I really like those Pokemon. Like the freaking Cricketune. He's like a cricket with like these scythes. He looks like a mixture. He looks like a forgotten evolution in between Scyther and Caesar. He looks badass. He's like a bug and fighting mixture Pokemon. But I used him in Pokemon Violet, and so I don't want to use him in this one. And that's annoying.
Yeah.
So instead I'm using some stupid fucking like little cherry. It's called Cherim, and it looks like a cherry wearing a purple hat. It's stupid, and I hate him. But he's like one of the only Pokemon that I have that isn't from Gen 1 or that I haven't used already. Like, straight up, half the Pokemon in this game are from Gen 1. It's ridiculous. Like, come on, guys. What are we doing? Make more new Pokemon in this game that is, 20 years old at this point.
Right.
So, yeah. That's been Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. I'm going to continue chipping away at it. I doubt it'll come up again on this podcast. I'm already like 25 hours in.
Yeah.
So,
jeez.
Woohoo, Pokemon.
Buckle up.
I have been playing another game on Switch, but I'll talk about that next. let's you wrote more Lethal Company on here.
Yeah.
You have more insane Lethal Company stories.
Yeah, I
Do you have some you had to be there stories from Lethal Company?
I do. I won't share them on the podcast because they're actually in a video which I told you to watch, and I'm pretty sure you have not yet.
I haven't. The tab is
Great.
still open on my in Google Chrome.
Fantastic. This is just to say that I played a lot more Lethal Company with my friends, and it was fucking hilarious, and it's like some of the most fun I've had playing games with friends in a really long time. And if folks at home have not played Lethal Company yet, get your asses on in there. It fucking rules. I don't have much else to say beyond that.
What's your YouTube channel so folks can go watch the video?
No.
Okay.
Nope. I don't want it.
Have you been streaming this game?
No.
You just
I don't have
recorded
the
it and posted it on YouTube?
recorded it, and I edited that video for an entire day. It took me because it's been a while since I edited a video. It took me an entire day to do that video. But it was worth it.
Reminds me, the craziest editing I ever did was when we did that Vex Super Hostile map with you, me, and Cody back in the day, the Minecraft map.
Yeah.
And I made those 2 failed montages.
Right.
That took me literally an entire day to edit 2 5-minute videos. And I don't regret it at all. Those are my 2 favorite videos I ever made on my YouTube channel, which I'm also not going to share because I have watched some of my old videos semi-recently, and I have made a couple of them private because, look, man, I was in my early 20s and very immature and said things that I now regret.
Yep.
Shit that doesn't play today.
Nope.
So I'm just going to not have it available because I'm embarrassed by it and ashamed.
Yeah.
All right? That's how life works, okay? But those 2 videos were very fun. I miss doing YouTube stuff. I really, really do. I would love to get back to it, but I would have to quit my job, and my wife would probably be mad about that.
Yeah, probably. Because you have a family to support and stuff.
Yeah. They'd be fine. Come on. So you're talking about multiplayer stuff. Tell me about this Elden Ring mod.
Dude. All right. So I very recently learned of the existence of the Elden Ring seamless co-op mod on PC. Okay. And what that does, because in Elden Ring you can play co-op, but there's a lot of limitations. There are areas on the map where you can't go if you're playing in someone else's world. It doesn't save any of your progress. You're just there to help out or whatever. When you beat a boss, you disconnect and will have to reconnect, and it's a real big hassle. The seamless co-op mod eliminates all of those restrictions. It's not perfect. My buddy and I ran into a couple of issues, but for the first time ever, he and I beat Elden Ring. We beat every boss in the game except for 2 because we had some technical issues with the mod, and it led to us trying things to get around those issues that locked us out of doing those bosses because they were tied to some esoteric side quests. Okay. But we would have beaten every boss of the game had we not fucked that stuff up because of some technical issues. But I want you to guess how many bosses my friend and I beat. We beat every boss in the game but 2.
So you're asking me to guess how many bosses are in Elden Ring?
Basically, yeah.
I don't know. 35.
That is not even close.
Okay. 90.
Not even close.
What? 190.
Okay, that is too high. But that is barely too high. There are 170 bosses in Elden Ring.
That's a lot.
My buddy and I beat 168 bosses.
These are all named. Do you go through a portal door in Elden Ring or no?
Yeah, like a fog door. Yeah. So most of them are behind a fog door. Some of them are just out in the world, guarding a tree or whatever.
Oh, sure.
And I think there are, it's 40 some completely unique bosses, and then there are 20 to 30 that they repurpose 3 or 4 times or whatever.
Right.
They'll have a different element and a slightly different move set, but they're largely the same. But yeah, 168 fucking bosses, bro.
So is that good? Is it fun to fight the same boss 4 times slightly differently?
No.
Is that fun? Or
no, it's not.
Yeah.
Which is...
like, that's what I would think.
Yeah, kind of my biggest takeaway. Like, I'm just so happy that I beat Elden Ring. It took us 55 hours, by the way. I'm so happy that we beat Elden Ring. I get to say that I beat it. We had an amazing time.
Yeah, but you beat it in
Together.
co-op.
Yeah.
You fucking loser.
Well, whatever.
It doesn't count.
It counts to me. We had an incredible time playing it together. That game is so bloated.
Right.
It is so... like, the map is so massive. The game could have been half the size, and it would have been, like... it would have been basically a perfect game. In my opinion, obviously. I think a lot of people are really happy with the breadth of stuff that's in there. I think it was way too much.
Well, unfortunately, most people are incapable or unwilling to acknowledge nuance in an argument where, like, if they love Elden Ring, that means that they can't understand that there is anything negative about it.
Right.
So, like, I think if people actually had critical thinking skills, I believe that more people would agree with what you're saying. Like,
I hope
the
so.
game can be both incredible and there can be areas where it could be improved. Because having not played the game, that was my perception from the outside, that, like, the huge open world was very immersive and super varied. Like, all the different environments were so cool. And, like, a huge step up from what they've done in the Dark Souls games in terms of variety of environments. But I wouldn't say, like, the environments felt too big, but it was more so that, like, it felt like there was too much repetition in the bosses, in the dungeons, in the enemy, like, the combat scenarios that you're in. Like, it felt like a game that was padded out, and it padded out completely unnecessarily. Because had they stripped a lot of that stuff out, it still would be a huge game.
Yeah, totally.
It felt a little bit like they just wanted to make something way bigger than they had done before, without thinking, like, should we?
yeah, maybe.
Can we, not should we?
Yeah, and, like, to say we beat every boss in 55 hours, we were doing basically just the bosses. Like, we weren't doing all the dungeons, we weren't doing all the other stuff. We just wanted to beat and see every boss, which took us, like, through almost every area and most of the dungeons and stuff, but we didn't, like, fully complete them or explore kind of down every nook and cranny of the place, just because that would have like quadrupled our time spent, I think. But it was awesome. So hey, if you're listening and you fell off of Elden Ring because you got frustrated or it's too hard or whatever, like I did, find a friend to play with, get it on PC, and play with the seamless co-op mod, because it's a game changer. It rules.
Literally.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's cool.
It was pretty fucking cool.
Let me talk about another heavily co-op integrated game, which I did not play co-op, which is Baldur's Gate 3. For the sake of not rehashing the conversation we had on the Games That Don't Suck podcast, which everyone should go listen to, I'm going to continue shouting it out forever. I really, really wish that I liked Baldur's Gate 3, but I did not. So I sat down with my wife and we spent like 2 hours creating the character, and that was the most fun that I had in that game with her. She was super invested. She came up with this fake backstory for our half elf. No, sorry. We ended up doing a high elf warlock, like thief personality, which was very fun. And I really enjoyed the conversations. I did not enjoy the side characters, or I should say like the party member characters. All of them are assholes and unlikable. And that confuses me as to why that was their strategy.
Right.
Is like, hey, let's surround you with characters you cannot stand.
Right.
Which made me not want to talk to them. What? That I don't understand this. But all of the other characters, like all of the side quests and the random NPCs, all of that stuff was really fantastic. Despite not liking the characters, I think the quality of the writing of all of those characters is phenomenal. The voice acting was very, very good. For me, the biggest problem was the combat. I'm not a huge like CRPG top-down turn-based combat person. That's not to say that I dislike all those games, but like that's not my favorite genre of game. And in this, the open-endedness, and I think I mentioned this on the Game of the Year podcast, this game feels like it wants you to exploit it as much as you can, like to find hacky ways of getting out of combat or getting around combat or manipulating the combat. And I didn't want to spend that brain power on doing that. I want to be able to do it a little more straightforwardly. And frankly, like I got up to, it was a side quest where you're going through this big town that's been taken over by goblins, and there are some like fucking warg shit there, and I tried to sneak around. It didn't work. They set my whole party on fire and we died. And then I tried again and I snuck around and I successfully did it. And then I got like surprised out of nowhere by like fucking Satan, and he like transported me to his house and was like giving me a devil's deal, and that shit was dope as hell. I loved that sequence. And then I got out of it and kept sneaking around, got caught, and got eaten alive by wargs because I had snuck around, but my party had not, which I did not realize, and they were currently getting lit on fire by all the goblins at the beginning. And after that, I was like, it's 11 p.m. We were getting ready to turn it off anyway, and I'm like, Kelly, I'm sorry, I don't really want to come back to this game. Yeah. So we have not played more Baldur's Gate 3. In another world, in another time where I have more free time, hey man, football season's almost over. Who knows? I'm going to have more time for games. It's possible, right? Like, this is a game I really wanted to love. These are, the writing is so fantastic. I think the look of the world is really good. It's just the combat stuff, even bumping it on easy. It wasn't fun. It wasn't having fun. And I'm not going to play a 120-hour game where most of it isn't fun. So
game we wish we liked more the most.
That's true. So that was my Baldur's Gate 3 experience, unfortunately. What else you got?
I started and beat Under the Waves. This is one.
Oh, sure.
This is one that I played. One. Yeah, it's a narrative underwater game.
Since you confused this with like the first person horror game, I also always confuse them now.
You're welcome. So yeah, that Still Wakes the Deep is supposed to come out this year, I think, at some point. But yeah, Under the Waves, it's a sort of like a meditative underwater third person exploration task game. Where the main character has clearly suffered some loss in his family, and he's, there's some issues going on with his marriage, and it's all of those complicated relationship elements coming into play. He's working for a corporation, and he's the sole person who is down at the bottom of the sea floor in this. It seems like some sort of a maintenance or a research facility, and he's going around and repairing the equipment that is down there. And there are, a litany of events that occur along the way that, are symbolically representative of things going on in his life. And he is reading into those things and thinking about them and meditating on them, and it changes his outlook in a few situations, and then by the end of the game, there's some sort of a resolution for this character, and the people that he's involved with. So it's one of those. I found it to be, so when I say meditative, I mean that the game, you are going to engage with the game at its pace, whether you want to or not. And that usually is a big turnoff for me. I just happened to be in a state of mind where I was game for that. So I found it to be a pleasant experience, irregardless of kind of a lot of the, emotionally distraught subject matter.
Sure.
It was still like a nice meditative experience for me.
Nice.
And I really enjoyed it because there's a lot to like there. The game was graphically a bit of a technical mess. There were a lot of weird artifacts and weird graphical glitches and stuff. But from a mechanics standpoint, I really didn't have any issues with it. I think they give you enough wiggle room with like the oxygen and the fuel meters and stuff like that. Like, they're present, but they're never really a danger to you in any way. You spend most of your time in a submersible, kind of flitting around, and then once you get to a location, that's when you kind of hop out and go in through like a facility or a cave or whatever, and there are opportunities to take pictures. But typically what you're doing is taking the submersible to a point on the map, getting out, interacting with a thing, and going through a lot of dialogue and story along the way. And once you get there, there isn't a lot of there aren't a lot of gameplay mechanics, I guess. To be specific, it's very gameplay light. But I think that that works in its favor. I think they strike the balance well, I should say, because the point is the narrative. There aren't a lot of things that detract from it, and they give you just enough things that you're doing to keep you engaged at any given time. They have a bunch of collectibles that you can go and get if you're that kind of a person, but it's by no means mandatory. I didn't go and get everything. But yeah, I had a really nice time with it. I thought it became a little bit heavy-handed in a few spots with the narrative, but for the most part, I think the writing is pretty solid for the most part. And yeah, I just, it's mostly positive things to say about it. I would recommend it to folks who, like, again, my warning is the game proceeds at its own pace, and you have to be up for that. And if you're not, then maybe wait until you are. But I would recommend that folks play it, because I did end up having a really nice time with it.
Nice. I have moved it up my list. I have moved it from a maybe to a yes, please in my categories of backlog.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I was super interested in it from the jump. And I remember not hearing a ton about it when it released, which this type of game, if it's awesome, it usually breaks through. So I was kind of like, well, maybe it's fine, but not worth like going out of my way for. But everything you're saying is speaking my language. I love these types of games. And ironically, you tend to not. So the fact that you did like it means something.
It caught me in the right frame of mind. It's just like the past year or so, I just haven't been able to engage with these kinds of games. And it just so happened that I was able to this time, and it worked for me.
Nice.
So, yeah, Under the Waves.
Cool. Let's do some Phantom Liberty, and then I can do some Super Mario RPG back to back, because those two games are so similar. So Phantom Liberty, this was like a tough one, right? So as I mentioned at the top on our Game of the Year podcast, we hemmed and hawed over how this should slot in because I hadn't played it, but knowing how much I loved the base game, basically anything you said about Phantom Liberty, it was easy for me to like go along and assume I would agree. And so it really became about like, is this a game that I would push really hard for, having not played it? Or does it make more sense to push for games that I have played and loved? Like the conversation was like, do I want Phantom Liberty over another game? And then once I play Phantom Liberty, if I don't like it that much, I would feel really bad. And so I ended up pushing for a different game kind of instead. And I will say, after playing Phantom Liberty, and I believe I am before, so like the final mission, it seems like it's like a multi-stage. I'm getting ready to accost the twins, basically.
Sure.
And I believe it's setting me up to do the sort of like the final assault.
Yeah.
So I've played a majority of the main missions. I've done all of the gigs within Dogtown, and there are a couple of new gigs and side missions outside of Dogtown that are part of Phantom Liberty.
Right.
I've done, I believe, all of those, or at least most of those. So I've seen primarily everything that this game or the expansion has to offer. I think it is fantastic. I love the tone of this side thing. Like, it's much more of a action-y, like it's a little bit more like straightforward's not the right word, but it feels more like an action movie than the base game did.
Right.
The base game has so much more mystique and like mystery to it, and it's very like hard sci-fi, and this is more just like you're going crazy. There's a spy mission where you're like undercover, and a whole other one where you're sneaking into this. Like, there's a lot of that kind of stuff, and that I think is all fantastic. I think that the story part of it is hitting me a little bit less because of that. Like, I'm a little less invested.
Okay.
And the primary thing, light spoilers for Phantom Liberty here, but the primary thing with Songbird on the like, is she on your team or not? And they've made her go back and forth, or at least the perception as a player is they're taking me back and forth like 3 or 4 different times so far, and trying to make you like, you don't know, you have to make the choice if you trust her or not. I think all of that is fine, but it does feel a little bit drawn out, maybe, that
Sure.
like, let me make a choice and then let's stick with that. Don't keep challenging my perception, maybe. What I do really love is the gigs and the side missions within Dogtown have been much more involved than I expected, like making meaningful choices and like a lot of gray area on, is this the right thing to do or not? Far more so than in the base game, where like the gigs were always pretty straightforward, like sneak into this place and download something, or sneak into this place and kill a guy. This stuff, it's got a lot more nuance to it, where there's one where like you rescue this dude and you're trying to get this like, prototype, thing from him, and he's got it logged in his brain, and so you need to help him in order to get it. So you get to make the choice of, okay, are you going to help him and then let him go, help him and turn him in? Like, how do you want to approach it? I ended up letting him go. Like, I had Mr. Hands the Fixer sort of help him out and try to get him out of town. He comes back later and he gets his little apartment and he gives me a cool gun to say thank you. Like, that stuff I think has all been really, really fantastic.
Yeah, those are a lot less like, because the other gigs in the base game always kind of struck me like those Skyrim emergent quests.
Yeah, totally.
And they're a lot more authored. It feels like more to them.
Absolutely. And it makes sense because it's a DLC where there are far fewer of them,
right?
In order to do so, that part of it I really like. I think the actual like world of Dogtown isn't as interesting to me. I like that it feels very different from anywhere in the base game.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that, but it's much harder to navigate with a car, to the point that like they give you a new type of car that is smaller to get around.
Right, yeah.
And so that I find a little less fun. And just like generally the look of it, because it's like a fucking bombed out like cityscape.
Right.
And that just, it isn't super appealing to look at,
for sure,
versus when you're in Night City, everything is neon and crazy, there's tons of people walking around. Or even when you go out into the desert, there are all these like cool broken down machines from years ago, and all the solar panels and cool shit out in the wilds. And then there's like the huge trash hills that you can go to,
right? And
there's nothing that really feels that way in Dogtown. It's just not as exciting or not as immersive of like a space as the places in the base game.
Okay, I can see that.
So all of that said, I'm having a fantastic time with it, and I've been like taking my time. I kind of do some stuff in Dogtown, then go and do some stuff in the base game. So like today when I quit Solar Ash, I wanted to boot up Cyberpunk instead. So I went and did I did the mission for the dolls with Judy, like where we take over the dolls, and did some other random gigs.
Right.
So like I'm just kind of taking my time with that. And I also wanted to finish Judy's quest line before I finished Dogtown, because I know you had mentioned like there's some cool conversation stuff that ties in. So I wanted to see what that might look like before I finish the Dogtown stuff. So by next podcast, I'll probably be done with Phantom Liberty, probably not done with Cyberpunk 2077 in totality. But I think it's really, really awesome. It's something that'll definitely like be in my top 10 experiences when and if I ever actually write it up. But I'm not finding it like, I don't know. I would say it's not hitting me as hard as the best parts of the base game did.
Okay. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, obviously for anybody that enjoyed Cyberpunk and wanted more of it, which was all of us, it's absolutely worth playing. I'm not trying to be negative about it at all.
Right, for sure.
So then I also started up some Super Mario RPG. So I originally bought this because I wanted another game to play on my trip. And then I ended up just playing Pokemon at the airport instead. So when I got home, I was like, fuck, I bought this game. I need to go ahead and sit and play it. So I started up. I've probably put, less than 2 hours into it. I don't like it very much. Did you play this game originally?
No, I did not.
it feels like baby's first turn-based RPG.
Sure.
It's just very straightforward. It again has the like chibi look for all the characters, which bugs me less because it's Mario,
Right.
but is also just that's not my favorite aesthetic. And yeah, it's just extremely, extremely simple. And I'm not like I played it, the day after I got home, and I haven't touched it in a week.
Okay.
I will play more of it because I feel like I should. I spent money on it, but I doubt it's a game I'm going to continue with. I don't know. It is extremely straightforward and simple in the combat. I did get my first like party member who's actually a character that I really like. I don't remember his name, but he says that he's a frog or a toad, but he's very clearly just like kind of a squished marshmallow. And I don't know what the deal is with that, but he is very charming and dopey. Him, I really, really like. But the combat part of it, it's turn-based combat. You've got like a couple of special moves. You've got a mana pool that you're using to use those special moves, items to restore that. Like it's straight out of the 90s.
Yeah.
And look, I get it. I mean, when the fuck did this game come out? It was sometime early 2000s or even in the 90s, so it makes sense. But it isn't a nostalgia trip for me,
right,
having not played the original. And so playing it now with my modern take on video games, it's too simple. There's not enough going on for me to care. So
yeah.
That's Super Mario RPG. I don't know, man. I'm very hyped about whatever the Paper Mario remake coming next.
Thousand Year Door, yeah.
Yes, that I am very hyped for because again, I have not played that game either.
Okay,
but given the way people talk about Paper Mario is much. It feels like that game's going to hit harder than Super Mario RPG.
Yeah, it's just it's the next iteration of that kind of formula for them. Well, a couple of iterations.
Yeah, that
later.
Makes sense. Yep, that makes sense.
So it's a little more mature from that.
Yeah.
Regard.
Okay. So Super Mario RPG came out in 1996, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's that. How about some of your other stuff?
Yeah, I played some Roboquest with one of my friends as well. This is a first-person shooting roguelike with kind of Borderlands-y like graphics.
Mm-hmm.
It's got some charming writing. It's from a narrative standpoint, it's pretty simple. It's all just kind of in service to the gameplay loop of the roguelike where you go on a run through a series of dungeons, and the more you play, the more like key items you're unlocking, which unlocks different routes that will take you to different kinds of places. So you can kind of choose every run which branching paths you want to take. It has a soundtrack that fucking slaps, bro. It is so good. It feels incredible. It's really easy to get into a rhythm with it. Like, the gameplay flows so well. The guns are all very different and fun, have fun, crazy secondary fires you can get on them. You're popping abilities. You have different classes that you can play as that very much change up kind of the dynamic of how you engage with the different runs and how you play, and I thought exploring all of that stuff was a ton of fun. He and I just haven't gone back to it because we've been playing, like, we went down the Elden Ring wormhole and or rabbit hole and all sorts of other kind of trying all sorts of other kind of co-op games in between. But Roboquest was really, really good. It came out last year. Let me see if I can quickly pull up when store page. Okay, it came out in November, so it's pretty recently released. And it's not in early access. It was a full release, so it just kind of like is what it is. You can pick it up and play it and beat it if you want. It's on Steam. I don't know if it's on any other platforms, but it's one of those games, like, it overwhelmingly positive reviews. People fucking love it, and for good reason, because it fucking rules. Roboquest. Not the most, like, it's the name's not going to pop out at you in a list, but,
dude,
keep your eye out for it.
I can't believe this. I just had a total epiphany, because I knew that I had heard about this game. Did you talk about this game on Games That Don't Suck?
Yes, I mentioned that I had played it, yeah.
And so I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure Kyle brought this up in the podcast, but I feel like I've also seen something else. I watched an entire YouTube video from one of the YouTubers that I like, Zanny. He did a whole video on this game, and I remember watching it and thinking this is a Borderlands roguelike.
Yeah.
And I immediately, because I know it's on Game Pass, I immediately like added it to my must playlist and then completely forgot that I had done that. So you talking about it, I was like, I know I've seen this game. How have I seen this game?
I didn't know it was on Game Pass.
That's why. Yes.
Well, shit. If it has crossplay, I will absolutely play Roboquest with you.
Fuck yeah, man. I'm like, I watched, I watched the video and he showed off some of the different classes and just like doing a couple of, and I was like, this looks fun as shit.
It rules.
Like literally, it just looks like Borderlands as a roguelike.
Yeah.
Amazing.
But without like the sense, the sense of humor is not as annoying.
Hardcore. Yeah. It's not as big.
Right.
For sure.
For sure.
That's dope. Yeah, that game looks amazing.
Yeah.
Tell me about Warframe, and then I've got a handful that I can hit in just like a couple of minutes.
Oh man, what can I tell you about Warframe?
I don't know, dude. I feel like there are entire podcasts dedicated to Warframe.
Holy shit!
A game that's been out for how long?
Yeah, so like I played it back when it kind of first came out. I played it with my buddy, and we fell off eventually because when it first released, it was very, very grindy. It still is. And it was a little more esoteric and not as balanced, and it was hard to figure out where you had to go to get the materials you needed to craft the things you needed and upgrade the things you needed. So we kind of fell off of it initially, but Warframe, it always felt amazing to play. It's like very kinetic, like very fast moving. All the guns feel great. The melee weapons feel awesome. The speed at which you move. It's like Vanquish on speed. It's Warframe plays incredibly. We've tried to go back to it a couple of times over the years, and they just, because it's a game as a service and it's free to play, they just keep piling more and more systems on, and it got to the point where it was completely unintelligible for us who had not been playing it. And so I had heard that they had really redone the presentation in the early game and ramped up like a lot of the tutorialization and reworked all the quests and stuff in the beginning. And so I wanted to dive in and see that, and my buddy and I had just finished Elden Ring, and like, what are we going to play next? So we hopped into Warframe. Warframe is still really good, dude. It is, and they really have done a lot of work to the early game. I will say it's still completely unintelligible, but they do breadcrumb you a little more. You're still going to spend a lot of time on the wiki looking stuff up. In order to like figure out like, what should I do with this? Where do I find this? But it is still a really, really good time and feels incredible to play. And they have done a lot of work on kind of the front end of the game. I'm sure they've also done it on the back end. But on the front end of the game, your first dozen hours or so, they've really done a lot to smooth that stuff out for players.
Yeah.
It very quickly devolves from there into just absolute insanity. But like, Warframe is still very good.
Yeah, so I've got like a handful of things, and I can cover them all pretty quickly because again, I've been chipping away at things in like half-hour sections. So
sure.
I started Dredge prior to the Games That Don't Suck podcast because I wanted to have a frame of reference for it for that podcast. But I don't think I've talked about it here. So this game is what I wish Dave the Diver was, in that it is extremely focused and like immersive in the world that it's trying to create. Whereas Dave the Diver was like random shit and new systems every 5 seconds.
Here's
like Dredge
everything.
Dredge feels so like they've trimmed the fat from that game.
Yeah.
And I'm really getting a lot out of engaging with the characters and just the like creepy tone of everything. The sort of like Resident Evil 4 light inventory management system is like, it's fine. It's not like the reason you come to play.
Right.
Similarly, the catching fish mechanic isn't the reason you come to play. I feel like it's more about the Cthulhian atmosphere of the game, which is extremely excellent. that's not my vibe. Like, again, as I've stated many times, I don't love spooky stuff, but this is like the right level of it being genuinely creepy semi-frequently. Like, when it's at night, it is tense. I am scared.
Like, never know when a boulder's gonna appear in front of you.
Yeah, but
or worse, I guess.
The rest of the time, it's got a good loop. It's got a good like flow that you get into where you're dropping off fish, you're bringing something to someone as you go to explore a new island, you're finding someone there that gives you a little side quest that you do on your way back to the main island again. Like, it's just got a really good loop in the way that Dave the Diver, in my opinion, did not. So that one, again, I'm certainly going to keep chipping away at that. I'm having a really good time with it.
Okay.
I went back to Jusant.
Really?
For like 30 minutes.
So
we talked about this last time. It's like neither of us, like, we had gotten a third, close to halfway through. You decided you're just going to watch a gameplay video to see the end of it.
Yeah.
And basically you had said, hey, it's probably not worth finishing. Just go watch it. I like really wanted to finish it. And so I went back to it. I did like the next climbing section, and I got to a point, it's like a dark cave where they introduce these like little glowy, almost like jellyfish kind of flying things. And I got like to the next section. I was just like, I don't want to, like, I just don't want to. So I went on YouTube and watched a video of how the game ends. And it seems cool. Like, the way it, like, climbing up that last tower and the little thing with the little whale guy that you've got on your back, like, it's a cool ending.
Yeah.
But it definitely would not have been worth playing the rest of the game that I wasn't having fun with just to get to that. So I'm glad. It bums me out because a game I really wish I loved. I just didn't. It felt tedious. It was so cool at first.
I know.
But it just kind of got tedious. The climbing.
Yeah, it had like, it starts out really strong with really strong vibes.
Yes.
And you feel like at the start of the game, you're like, man, this game's going to make me feel a certain type of way, isn't it?
Yes.
It's going to really get me there. And then it's like, really wish I didn't have to do this anymore. Like,
yeah, it's like...
And it doesn't take that long to get there.
And granted, I didn't play the whole thing. And so maybe playing the whole thing and getting to the end, it would have made me feel some type of way. But watching the end of it, it just... Not that it fell flat. It was still a beautiful ending, but it didn't have the impact that I would have wanted it to. Like, if I played through the whole game that I wasn't having fun with, and I ended up getting to the end, and was the ending, I would have been a little disappointed in that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Just because, like, I wanted a huge emotional payoff, and I don't know that it totally delivers on that. Again, watching a YouTube video is not the same as playing the game.
Right.
But, again, the vibes are very strong.
Yeah.
The vibes I was still enjoying. The, like, just standing there, listening to the sounds in the background, reading the notes, all that stuff was still fantastic. And a potential criticism I levied at it when we talked about it last month, which was like, I didn't see how they were going to keep giving you new mechanics for the climbing through to the end. And in watching, fast forwarding through a gameplay video, it seems like they kind of do that. Like, the little glowy guys give you like a jump mechanic. And then like right in the late game, they deal with wind a lot, where like you have to time your jumps and your swings and your climbs based upon the direction of the wind that's happening.
Yeah.
And all that seems pretty cool. Like, it's, again, wasn't having enough fun to do that, but I will give them credit for finding a huge variety of ways to like keep introducing things and keeping it fresh.
Yeah.
So that I think is nice. I mean, Don't Nod's got a ton of stuff on the docket, and they've got another big game coming out this month. Even with a game like Jusant, which like didn't do a ton for me, it's blown away by the breadth of talent at that studio and the different types of genres of games that they make. I think it's like super cool.
Yeah, that's really, really neat.
Yeah, so that's Jusant. A little bit bummed that it wasn't able to capture me the second time around, but
yeah,
it is what it is. That's what's gonna happen with fucking Solar Ash. I'm gonna go back to that for a half hour, and then I'm gonna be like, why did I do that? I shouldn't have. A game I am not sad to continue going back to is Sea of Stars. I haven't made a ton of progress in that game since last month. I have gotten... So I think the last time we talked about it, I was just past sort of like the prologue. Right. I got thrown by a giant rock monster to a new area.
Hell yeah.
I have finished that area and taken a little boat to the next area, which is like... at least story-wise, they're saying, all right, now we're waiting for the real good guys, like the actual superheroes to arrive. I imagine something is about to go very wrong when it comes to that.
Okay. I'm in where I stopped. I was about to take the boat. So I think you and I are basically at the same spot.
Yeah. So, again, this is a game I will continue to chip away at an hour at a time. I'm loving it. The characters are fantastic. And again, like we talked, we sung Garl's praises last month, but even like you've met the pirate crew then, right?
Yes. Yeah.
They're all fantastic.
Yeah.
Like I love all of them. They're all super different and have really unique personalities.
Right.
So yeah, game is freaking awesome. And if you want to hear more about it, you can listen to our Games That Don't Suck podcast. I told you I would continue to shout it out. I will shout it out until everybody listens to it. And then the final game that we've been chipping away at is, by we, I mean my wife and I, because she's been watching me play The Last of Us Part 1. So we actually have made a ton of progress in this game. We're nearing the end. So a couple nights ago, we played through this section after Joel falls on a fucking piece of metal. Yeah, the rebar. And we played through the Ellie section, which is so incredibly intense. Again, speaking to it's cool to show off in front of my wife while I'm playing a video game. The little section when you're trapped in the house with that guy, what's his name? David or something?
Yeah, David.
You're trapped in that little house, and it's just like a tiny little square, and you've got a couple of handgun bullets and a bunch of rifle ammo, and enemies drop the rifle ammo, and then a huge bloater comes in, and a bunch of clickers are in there. I think I got hit pretty hard by like a clicker like one time or something, but I got through that section relatively unscathed, and I had made like a bunch of healing items and stuff beforehand. I had set up some really good traps with the like little can bomb thing with all the metal inside that like a huge group rushed and they all blew up through the doorway on that thing. And it was one of those like really, really high intensity sections where when it was done, I like looked over at Kelly and she was like, I don't know how you did that. And I was like, hell yeah, still got it.
Keep my gamer card. Ungrounded, that is probably the hardest section of the game.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
There's a thing you can do where you can you can get David in front of you and run the enemies into him because he'll kind of like push them or whatever. Sure. And it'll buy you like a few seconds to like get a headshot in or whatever you need.
Interesting.
So that's the Kyle's epic Last of Us Part 1 strats.
Yeah. Gamer strats.
That's right.
Well, because like that's part of what makes that section so hard and frustrating is the rifle is not a good weapon for that environment.
Right.
Because you have like it is really slow to manually cock it. It is really slow to reload. You only have 2 bullets per clip. Like it's slow to ADS. There's no spread on it.
Right.
Like, that is not the gun you want in that situation, which just makes it so much more intense, which I really liked.
Totally.
So we also played through the section where Ellie is trying to sneak out. She gets captured. So we stopped at the point where Joel wakes up and are about to go do the extremely intense rescue mission through the blizzard, the boss battle against David when Ellie's in the restaurant with him. So the next session of The Last of Us is going to be fucking crazy for us. So I think actually we might do that tomorrow night at time of recording.
Oh,
so
man.
That'll be fun.
The
we're
Joel
getting near to be
torture
done.
scene where Joel tortures that dude.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, oh, man. He kills the one dude. He's like, I ain't going to talk or whatever. And Joel's like, that's all right. I believe him. And then he fucking kills a dude. Fuck, bro.
Yes. So yeah, we're making good progress. I am both excited and extremely nervous to get to The Last of Us Part 2 and go through that whole fucking thing again.
Are you going to do the PS5 update?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to pay the $10. I shouldn't because I don't care. I'm not going to play the roguelike mode or the horde mode. I don't care that much about like the hidden or not the unfinished levels, but I might as well spend $10 so that I have those things.
Yeah,
in case
I've
I
heard
change my mind.
I've heard the unfinished level stuff. Like they're actually they're finished to a pretty high degree, and that stuff is really interesting, is what I've heard. So,
yeah, all right.
There's also that
see.
The Last of Us Part 2 grounded documentary just came out, because they did the documentary. It was Last of Us Grounded was the first documentary about the first game. They recently released the documentary for the second game. So I'm interested to watch that. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I don't know that I care about that.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's a bummer.
I have not soured on Naughty Dog, but I have not even soured. I'm much like you. I have become exhausted by that game. By like thinking about it, talking about it, the discourse about it. I'm like over that. And I have definitely soured on Neil Druckmann as a creative. Just like the way he talks. He just comes across like a dude that sniffs his own farts. So a documentary centered around a lot of his stuff is just not super appealing to me. But who knows?
Yeah, I don't know how much
I am
of
very
it is,
interested in games development.
Yeah, I don't know how much of it is Druckmann focused. I feel like people...
I mean, he was the game director.
Yeah, but those documentaries are all about showcasing the work that everybody does. And the game director is always the one who's out talking about it already. So I feel like documentaries are a chance for more people to get the spotlight. I know he's in it, but I don't know how much it's going to be like the Druckmann show or whatever. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, but if I had to bet on who speaks the most in this documentary, I would put all of my money on him. That's my point.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, hey, you sound like you're going to watch it, so just tell me.
I will. I'll let you know how it is. Yeah, that's I had such an incredible time watching that Double Fine documentary.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, that thing is still such an incredible work. So I'm interested to kind of see how this stacks up when compared to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because two very different studios, they'll have different ethos on like what a documentary should be and how much they talk about stuff like that. It's also different because they're a Sony first party, and so I'm sure Sony has some say in how things happen there. Whereas the Double Fine thing was very explicitly like nobody gets to tell us
good, bad, and the ugly.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it. So I'm interested to see how this one is different in those ways.
I mean, also, I watched the one on Sony Santa Monica with God of War, which that one was primarily focused on Cory Barlog, but it makes sense. It was his first big game like that. And I was kind of surprised by the amount of like the negative that they showed of them like missing deadlines and just the emotional toll and like the crunch. Like I was actually kind of pleasantly surprised that they had a lot of that in there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't think I watched the first one about the part one.
Okay.
Had you seen that?
I don't think I did either. So like I'm going to look that up first and watch it and then watch the second one.
Yeah. I hate that I just called it part one.
Yeah, I know.
Like, because that's revisionist history. That's bullshit. It's The Last of Us.
Right.
It is not The Last of Us Part 1. You can't rename your game after it's out.
Well, the version that came out on PlayStation 4 is Last of Us Part 1.
But it isn't, though. They called it that. That's my point. They renamed the game.
Well, no,
it's still the same game.
That package with that game in it is Last of Us Part 1. The game's still Last of Us.
I understand. What I am saying is that is bullshit. It's The Last of Us.
I agree.
The Last of Us is one of the best games ever made. I'm not calling it The Last of Us Part 1 because I would rather it be able to stand on its own. That's what it is. Like, when you talk about, I guess some people do say like Godfather Part 1, but if you're talking about that movie, it's The Godfather. It's one of the best movies ever made by itself. It should stand on its own. That's my point. All right. That's all the video games, yeah? You got
I have another part one to talk about.
Yeah. Oh Lord.
I don't know why I did this to myself. I watched Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon Part 1.
I know nothing about this except it sucks. Which I was like, yeah, it's a Zack Snyder movie.
That's exactly how much I knew about it going into it. is that it's a Zack Snyder movie and it sucks.
Okay, and despite knowing you only knew 2 things about this movie, and the 2 things you knew about this movie would lead most to not watch it, and yet you did. Why?
Right. Because I was wondering if there was a third bullet point to glean from watching Rebel Moon Part 1.
I see.
And there is. There is a third bullet point.
Hit me.
So, bullet point 1, Zack Snyder. Bullet point 2, it sucks. Both of those are still true after having watched the movie. Zack Snyder was not somehow replaced by a different director, and it did suck. Bullet point 3, there is no way they make another one of these.
Oh, really? Was it that much of a bomb?
I don't know. I'm saying I watched it. It was so bad and unoriginal and cobbled together from every other piece of significant media fiction in the last 50 years that I cannot possibly imagine anyone would let him or give him the money to make a part 2.
I have sad news for you. So this was a Netflix movie.
Yeah.
And it has been a huge hit on Netflix. It is the week of its premiere, it became the most watched title on the platform. So they will be making a part 2.
It doesn't feel good.
The estimated... Oh, they already filmed part 2, bro.
Oh my fucking God.
The total budget for both films was $166 million. That's actually not that much. For both movies, $166 million is not a lot.
Dude, the movie... So you know how in Justice League, another Zack Snyder film with 2 bullet points that are the same, you know how in the Justice League they don't set up the characters in a meaningful way. It's like they're not giving you time to care about the characters because there's just too much packed into the movie. Mm-hmm. And that's a huge problem. This is it's the 7 Samurai problem.
Okay.
Really, the movie is just 7 Samurai, but it's establish problem, must go get people to solve problem. Every person gets about 15 minutes. And then all of the people together have to go fight the thing and pretend like they're best friends.
I'm seeing a lot of people saying that it comes across like a bad Star Wars movie.
Well, yeah, it's Zack Snyder trying to make a new Star Wars movie is what it is.
Wait, that literally... Okay, hold on. Here's an article from digitalspy.com which says this literally was... He initially pitched this to Disney as a Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
I did not know this.
Yes.
Oh, God, I'm so grateful.
Dude, it's just... so bad. The writing is so bad. And it's not like any of the performances are terrible, but it's like some of the casting felt off and weird. None of the writing, he's just not giving the characters anything good to say. And it's a game with...
Writing was never his strong suit.
I know. It's a movie with no subtext. Every single one of the characters says the quiet part out loud every single time. You're never in doubt about how any character is feeling. Ever. The villain, they tried to do a Dune thing with the villain. Oh, dude, I can't even... I had forgotten how bad the movie was. I watched it and I filed it away under "this movie sucks." Confirmed. Now that I'm having to revisit it on this podcast, it's so much worse than I was letting myself remember. Dude, that movie's so bad.
Oh no, Charlie Hunnam is in this movie?
Don't watch it.
Oh,
Charlie Hunnam will be in other movies.
I love Charlie Hunnam.
Charlie Hunnam doesn't want you to watch this movie, Shay.
Oh, it just bums me out because he,
You know what? He got paid, and he's moving on to the next thing.
He just, like, he is not... I don't know why. I don't know why he didn't take off. Because he's so fucking handsome. And he's such a good actor. And Sons of Anarchy was such a huge breakout series. And he's, like, only done bad movies.
That's the problem. He did SOA, and it was incredible. And then... his agent was bad or something and like got him in on a couple of horrible movies, and that like that bad Robin Hood movie or whatever.
No, King Arthur, the
bad King Arthur movie, and then the bad kaiju movie.
That was Guy Ritchie though. That's why he did that movie. That was Guy Ritchie. It just unfortunately that movie fucking sucked.
Fair.
He was also in The Lost City of Z, which was a total Oscar bait movie based on a book. Tom Holland is in that movie, which they filmed it before Tom Holland was famous. It was one of those like, it wasn't really gonna be out. And then after he got famous, fucking Robert Pattinson is also a major character in this movie. It was so boring. It's such a bummer. And then he was in Triple Frontier, which was like a war movie, which I also watched, which I was so fucking hyped for. So this was a Netflix movie, Triple Frontier.
Okay.
Ben Affleck, Oscar Isaac, Charlie Hunnam, and Pedro Pascal. What a fucking cast. And that movie is dog shit. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, it's not his fault.
It's Zack Snyder's fault.
Dude, if you go to his IMDb, you will be so depressed.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I'm going off of IMDb scores here, so this is not the gospel, right? Sons of Anarchy has an 8.6 on IMDb. Since then, his movies, Lost City of Z, 6.6. King Arthur, Legend of the Sword, 6.7. A Million Little Pieces, 6.2. Triple Frontier, 6.5. Jungle Land, 6.2. That's sad.
I'm pretty sure you just read off the Paldex entry for Depresso.
Ugh. What else? Oh fuck, dude. His only upcoming credit is Rebel Moon Part 2. Give this man better jobs.
Oh no.
He's so talented.
Wait, hold on. He's in Rebel Moon Part 2?
Yes. Well, on IMDb. Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
So he gets killed?
Spoiler alert. What?
Maybe he's credited for that exact reason.
Well, but also so that maybe he's Darth Vader.
Maybe.
And they bring him back.
That sounds dope, actually. I would watch that.
You know what? I might have to watch Rebel Moon Part 2 to find out. It's kind of what I'm thinking.
Oh, man. That's such a bummer. We went totally down a Charlie Hunnam rabbit hole. But that movie sounds bad.
Like, if you do want to have a good time, play a drinking game where you take a shot or take like a big swig of your mixed drink or whatever it is every time someone says the quiet part out loud. You might make it about 10 minutes.
Oh my God. I can't believe I didn't write this down because you saying play a drinking game while watching Rebel Moon just reminded me. Kelly and I did have some drinks and watched a movie.
Okay.
That movie was not Rebel Moon, but do you know what it was?
I have no way of knowing. Oh no!
We watched Cats.
No! Oh!
Everybody needs to watch Cats.
No!
Like, no, Kyle. You have no fucking idea. It is not. There is not another movie in the same stratosphere of bad as Cats. Like
Gods and Generals.
What?
Gods and Generals.
Not that bad.
Are you kidding me?
It's just really long.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, look. My point is, like, if you think of the worst movies you've ever seen, right? The Room, Catwoman, ironically, Catwoman and Cats in the same conversation. Like, those are the two recent movies in the past 15 years
Birdemic.
that I can think of that Birdemic. That is not the same. That movie that movie cost $100 to make. That isn't an actual movie. That does not count.
I'm talking about pandemic.
Actual that like fucking celebrities are in. Fucking Dame Judi Dench and Surian McKellen are in this fucking catastrophe. Pun intended. It is so far the worst movie I've ever seen. There are no words, Kyle. I beg you to watch Cats.
I still think that Cats trailer cut to the soundtrack from the Us trailer is one of the best pieces of media. I still think that is maybe my favorite cut. Dude. It's real good. And look,
you don't need to watch the entirety of Cats. If you watch like the first 35 minutes, you know what the rest of the movie is. Like, that's enough. The reason I say, like, if you wanted to watch the whole thing, it's just a test on how resilient you are from having a panic attack. Because I felt multiple times like I was about to have a panic attack. I felt I was being sucked into a black hole. Like, that movie is... Look, I'm not a conspiracy theory person.
Okay.
There was a common conspiracy theory about Cats that they made it bad on purpose so that it would get super viral and people would hate watch it. That isn't what happened because studio executives are not creative enough to do that. However, if in 20 years someone fucking Idris Elba, who plays the villain in Cats and actually does a good job, which is hilarious.
Oh, okay.
In 20 years when he writes his autobiography about how some studio executive pitched him on Cats early in his career before he was like an A-lister and like, hey, we're going to put you in a movie that's so bad everyone will want to watch it. And like it comes out that this was a big conspiracy. I will be like, actually, you know what? Yes, that does make sense. Because there is no logic that makes it make sense that they made this movie and then released this movie. It doesn't make sense that they did what they did. So it's a musical, right? It's very operatic. The whole point of the musical of Cats is it's kind of like a grab bag symphony based on fan fiction of a fake universe of cats. The Jellicle cats. That's a type of cat that isn't a real fucking cat because we looked it up when they kept saying, oh, Jellicle cats, Jellicle, yeah, Jellicle cats, Jellicle, yeah, in the opening song. And we're like, what the fuck's a Jellicle cat? Are those like the orange ones? Like, what's a Jellicle cat? And we looked it up and it's based on this like book of poetry that this old fucking woman, like this was before... She wrote Jellicle cats because Twilight hadn't been invented yet. Like, that's the level, that's the quality of shit. It's like some fucking vampire-ass fan fiction about a fake kind of cat, and it's a whole book about this character meeting different Jellicle cats, and that's it. The story of Cats is every year there's a ceremony where the head Jellicle cat, played by an incredibly sleepy Dame Judi Dench, she picks a Jellicle cat that gets to rise to the heavens and be reborn into a different life. That's the story. But the actual plot is this ingenue Jellicle cat, or she's not a Jellicle cat. She gets dumped. She's a normal cat that gets discovered by all these Jellicle cats and goes on a grand adventure where the whole fucking time, all she does is she meets a new Jellicle cat and then that cat sings. And then she meets another one, and that cat sings. And this happens 6 or 7 times, and then the movie ends. And that's fucking it. There's no plot to this fucking movie. It's just like a menagerie of introduction songs the whole time. It's nonsense. I can't believe they did this. Well, like, they didn't have to. No one asked them to make the musical Cats into a movie, and yet they did it. And the dumbest thing they did is that the musical is famous for the incredible dancing, right? It's very ballet. It's very, that's the style of it. So what they did is they green screened and motion captured all these dancers and then recreated them dancing in CG. So what you're watching are CG models dancing. So what's the fucking point? dancing is impressive because you're watching a human being do it. Watching a computer imitate dance isn't impressive. So watching these people do like backflips and, splits and shit, I'm like, who cares? It's not real. And then they superimpose like a 2D model of your face on this cat, and they move like they're trying to move like they're cats, but they don't. They just like shake their shoulders, and that's not what cats do. I can't, man. I blocked it. I blocked it from my memory.
Does
Dame triggered it by talking about
sleepy Dame Judi Dench do the splits?
She does not. She sits there. Literally, she sits there and watches other ones perform. And there's a scene where Sir Ian McKellen, in a legitimately great performance, he has his own song, and it's basically like just him. He's an old actor. His Jellicle cat used to be an actor. And so he's like reminiscing about this old acting thing that he used to do when he was like a famous actor. And it's like actually extremely good because it's Ian McKellen. But the whole time, every 5 seconds, they're cutting to Judi Dench just like laying in a basket, and you're just staring at her motionless face as she watches Ian McKellen reminisce about this thing. It is
what?
It's beyond, man. It's the worst movie I've ever seen, and I recommend it to everyone.
Have you seen? I cannot believe I've not talked to you about this yet. Have you seen Annette?
No.
With Adam Driver.
It's like a net?
The like
or
A-N-N-E-T-T-E. Yeah. You have not seen Annette?
No.
Okay. You and Kelly, your homework in between now and the next podcast is to watch Annette.
Marion Cotillard is in this movie too?
Uh-huh.
Why? I mean, I was about to say, why have I not heard of this movie? And I'm assuming it's because it's really bad.
Your homework is to watch Annette in between now and the next podcast, and we'll talk about it.
I don't want to do this now. Where can I watch Annette? Where is this available?
I think it was on Amazon.
But like you have to pay for it?
Annette streaming.
Because that's why we watched Cats. We got Netflix again because there's a bunch of stuff that Kelly's been wanting to watch on Netflix. And so we were drinking. She didn't want to watch Top Chef. And I said, fuck you. Then we're watching Cats.
Annette is included with your Prime subscription. Do you have an Amazon Prime subscription?
You know we do.
Okay. So you can watch it on Prime Video. Free of charge. So
well, not technically. I'm paying $100.
Well, yeah, there's an asterisk. Annette. There's an asterisk on that, free of charge. But you know what I mean. It's the Game Pass of movies. To put it in terms that you might understand. I look forward to speaking with you about Annette on the next podcast.
Fantastic! I can't wait.
If any of the listeners who have seen Annette, they will be tuning in next month to hear us talk about it. That's for sure.
Oh boy. I'm dreading this.
You will know what kind of movie it is in 5 seconds. It does not hide what it is doing in any way. It's also long. It's so long. It feels so long.
Oh,
we'll talk about it on the next podcast.
I shouldn't have brought up Cats.
You fucked up. You fucked up.
Else. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, man.
I was not intending to talk about Cats on this podcast, but I couldn't resist.
Podcasts.
No, so, again, speaking to, like, football season's almost over, and so I'm like, hey, I'm going to have more free time to do other things. I'm not just going to play video games all the time now. So one of the things that Kelly and I signed up to do is we want to watch more movies this year. So we both created Letterboxd accounts, made these big lists of movies we haven't seen. Cats was not amongst them. That was not part of the conversation. But we're going to be watching a lot more movies this year. Not things to like talk about here. We tried to trim out a lot of that stuff. Like we watched Killers of the Under the Flower Moon.
Oh, I need to watch that
the other night. You don't.
Oh, really?
We can talk about that offline.
All right.
Yeah. It's not a good movie for a bunch of reasons.
Okay.
That's my hot take. Write me an email if you have seen it and loved it, and I'll bring my wife on the podcast to tell you why it's a bad movie because she just read the book and she was very angry at that movie.
Oh no! Okay.
For justified reasons. But anyway, yeah, we're going to watch a lot more movies, and I wasn't intending that journey to start with Cats and to be followed by this other fucking movie, Annette, but here we are.
Holy shit. If these are, like, back-to-back Cats and Annette, I think that begins the heat death of the universe.
No human can withstand Cats and Annette back-to-back.
No. When they talk about greenhouse gases... Mm-hmm. That is the byproduct of having watched Cats and Annette in sequence.
Fantastic. Okay, we need to move on. Would you like to play a game?
Would you like to play a game? Would you like to play a game about video games?
Hey,
let's play some. Yes.
I was gonna do it. Can I do it?
I don't know what you were going to do.
Intro the game.
Do it.
All right. Gather around, ladies and germs. You know about video games. You play them on your cathode ray tube television sets with your AV cords. Well, this is a video game you listen to through your ears on a podcast.
Mm-hmm.
It's called We'd Probably Forget That Game. Woo! Yay!
What an intro. Love it.
This is a game that we play on the podcast one other time, and now it's the second time, where Shea and I, as he mentioned at the beginning of the podcast, we read the copy on the back of a game box. It's old school. You know, games, they used to come in, like, boxes, and now you just download them from, I don't know, like the dark web or something. But they
back
used to
in my day, you had to take an hour. You had to take an hour and a half to get the plastic off the game box before you could play it. And now you just take the hour and a half to download the game.
Back in my day, we used to open up a game case and huff the CD. Man, I miss that smell.
We used to read before we played a video game.
We read the copy on the back of the box for the other person, leaving out any proper nouns or any terminology that would give away the title of the game too easily, and that other person has to guess what the game is. If they guess it correctly, they get one hint. If they guess incorrectly again, they lose their point. Whoever has the most points at the end of the game is the winner. That's a pretty big deal.
Yes, and I believe last time you beat me. You definitely beat me. I believe you beat me by a point or two.
Yeah, it wasn't by much.
We did like 3 points last time because the last game that I was guessing, I correctly guessed Medal of Honor, but I incorrectly guessed which Medal of Honor.
Yeah,
game.
it
So
was
that really
Rising
screwed me at
Sun.
the
You
end.
went Frontline and something else, I think.
European Assault,
Yeah,
I
that
think.
was
Yeah,
it.
I forgot that Rising Sun existed.
Which is why I picked that particular one.
Great. So awesome. The point of this game is not to torture the other person and make them look stupid. It's to have fun with games that are reasonable to guess. Although I did guess the fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles
That
fighting
shocked
game.
me. I could not believe, like, you had it like immediately.
Tournament
too.
fighters.
Yeah, you had it immediately.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
That was fun. Yeah, I've got a handful of really good ones. Who should go first? Do you want to guess or do you want to read?
I won last time, so I'll pick who goes first.
Why I'm giving.
How about
that's
that?
why I'm giving. I already gave you the option. I said, do you want to guess or do you want to read? I already gave you the option to pick.
Yep, but now I'm just making sure the listeners understand who won last time. And that was me. I won last time. I would like to guess first.
Okay, great. I have 5 games here. I'm not going to read them like in difficulty order, but I am going to start with one that is probably the easiest. And again, my goal here is not to make you look stupid. It's just to have fun and have you guess video games.
Listeners, I believe Shea has grossly misunderstood the point of this game.
Okay. All right. So this, let's read this first. I'm going to take my time to make sure I don't accidentally read something I shouldn't read.
Right.
Okay. Play your favorite sports without leaving your living room. Play as your blank in 5 different sports that include list of sports. Fine tune
Wii Sports.
Your blank. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let new format, let's finish the whole thing and then guess, so that the audience can also play along in the event that they didn't guess it after 5 seconds.
Finish the copy.
This was an easy one. Fine-tune your blank abilities with modes like training and fitness, while you earn medals hitting blanks, sticking the blanks, and even picking up the dreaded blank. Compete with up to 3 other players as you battle it out to be the best. Yes, it is Wii Sports. Congratulations, you get 2 points.
I get 2 points? Oh yeah, because I didn't miss any. Nice. I remember how this works.
First guess. Yes.
All right.
So, hey, you remember, see how fun and easy that one was?
Well, good luck on yours.
Keep that in mind. Okay.
All right, here's one. I hope the listeners are ready.
Okay.
Help blank, the crusading blank, rescue his peace-loving blank islander friends from the grasp of the evil magician blank blank. 6 different 3D worlds to explore, including volcanoes, forests, ice glaciers, and underwater caves, each with its own unique elements, terrifying monsters, and mind-boggling obstacles. That's the end of the copy. Would you like me to read it again?
Yes.
Help blank, the crusading blank, rescue his peace-loving blank islander friends from the grasp of the evil magician blank blank. 6 different 3D worlds to explore, including volcanoes, forests, ice glaciers, and underwater caves, each with its own unique elements, terrifying monsters, and mind-boggling obstacles.
Oh, man. I had 2 things come to mind, but neither of them are correct, and so I feel very stumped. The first thing that came to mind was Mario Sunshine, but then when you talked about the different worlds, I don't remember going to different worlds in that game. And then I was like, oh, is it Zelda with the different world? But no, that doesn't match either. And also, like, you're rescuing these islanders. The islanders that's what made me think Sunshine. But now I'm tripped up because I can't think of another game where I'm rescuing islanders that has different worlds. I have no idea. Can you read it one more time?
Yes. There are also 3 extra little things like captions for pictures on the back. I'll read those this time as well.
Okay.
Help blank, the crusading blank, rescue his peace-loving blank islander friends from the grasp of the evil magician blank blank. 6 different 3D worlds to explore, including volcanoes, forests, ice glaciers, and underwater caves, each with its own unique elements, terrifying monsters, and mind-boggling obstacles. Here's the first caption. Stunningly rendered real-time 3D graphics and seamless animation. Second caption.
That tells me nothing.
Second caption. Hours and hours of gameplay with over 40 levels, 50 different enemies, and 9 stage bosses. Third caption. Free roaming 3D gameplay lets you go anywhere as you run, jump, climb, stomp, and even swim.
Stomp.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get off of Mario Sunshine.
So what system do you think this is for? They're talking about a lot of 3D worlds to explore, 3D graphics, counting the number of levels.
Well, it could be fucking anything in the past 30 years is the problem with it being 3D. Because, like, it could be GameCube. It could be that far back. It does make me think of Nintendo. Or, like, maybe PlayStation 2. Like, it comes across as, like, a very family-friendly type of game.
I would agree with that.
My assumption is it's got to be some kind of franchise. But it doesn't talk about returning to, so maybe not.
You're right, it doesn't.
Peace-loving Islanders. It could be the first game in a franchise.
It could. And also the grasp of the evil magician.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything for me. I have no idea what that is.
Okay.
And I heard you say blank blank. He's got two names, or he or she has got two names. I have no idea. Like it feels very generic to me. Like you're fighting a wizard. It's a 3D platforming game. It's got a bunch of enemies and themed worlds. Like that's fucking everything.
I will,
because like I was like I'm thinking of all the like early era aughts 3D games, like big open games like the Spyros, but like not that, like Islanders. I can't think of what Islanders is.
I'll give you a free hint. The first like 5 words here are really crucial. Help blank the crusading blank. Knowing that a lot of companies like AdCopy like to use alliteration. So help blank the crusading blank.
Crusading with a K, like a K sound. Like a crusading cat. But it's 3D. Because I was like, Bubsy? But it's 3D.
No, that would have had what could possibly go wrong somewhere in there.
I feel so stupid already, man.
The problem is if
I
I give you this other word, you're going to get it immediately. And that's
yeah.
I think you will. And that's after your first guess, I will give you what the crusading blank is. And I think that'll pretty much tell it to you. That'll be your hint after your first guess.
Islanders, different worlds.
Magician.
Yeah, I can't think of games.
Stomp and
I
swim.
Can't think of something that has all that. Stomp and swim.
Run, jump, climb, stomp, and even swim.
I have no fucking idea. Just give me the hint.
Okay. Help blank the crusading crocodile. Rescue his peace-loving blank islander friends.
I know the game, but I don't remember what it's called.
Oh, no.
Because it's not...
Well, because there's the name of the game, and then there's like a little bit of a subtitle to it. You don't have to give me the subtitle, as long as you can tell me the name of the character. Help blank the crusading crocodile.
I don't remember. Like what I want to say is was it just called Croc? That doesn't sound right.
So it is Croc. There is a subtitle to it, but it is the first Croc, Legend of the Gobos.
Oh, there's no way I would have gotten
his peace-loving
Gobos.
His peace-loving Gobbo Islander friends from the grasp of the evil magician Baron Dante.
Yeah, dude, there's no way I would... Like, the Gobbo... If you told me Gobos, I would have no fucking idea what that's from.
Yeah, I didn't think Gobos were going to be... It was the Crusading Crocodile I figured would be the thing that would have you get it immediately.
That... Okay, that makes me feel better because I have no memory of this game.
Really?
Like, I know the game. Now that I know it, I remember it, but I never would have gotten there.
Wow, okay.
Without knowing Croc.
All right, tough one.
Like, this was a bad video game.
What?
like,
I loved Croc.
We were stupid kids.
Croc. It was basically just Spyro. It was just one of those like loose feeling character platformers with a lot of charm on the PS1.
You know what? You're right. I'm thinking of the original Croc, which was not a 3D game.
Oh, you're right. There was like an older 2D
in
Croc in the 90s. Yeah.
When did Legend of the Gobos come out?
That's a good question. Does it say on the back here?
Wait, this is 1997?
97? That sounds right. I feel like I would have played it pretty much when it came out, so it would have been 5.
Damn.
Yeah, 97 on the box. Well,
oh,
case.
Yeah, Croc 2 came out in 99. Yeah, dude. I mean, I remember the game now, but I would not have remembered that game.
Damn. All right. Stumper to start it off.
Oh, great. Love it. Mine are too fucking easy for you, man.
I told you, like, this is the point.
I don't like not getting it right though.
Yeah, I know you don't.
I'm gonna have to find some. I'm gonna change it.
Yeah,
'Cause
try
I pulled
and stump
some other
me.
ones.
Try and stump me.
All right, let me. Okay, here we go. Oh, that one's too fucking easy. But sometimes the easy ones are fun.
That's okay. Like, I have some easy ones here for you as well. I like to.
All right,
I like to mix it up a little bit.
Let me do this one. This one's easy as well.
Okay.
Double the fun. Take all the crazy action of the celebrated blank series and multiply it by 2. In game name, each blank holds 2 blanks that can switch places at any time. So choose from a huge cast of favorites and pair them up in any way you see fit.
I got it.
Yes, I'm not surprised. Foes or friends. In co-op mode, one player blanks and the other punches, kicks, steals items, and helps out with turbo boosts. All new modes. Blank your pals or duke it out in one of 3 hectic multiplayer battle modes. And then lists the modes. Items galore. Each character can get a unique special item, like a giant blank, as well as classic items, like blanks. Get connected. Link up system, blank system, using broadband adapters sold separately for wild, land, blanks, and battles. Like fucking land shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know what this is.
Mario Kart Double Dash.
Hell yeah, a classic.
Yeah.
Classic video game. Hey Kyle, give me an easier one. Also, fuck you. I'm gonna give myself half a point. I got Croc.
Okay.
Why not? I got half of it.
No, that's fine. You're right.
You gave me a hint, so the max I could have gotten was 1 point, and I got the main name of the game. That's a half point.
I did give you a lot of hints, but it's fine. All right. I have your next one.
Okay, here, let me give you another one because you're so fucking smart. This video game has you playing as blank. You get to blank, blank, and blank. What game is it? You're so fucking smart. Tell me what game.
All right, your next one. Are you ready?
Uh-huh.
All right. Oh shoot, no, I just realized. Okay, I can't give you this one. I thought I had the disc. I thought I had the original Destiny disc. This is the Taken King. So it's like text specific to the Taken King expansion. Never mind.
You still could have done it.
No, that would have been shitty though. Because like having you try and guess an expansion would have sucked. All right, here's another one. Leading an adventure for the first time, blank blank must confront her past and manage a tense partnership with blank blank as they race against a ruthless warmonger to secure the golden tusk of Ganesh. Venture deep into India's western Ghats and blank as they discover the lost cities of the Hoysala Empire to recover the ancient artifact.
Uncharted Lost Legacy.
That is correct.
Yeah, even just in the beginning, the 2 names team up with 2 names.
Right, yeah.
I immediately went to Lost Legacy, and when you said the tusk, I was like,
the
okay.
golden tusk of Ganesh. Yeah.
Yeah.
I considered blanking golden tusk. So it would have been the secure the blank of Ganesh. But that probably you still would have even gotten it.
I still would have gotten there, yeah. But there you go. See, doesn't it feel good to give me one that I can actually figure out?
It feels like pity, and pity feels bad.
All right, here we go. All right. Your number 3.
Okay.
Okay. This one I'm curious, because I feel like you might get it easily, or you might have no idea. So let's see.
Okay.
Blank is the newest game in town. All the kids are wild to play it. It's a machine that surrounds you with flame-belching, body-snatching monsters. Step inside, and it's just you against the madness. It's fast, dangerous, and almost impossible to beat. One other thing. It's a kid eater. Until blank takes charge, he bursts open blocks, finds blanks, and blam! He transforms into a brick-smashing blank. Crunch! He's a buzzing blank. hacking blank, or jet-powered blank. By bashing blocks, he builds up superpowers for the monster mash ahead. List of enemy types. Blank blank wipes him out with hair-raising leaps. He scrambles up walls, skates across ceilings, and squeezes through escape holes. With more than 1,850 screens, 103 levels, and loads of secret paths, there's always a way out. And they all lead to the lair of the blank bad guy name. The end.
I have no idea what this is.
There's a couple sentences in there that I think might help you narrow it down.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to do that part of it. So when you hear like 1,800 screens, 103 levels,
right,
what era of game does that make you think of?
Like NES.
And just like and the like how it starts at the beginning with like, oh, all the kids are playing this game,
right,
but it eats kids. Like, what era does that make you think
well,
of?
that kind of attitude makes me think like Genesis.
Okay.
But I mean, it could be Genesis or like Super Nintendo. I doubt it's maybe it could be PS1. But there weren't a ton of 2D PS1 games. They were really pushing the 3D. I would say probably Genesis or Super Nintendo. Man, that monster, the Kid Eater. See, here's the thing. I don't remember I don't remember the story of Kid Chameleon.
Okay.
But more than 1,800 screens. I remember that game being really long. All the different characters you can play as with the different powers and stuff. All the different suits you could put on as Kid Chameleon. Read it one more time, please.
It's long. I will.
You don't have to read it slowly. You can speed it up.
Okay. Blank is the newest game in town. All the kids are wild to play it. It's a machine that surrounds you with flame-belching, body-snatching monsters. Step inside, and it's just you against the madness. It's fast, dangerous, and almost impossible to beat. One other thing, it's a kid eater. Until blank blank takes charge, he bursts open blocks, finds blanks, and blam! He transforms into a brick-smashing blank. Crunch! He's a buzzing blank, hacking blank, or jet-powered blank. By bashing blocks, he builds up superpowers for the monster mash ahead. List of enemy types. Blank blank wipes him out with hair-raising leaps. He scrambles up walls, skates across ceilings, and squeezes through escape holes. With more than 1,850 screens, 103 levels, and loads of secret paths, there's always a way out. And they all lead to the lair of the blank.
Parts of that sound a lot like Kid Chameleon, like the brick smashing stuff. That's going to be my first guess, is Kid Chameleon.
That is correct.
Oh, fuck yeah. I don't remember, because
nice.
I never beat it, so I don't remember, like,
right,
all those paths leading to whatever, the secret stuff. I never really encountered any of that stuff, but everything else was leading me towards that.
Yeah,
okay.
Nice.
That was a good one.
The hint I was going to give you one word from it, which is he bursts open blocks, finds helmets, and blam, transforms into it without have given it away.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I would have gotten it 100% there. Yeah.
Nice. Well done.
Whew, that was a good one. That was a really good one. Good pick. Especially for me, because I love that game. It's just...
Well, like, and it was fun to, like, reading through just how transportative... Transportative? Is that a word? I like the immersion that description gave.
Right.
Like, that kind of shit just... They don't write stuff like that anymore.
No, for sure.
And that's a bummer.
Yeah. Well, because, like, that's the game. Is that the lore of the game? Like, the kid gets sucked into the game kind of thing? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Which is also a very Genesis era 90s thing.
Yeah, the other thing I thought might be a big hint was, like, he skates across ceilings. Because that was one of, like, the big things is he's on a skateboard.
Right. Yes. Yeah. When he's not powered up.
Yep.
I remember the tank mission. You become a tank.
Oh, man. That game.
That game's insane, dude.
That game's insane. That game was very, very difficult, at least for, 10-year-old me.
Yeah. All right, here's one that you're gonna know what it is, but I don't think you're gonna remember the name, and it's gonna drive you crazy.
Love that.
Yep.
Sounds fun.
All right. There's not a lot here, so, but I think there's enough.
Also love that. Yeah. Less information the better when you're trying to guess something, I
think there's enough here. From the makers of blank and blank of the blank. Facing unknown dangers in a strange and mystical land, a young boy and his blank companion must rely on each other to survive in this harrowing story of friendship and trust.
Oh my god. There are too many blanks for such a short description. Will you read that again?
From the makers of blank and blank of the blank. Facing unknown dangers in a strange and mystical land, a young boy and his blank companion must rely on each other to survive in this harrowing story of friendship and trust.
So obviously the beginning is a game title. So
yeah,
the first one was one word.
There are two game titles from the makers of one word game title and blank of the blank.
Like now I'm just trying to figure out what those games are to know what the studio
Well,
is.
I feel like the rest of the copy will tell you what those other two games are. And then you should know what this game is. Facing unknown dangers in a strange and mystical land, a young boy and his blank companion must rely on each other to survive in this harrowing story of friendship and trust.
Young boy and his companion. His blank companion?
Yeah, they're two descriptive words that I think give it away.
Okay. A young boy. What games do you play as a young boy? Because, again, with Kid Chameleon, right? The copy gives away or helps lead you to, the era of game.
Mm-hmm.
This does not do that. I have no idea. This game could have come out this year. Young boy. What games do you play as a young boy?
It is, in the pantheon of video games, it is a newer game. A more modern game.
Young boy and his blank companion.
Facing unknown dangers in a strange and mystical land. So it's a studio that has made two other games that you know or assume are of note.
Right. That's what I was saying. If I could figure out what those games are, but the one word title, I'm not gonna be able to guess. But blank of the blank.
I'll say the reason I thought you could get it on this amount of copy, including the blanks, is because they just kind of make this game each time.
Ugh. I know that should help, but it doesn't. Blank of the blank. What games? I'm just trying to think of what games. Blank of the blank.
A free hint: the cover art for this game is double-sided.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now you need to remember the name.
Yeah, that is correct.
I told you. I knew it.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Okay, so I know the two other games.
Okay.
So what would have been their newest one? Yes. Okay. I know the game, but I cannot think of what it is called.
So what for the listeners, what are the
because I can think of
what are the first two games from the makers of blank and blank of the blank?
I almost don't want to say because if someone at home is trying to guess, I don't want to say what those are because then that might figure it out for them. Because I can think of the name. I can think of the name of the companion, but not the name of the fucking game. I did not play this game.
Oh, you didn't. Okay.
No.
I did not beat this game, but I obviously I own it. I'm holding it in my hands.
Oh, man.
I don't even remember the name of the companion.
Trico.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Trico.
So for those following along and trying to guess, this is the other two games are Eco and Shadow of the Colossus.
That's correct.
So I'm trying to think of the game where you play as the little boy with the giant like dog bird called Trico.
The other blanked words are young boy and his gigantic feathered companion.
Yeah. That definitely would have helped me get there. Fuck, dude. I cannot think of what this game was called. I have no idea.
It's 3 words.
Oh, man. I keep, I'm thinking of the words. It's not.
This happens to me with this game every time, which is why I knew it would happen to you too. I remember this game exists, and then I'm like, the name of this game just does not exist in my brain.
That's crazy.
Isn't it?
Yes, because this game, this is a game that was in development for a fucking decade.
Yeah.
Why can I not think of the name of this game? It's become it's a thing now. Where now I feel like I'm never gonna get there. Because I have a complex about it.
It starts with the. And it's 3 words.
The Walking Dead. No, The Long Dark. There's so many the games.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, dude. The Banner Saga.
If you want, I can give you the second word in the name, and you'll have to come up with a third on your own, but that will take a point away.
I feel like even if you give me a word, it might not get me there. Fuck, dude. Because I know Trico isn't in the name of the game, which is obvious because you didn't remember it anyway. Fuck, dude. I gotta get there. Stay with me.
Okay.
I gotta get there.
I'm staying. I'm trapped with you on this Discord
call. Did I say this? I was thinking the word journey, but I don't think that's it. Yeah, because it's not the something journey. It's a descriptor.
Correct. What is Trico?
Right.
The problem
exactly.
is you haven't played, so you don't know what role Trico fills.
Right, but yes, that's exactly where my mind was going. Is it's describing the character, because I know there are multiple of them in the game, right? It's not Trico's not the only one.
Yeah.
Oh. The Last Guardian.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
That is correct.
Fuck. I thought I was trying to go through and the word last came into my head. And I was like, yes, Last Guardian, that's the one.
Yes.
But yeah, you're right. Listeners, thanks for suffering through that. Because having not played the game, there's no connection in my mind between the Trico and the Last Guardian. Those don't mean anything to each other. Ugh. I feel like I need a nap.
Well, I'm glad you got it.
Oh boy. That was that was not worth it. I don't even feel accomplished.
Oh man. I included that one because I wanted to confirm that the phenomenon of remembering the game and not being able to in any way, shape, or form remember the name of it is alive and well. It clearly
100%. Absolutely. Okay. Number 4 for you. Okay, I'm going to save this other one for last. So this one is also very short. This is one that's it is very broad, but I think might end up actually being easy.
Okay.
All right. The ultimate battle for blank blank is upon us. Team up with blank legends in the battle against darkness. Face your fears. New worlds await character names. The battle of light and darkness continues. Master new abilities and techniques as you face your greatest challenges yet.
One more time.
The ultimate battle for blank blanks is upon us. Team up with blank legends in the battle against darkness. Face your fears. New worlds await, and I'll say blank, blank, and blank. The battle of light and darkness continues. Master new abilities and techniques as you face your greatest challenges yet.
Greatest challenges yet. New things away. So it's not. So it's a sequel.
Solid deduction.
The Blank Legends. 3 character names. Huh.
And I'll give you a free hint. So first sentence, the ultimate battle for blank blanks is upon us. And that's the game name. 2 words.
Okay. The ultimate battle.
Well, I should say it is not necessarily the literal name of the game, but it includes the name of the game. The ultimate battle for blank blanks is upon us. And I can't give you the other blank or like the character names because that will give it away far too easily.
3 characters. Ultimate battle.
Team up.
Probably a
with
sequel.
Blank legends.
Team up. Is this that Ratchet and Clank game All for One?
It is not.
Fuck. Okay.
Okay, so what?
I guess that would have been 4 character names, not 3.
That's true. That's true. What hint can I give you? This was a PS4, Xbox One game.
Three characters, PS4, Xbox One. Some sort of a sequel.
And I'll give you another hint. We both played this game. One of us beat it.
What? What? Read it one last time, please.
Yes. The ultimate battle for blank blanks is upon us. Team up with blank legends in the battle against darkness. Face your fears. New worlds await blank, blank, and blank. The battle of light and darkness continues. Master new abilities and techniques as you face your greatest challenges yet.
PS4, Xbox One.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not War in the North.
We both played it. Only one of us beat it. Think about the words. Like the words that I didn't blank out.
Right.
That are descriptive are very important.
Darkness, Legends.
I'm so much more helpful than you. It's crazy.
Oh my god.
Like, I want you to get it. I want you to guess it. You're over there trying to torture me.
I was very helpful with Last Guardian. I gave you a lot.
You did.
What the? Oh. Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yes.
How dare you? How dare you pick a game that I actively try to forget exists?
That's exactly why I did
Battle for Kingdom Hearts, The Darkness, Disney Legends, Sora, Donald, Goofy.
Yeah, that's why
Damn
the
you.
Battle of Light and Darkness was so important.
Yeah.
And the ultimate battle for Kingdom Hearts, it's like a combo of name of the game and also the thing.
Right.
Like it is a battle of Kingdom Hearts.
Yes. Okay. Ugh.
That fucking game.
That fucking piece of shit. Okay.
All right, let's keep it moving.
All right. This last one, this is like... So.
Is this my last one? No, this is number 4.
Oh, yeah, this is your 4th one. Okay. So, interestingly enough, this is the video game that I thought of first when I thought of this podcast game.
Okay.
I really don't know if you'll get it. If you do, It will make me so happy.
Okay.
And I already know what the clue is going to be because it's an incredible clue. All right.
That makes me feel like this is like a lesser known game. Like it's not going to be like a really obvious game. Not even just the copy, but like if the goal is to try to make me remember a game, then it's got to be a game that I probably have forgotten.
Probably.
Trying to get clues wherever I can.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here we go. An interactive cartoon. Enter an original animated adventure with the world's first video game hero. But the star of your cartoon has a mind of his own, and it's going to take all your skills and patience to carefully guide blank blank through his hilarious, action-packed cartoon adventure.
Okay. I don't know the whole name of this game, but I'm getting it.
Okay. With a revolutionary new character guidance interface, trademark, CGI trademark. Game name is a game unlike anything you've ever experienced before. So step into blank blank's new exciting interactive cartoon world. It's a whole new way to play.
Great. This is a Pac-Man game.
Yes.
Will you read it again? I know it's a Pac-Man game, and I know the game. I know which game this is.
You're
but
trying
again,
to think
I have
of
no
the name
fucking
of the game.
idea what the subtitle is.
An interactive cartoon. Enter an original animated adventure with the world's first video game hero. But the star of your cartoon has a mind of his own, and it's going to take all your skills and patience to carefully guide Pac-Man through his hilarious, action-packed cartoon adventure. With a revolutionary new character guidance interface trademark, blank game name is a game unlike anything you've ever experienced before. So step into Pac-Man's new exciting interactive cartoon world. It's a whole new way to play. I will say, somewhere in that first sentence is part of the subtitle.
Will you say it again?
Enter an original animated adventure with the world's first video game hero.
Mm-hmm. Did you say, because you said blank game name, but did you say like how many words it is?
It's Pac-Man and a number. And then the subtitle.
Oh. Ugh.
Dude, this game sucks so hard. I remember you. I remember you and I playing this game and getting so mad.
This is the 3D Pac-Man game.
No, it's a Genesis game, a 2D Genesis game.
Oh well, then I don't remember what this is. Because the game I'm thinking of is a 3D Pac-Man game that I thought was called Pac-Man World. So when you said it was Pac-Man Number, that threw me off.
Oh yeah, this is not Pac-Man World. This is the one where you would like throw pellets at him to make him do shit and lead him places. Take Pac-Man on some way out adventures, including an intensive hang glider flight. 1,000 different cartoon quality animations, including a superhero look. 3 games in one. Bonus gameplay. Step into the Pack City arcade and play the original Pac-Man and a mystery Pac game in their entirety.
Okay, you said the first sentence has
Part of the subtitle in
the
it.
name of the game. Will you read, because you said Worlds, which is why I was like, okay, yeah, Pac-Man World.
Oh, sure.
So will you read that again, since I was only listening for the word world?
Enter an original animated adventure with the world's first video game hero.
Is it Pac-Man Adventures? Or I guess it would be like Pac-Man 2 Adventure?
That's very close. It is Pac-Man 2 The New Adventures.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
On
would
the
have
Sega
never
Genesis.
I would have never guessed the name of that game.
This is... Do you remember Drew Scanlon's Pac-Man impression from Giant Bomb? Where he would go like, whoa, or whatever. Like,
Okay.
That's from this game. Like,
I
when
see.
he would get sad because you're throwing too many pellets at him or he couldn't do a thing you wanted him to do, he would go, whoa. And, like, that's from this game.
Wow.
Yep.
I don't remember this game at all. My memory, and I'm on Wikipedia right now. My memory is of Pac-Man World.
Okay.
That was the 3D platformer game.
Right. Yeah. I remember Pac-Man
Yeah.
World. Yeah.
Yes.
You and I remember a lot of time spent trying to figure out how to get Pac-Man to do anything in this fucking video game.
That makes sense.
'Cause you have like 3 little yellow dots that he would eat, right? Like the Pac-Man dots, and you would like have to use them on things in the environment to get him to go interact with them.
Wow.
Ooh, it was bad. Bad time.
Sounds bad. Okay, your last one here.
All right.
Okay, this is, again, might be easy. I wanted to include because I just fucking love this copy. Okay. No way I can cram all my cool features on the back of this wimpy box. When you're a bankable star like me, they don't skimp on the megs.
Oh, boy.
No siree. 16 megs. 16 Mondo megs
Wow.
of marvelous me pouncing out of this cart. Running, leaping, flying, and falling all over your face. I'm blank. I'm trying to save the earth from blanks. No, blanks aren't what you get from wearing cheap underwear. Blanks are space dweebs in flying saucers out to blank the Earth's supply of blanks. But enough about them. Let's talk about me. 16 megs, over 40 awesome animations, 5 wild worlds, countless blanks. 16 big levels, an average of 300 screens per level. Humongous or what? 7 music tracks, just like going to the show to see a blank movie. Interactive cartoon. Spend Saturdays playing cartoons, not watching them. More sound effects. I plop, I boing, I splat. I need medical attention. Gorgeous graphics. I'm prettier than Mel and Debbie Gibson combined. This is actual copy on the back of the box, just so we're clear. Digitized voice. Next, I'm going to get my own 1-900 number. And that's it.
Oh, wow.
Probably my favorite one that I found so far.
That's incredible. Oh, man. Megs talking himself up. Screens is the thing that threw me off because at first I was thinking Duke Nukem. But then the alien dweebs.
Mm-hmm.
Can you read it? Can you read it again, please?
I would love to. No way I can cram all my cool features on the back of this wimpy box. When you're a bankable star like me, they don't skimp on the megs. No siree, blank. 16 megs, 16 Mondo megs of marvelous me pouncing out of this cart. Running, leaping, flying, and falling all over your face. I'm blank. I'm trying to save the earth from blanks. No, blanks aren't what you get from wearing cheap underwear. Blanks are space dweebs and flying saucers out to blank the Earth's supply of blanks. But enough about them. Let's talk about me. 16 megs, over 40 awesome animations, 5 wild worlds, countless blanks. 16 big levels, an average of 300 screens per level. Humongous or what? 7 music tracks, just like going to the show to see a blank movie.
Oh, I think I have it.
Interactive cartoon. Spend Saturdays playing cartoons, not watching them. More sound effects. I plop, I boing, I splat, I need medical attention. Gorgeous graphics. I'm prettier than Mel and Debbie Gibson combined.
That
Digitized voice. Next, I'm going to get my own 1-900 number. Yeah, the Mel and Debbie Gibson one kind of gives you an era if the Megs and Screens didn't, because, they're not married anymore.
Right. It's funny they talk about the cartoon thing, because I believe this is Bubsy, and if it is, Bubsy had a failed cartoon pilot, which is extra funny. I believe it was the Alien Dweebs. I think it's Bubsy.
What is the subtitle of Bubsy?
Oh shit. That I don't know. It's definitely the first Bubsy. It's not Bubsy 3D for the PSX.
That is correct.
It's definitely the first Bubsy on it was on Genesis, so I think it was also on Super Nintendo.
So I will help you get there with the title, and maybe you won't. It's not an easy one to just pull out of the hat. So think of the space dweebs. That influences the title. There are 2 puns in the subtitle of this game, which is just next level shit.
Probably something about pause. So
if you're thinking space dweebs, Bubsy, 2 puns, I'll also tell you it might be a riff on an existing movie title.
Oh my god, is it a pause encounter or something?
A pause encounter? What would that be?
Like Close Encounter of the Third Kind, a pause encounter of the third kind, something stupid like that.
So if it was a riff on Close Encounters of the Third Kind, how would you add 2 Bubsy oriented puns to that? Like if you're thinking of like a cat, Close Encounters of
a claws encounter kind. Of the third kind.
Nailed it.
Oh my god.
Bubsy. Claws Encounters of the third kind.
Oh my god. Incredible.
Well done.
Wow.
That was a fun one. I could not read that one.
That's insane. Oy. Oh, Gibson.
Yeah, so the Woolies are the names of the enemies.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of things about like yarn balls, which I had to take out. I figured that might help.
Incredible. Is that 1 or 2 points?
I think you got 2 on that.
Okay.
See, unlike you, I don't care about the points, man.
That's all. I got almost a perfect score here. I got 9 out of 10 points.
Yeah, and I gave you a lot of free hints.
You did.
Because I wanted you to get it right.
Yeah, I gave you a lot of free ones a couple times too.
This is my way of like pretending like I don't care that I'm always going to lose at this game. Because I'm just like, oh yeah, I don't even care about that. I'm just helping you out anyway.
Yep.
See, in that way I can't lose. Because like it's like I'm not even actually playing. You know what I mean? Like you can't lose if you're not trying. It's a rule.
Yes, of course.
All right, give me my last one.
All right, your final one.
Yes.
Blank and blank character names are going online, and they're ready to take on the universe. Blast away players through huge galactic battlefields as you discover new worlds to blow up. Jump into armored vehicles with a teammate, or roar through thrilling single-player levels with all new power-packed weapons.
Mm-hmm.
The outrageous intergalactic duo is back.
Mm-hmm.
And, notably, a perfect 10 from PlayStation Magazine.
Ratchet and Clank going commando.
That is incorrect.
Oh, shit. Wasn't that... Because it's got to be Ratchet and Clank. What's the... I thought that was the multiplayer one.
No. Going Commando is not the multiplayer one.
Oh, no. Yeah, go ahead and give me a hint. Because I know the game.
Right.
I'm misremembering the name of it.
The important things here: blast away players through huge galactic battlefields. You discover new worlds to blow up. Jump into armored vehicles with a teammate. Or roar through thrilling single-player levels with all new power-packed weapons. So they're really hitting on blast away, blow up, armored vehicles, power-packed weapons.
Right.
Trying to think of what a clue would be. So it's not Going Commando. It's kind of like the clue is that it's the other one. It's like the clue.
Yeah. And again, I'm just trapped in not remembering.
It's a 3-word subtitle.
This was the first one that was online, right?
Yeah.
That's what that said?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I thought that was Going Commando. So maybe it was the next, like if it's the third game.
Yeah. Because it's Ratchet and Clank Going Commando, this one, and then I think Deadlocked was the fourth one.
Uh-huh. Oh, Up Your Arsenal.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, man. That's a bummer, because I immediately knew what it was, but I just had the name wrong. That sucks. That's a good one. That's the right level that I'm looking for.
Okay. Not Pac-Man 2 New Adventures?
No, not fucking Pac-Man 2 New Adventures,
you sure?
You asshole.
Okay.
All right. Well, what's the final tally here?
Shay, you are at so you got 1 point for the last one, right?
Yes.
So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
A failing grade, by the way. And then I got a 9 out of 10, setting the curve for the class. Thank you very much.
I would argue that some of those 2s should have been 1s in reality, based upon all the clues you got, but whatever, it's fine.
Even so, I would have won.
Mm-hmm. I wasn't really trying, so it's cool. I was just doing it for fun. That's a fun game. We will bring that back at a later date, for sure.
Listeners, let us know how you did. Were you playing along? If not, what's wrong with you? This is fun.
Did anyone get a perfect 20 on that?
Oh yeah.
I don't believe you if you say you did. Because no one got fucking Croc Legend of the Gobos.
Oh, come on.
The first
Croc
guess.
is great.
Mm-hmm.
Stomp.
All right.
The Magician. Islanders. 3D.
Never would have gotten there. Wow. Not a 3D. Oh, it was so obvious.
Right?
A 3D game.
Duh.
All right. Let's hammer through this news. That was a long segment. A fun segment, but a long segment. I was like, oh, man, we're like racing through this episode. This is great. And then we did that game for like an hour. All right. So as I mentioned at the top, Sony held a state of play just this past week in like our recording timeline, at least. And I didn't see a ton of fanfare ahead of the state of play. I saw I was on, trying not to be on Twitter, but I had opened it up in the morning one morning and saw an ad from like the official PlayStation account about a state of play, like check in later today. And I was like, wait, what? Like I didn't hear anything about this.
Yeah,
but
it did kind of come out of nowhere.
There was a lot of stuff in this.
Yeah.
Like a lot of big stuff. I unfortunately would say not a lot of stuff that really spoke to me personally.
Sure.
But a lot of stuff nonetheless. So starting off, the first big game, Stellar Blade, which I believe it was called like Project Eve, because I think Eve is the main character.
Right.
They had originally announced this as Project Eve, so now we know it's called Stellar Blade. The first note I wrote was latex butts and booby jiggles, because those were my takeaways,
dude,
from this fucking video.
Those boobs never stopped moving.
They never stopped moving. Yeah, like just like real boobs do. You know, you gently cock your hips to the side and then they shake forever. It's like one of those, you know, the things you put on a desk, like the with the balls, the metal balls that hang on a string, and you pick one and then it's like what's that called? Like a perpetual motion device. Yeah. That's like the tits in this video game. Well, they're perpetual motion devices.
Tits are the original perpetual motion devices.
Yeah, spoken by a person who has never seen nor touched breasts, like the people that made this video game, apparently. But all of that aside, I guess no, I'm not putting that aside, because fucking gross. Like, I felt gross watching this video game.
Yeah.
Which is a bummer, because it looks pretty fun. Like, it looks like it's like relatively
a DMC
standard one of those.
Kind of game, yeah.
But it's bigger open world. Like, there's more...
Actually, it's more like Nier, is what my friend said, which I think is a good comparison.
Yeah, it's like an RPG light. There's a lot of, like, conversation stuff happening, like, more story, that kind of stuff. It looks extremely competent. The combat looked pretty, like, over the top in a fun way, but a pretty expected fun way. There was nothing in here that really, like, jumped out at me, other than the giant asses wrapped in skin-tight latex.
Uh-huh.
Those jumped out at me, for sure. But yeah, like, I don't know, dude. I'm gonna make a bad pun.
Okay. Is it worse than Claws Encounters of the Furred Kind?
It is.
Oh,
it
boy.
is. The game turned me off despite me being turned on watching it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I told you it was going to be worse.
Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, we are brothers on the podcast. Sharing blood. Brothers.
But that's my biggest thing. Is like, if it didn't have the TNA stuff in it, I would have been like, this looks like a pretty exciting kind of standard one of those.
Yeah.
But the fact that it was gross made me, like, not enjoy... Like, I'm, like, not excited about this.
It goes even more overboard than Bayonetta does, which is saying something.
But also, that's part of the story of Bayonetta. Like, they at least find a way to integrate that into the story and the character. And in this, it's literally just...
it better, though?
I think it definitely does make it better. It doesn't make it, like...
It doesn't make it okay,
good.
But it makes it better.
Yeah, if you don't like that stuff, it doesn't make it okay or good if that stuff is gross to you. But in this, it's literally just... you could have replaced this character with fucking anyone. They just chose to make it like a buxom anime fucking chick.
Yeah.
And that's... that kind of sucks. So I don't know. She has lots of cool costumes. Like all of that put aside, the actual design of all the different shit that she wears, it's all like really cool looking.
Yeah.
It just is all anime porn.
Yeah. Wildly impractical.
Yeah. So, Stellar Blade.
Yeah. More like Stellar Boner.
Yeah.
Know what I'm saying?
Stellar Body. Yeah.
And then they followed it up with Sonic.
You know, just all the buxom anime characters.
Hey, Big's the cat, man. Around. You know what I'm saying? Biggs.
I do know what you're saying.
Okay. There's just some Sonic bullshit. They're making there's shadows in it. Who cares?
Is this a new game? Like
I don't know.
I feel like
I can't tell.
Every showcase I watch from every studio, like I'll watch a fucking like Bethesda showcase and there's a Sonic game announced in it. Like it feels like everything I watch they're announcing a new Sonic game. So I couldn't tell if this was new or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. I could is it DLC? Is it a new game?
Is it a remake?
Like, yeah, who can say?
He keeps on trucking or like running, as it were.
Yeah.
we're getting some Godzilla DLC and Dave the Diver, which is cool.
Which very apropos to our previous discussion of Dave the Diver, the game that just does anything.
That has just all of it. Yeah. It does make sense. Like, it fits. Although, ironically, Godzilla could work in Dredge, too, technically. Yeah. Maybe we'll see that extra crossover. Because there's already, like, the Dave the Diver and Dredge crossover. Maybe there'll be, like, Dave the Diver Godzilla and Dredge Godzilla crossover, where the two Godzillas, it's a new mode where the two Godzillas fight from the two different games.
Dave the Dredger DLC.
Oh, boy. Yeah. And then there was a little gameplay thing for Foam Stars, which you and I are going to play, which I still can't believe you said yes to doing.
I didn't really say yes, but we will be doing it.
Maybe you said okay. Let me look back at the text when I positioned that to you.
I probably said like fuck you, okay?
So I said, bro, you want to play some Foam Stars next month? It's launching on PS Plus.
Okay.
And you said, I super do not, but I will for the pod and to play something with you.
I super do not, but I will.
And then you tried to get me to pivot to Helldivers 2.
Yeah.
But I don't want to pay. Like, I don't want to pay for a game like that I don't think I'm going to play long term. So we're going to play Foam Stars instead. Uh-huh. So, hey, congrats, everybody. You're going to tell you, like, hey, I'm sure Helldivers 2 will be good, but who cares? Instead, you're going to listen to me talk about Skull and Bones, and you're going to listen to us both talk about fucking Foam Stars, and you're going to listen to me talk about Annette, the movie.
Man.
Like, that's why you're coming to this podcast. We're on brand.
It's all bangers out here.
All right. And then there was a trailer for V Rising, which is already out on PC.
Yeah, it's been out on PC for like a year.
A couple of years. Yeah, I know it was really well regarded. Like, people really loved it.
Yeah.
It's open world survival game, lots of combat, but it's launching on PS5 this year. I might check it out just because I know people really dug it when it released. I feel like this came out at the same time as Vampire Survivors. Because I feel like
they
in my
were
mind
around the same time.
I had conflated those two games. For a while, like I couldn't remember which was which.
I just have a hard time caring about vampire stuff. It's so like edgelord a lot of the time. Yes.
I've never liked vampire stuff.
Yeah,
like any of those like monster things, like the vampires, werewolves,
right?
The swamp thing, Bigfoot, like all of those type. What are those called? Like, it's not like eldritch creatures, but it's like our Americanized version of them.
Yeah.
Like I just don't. I'm not into that stuff.
Like I've never cared much for them, and then, fucking Twilight really put the kibosh on any possibility of me giving a shit.
Yeah. Okay, and then we got a pretty extended look at Rise of Ronin.
Yeah.
Which
it doesn't look that good.
It doesn't look that good.
So here's what it looks like. It looks like they made Ghost of Tsushima on that really terrible open world Dynasty Warriors engine, which is actually probably what they did because it is Koei Tecmo. It doesn't look that great.
Like visually, it doesn't look that great,
No.
and also it just doesn't look that interesting. Like you've got, your fucking flying thing, and there's some like climbing shit, and it's got like a whatever, like the Sekiro like whip.
Yeah, the like grappling
swing,
thing.
Grappling hook thing. I mean, it was like, it looked like a combo of old school Assassin's Creed and Ghost of Tsushima. Like those two things merged. Yeah. But the original reveal, I was like, oh, cool. Like it's a Ghost of Tsushima style game. That I'm into that. I fucking love Ghost of Tsushima. But now seeing a little bit more about it is I'm kind of like, about this game now.
When they originally showed like the first trailer for it, it was like a little bit more of like a dramatic trailer. I was like, like kind of like a Ghost of Tsushima, but also Way of the Samurai. Like that sounds awesome. And then in that first trailer, he like grappling hooks off and takes off in like a glider. I'm like, okay, you know what? Not for me. And then seeing more of it here, seeing more gameplay in the combat, it's not really doing anything for me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't think they have, or did they? No, it comes out in February. I was going to say I don't think they have a release date, but they totally do.
Yeah.
It's coming out, because it comes out the same day as Dragon's Dogma 2.
Right.
In March, March 22nd. So that's not far away. So presumably we will see much more still. So there's still a shot that it warms. But this went from a game that I was very excited about to a game that I'm like not really caring that much about.
Yeah,
which
same.
Sucks because this 2024 is already feeling a little light. There's still a lot of the year left for stuff to be announced and released, but this year is feeling pretty light. So to have a game go from I want to play to I'm not interested in, that's like one of 4 games that I was looking forward to playing this year. However, the next game that was showed, Dragon's Dogma 2, the more I see of it, the more I'm into it.
Yeah.
So I played a dozen hours of the first game.
That's about what I played.
I didn't really like it. I liked a lot of the systems. I liked the pawn system where like you bring in party members from other players' games. Like all of that I thought was really cool. The world I thought was interesting, but the sort of Monster Hunter inspired combat wasn't really my vibe. But looking at this, it still seems like it's got some of that like over the top anime style. Anime is bad. I'm like using that pejoratively, which isn't how I intend. But like really arcadey kind of combat.
Right.
I just don't like that as much in a big open world RPG. I want it to feel a little more grounded. However, what I'm seeing of the story and the characters and stuff seems much better than in the first game. So I'm like pretty interested, and knowing that it's not just like a direct sequel, it's kind of like a reimagining of the first game in some ways. That is also appealing because I feel like I haven't missed a bunch of stuff.
Sure.
So I don't know. I'm pretty interested in this game, honestly.
Yeah, I my big takeaway from the first one was just that it felt really imbalanced, and like it felt like my experience was going to fall apart at any point in time. Like I would just come up against a stumbling block and not be able to beat a thing and not understand how to get past it, or like it was my issue with Elden Ring where it's like I'm having a lot of fun, but I feel like I'm going to bump up against a thing that I can't understand and can't figure out, and then I'm just going to be done with it. And that's kind of what was happening with the first Dragon's Dogma for me. So I just hope that they smooth some of those things over in the second one and tune it a little bit better, balance it a little bit better. I do wish there was actual co-op in it, but that's just not the kind of game that they're looking to make. They want to keep using the pawn system, which is fine. But having recently played through all of Elden Ring co-op, I'm like, man, this would be another really cool game to be able to play co-op, but it's clearly not in the cards. But still something that I'm looking forward to, because I have a couple of friends that are really into Dragon's Dogma, and that has pushed me to like try playing the first one like 3 or 4 times now and just falling off each time. So I really hope the second one is enough of my jam that I can stick with it and like talk to them about it finally.
Yeah, I had considered rebooting the first game a number of times for the past 6 months and ended up never doing it. Now it's too close to the second one coming out.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was very similar with everything I know now in anticipation of the second one, like let me give it another shot. Just never ended up doing that. But I imagine it would have been the same experience where I probably would bounce off of it pretty quickly for all the same reasons that you did.
Yeah.
All right.
Then they showed a PSVR 2 game.
Yeah.
Metro Awakening. I knew this was Metro in like the first 5 seconds, man. I knew immediately.
100%.
And I was like...
Which is sick.
Yeah, I was like, that's great. It's a PSVR 2 exclusive, so I will never play it. Because I'm not going to buy a PSVR 2. I have a VR headset. I'm not going to own 2 VR headsets that I never use. Like,
yes.
Fucking fuck off with that. Like, this is the worst thing about the VR industry right now. And, like, I get it. You're trying to hawk your hardware. But, yeah, it's all exclusive bullshit. And it's, like, the VR industry is not mature enough to support exclusivity right now.
Like that's what'll make VR fail.
Yes,
everyone has a different headset with different exclusives. Yeah. So like if you own a VR headset, you only have access to a handful of games because it's only like first party stuff or partner stuff. And also because of that, people like me, which, I wouldn't buy a VR headset anyway, but even if I was interested, I'd be like, which one do I get? Because there are games that I would want to play on all of them.
Right.
So instead, I'm just going to buy none of them because I don't want to buy a system to play 3 games.
Right.
Yeah, it's a bummer. But it does look really cool.
It looks great.
Metro's awesome.
Yeah.
Love that series. It's cool that they're doing more of it. I would prefer them to make another Metro game, like a big boy Metro game.
I'm sure they are.
Hey, for people that have a PSVR 2, huge win.
Yeah. You're feasting with your
yeah.
with this and between
With
this
your
and the
one
Horizon game. Boy, it's really justifying your purchase now, isn't it?
Yeah. Next was Judas.
Oh, this is the big one. This is the big mamma jamma.
Fuck yes. This was like the standout for me. And granted, we still didn't see that much. Really, it was more because the announcement trailer was very abstract and story focused. There was some, at least like mock gameplay, no UI or anything, but it was very clearly saying, yes, it's a BioShock game.
Oh, yeah.
Don't worry. Yes, it's a BioShock game.
Yes,
and
we
I'm
know what
so
you
glad.
expect, and we know what we do well. We're doing all of that.
And the bigger part of it was confirmation that this game isn't just a BioShock game, but it's BioShock in space, dude.
Finally.
The next frontier. This is what we expected from the next BioShock game, so they're just making it, not calling it BioShock. It's amazing. I'm so psyched.
Yeah.
I'm incredibly hyped for this game.
It looks wild.
Yeah. It was the standout for me in the show. There was a bunch of other huge announcements later, but as I mentioned, like, unfortunately, the rest of the show are things that I have zero interest in.
But yeah, Judas looks so good.
Yeah. I want to not see anything about it
Same.
until they're ready to give a release date
Yeah.
and show real gameplay.
Same.
And then that's it. Like 4 months ahead of launch, do a trailer that's 5 minutes with gameplay, put a release date at the end of it, and that's the only thing I ever want to see about Judas.
Right.
Please. Okay. Silent Hill. There are 2 new games. There is Silent Hill: The Short Message, which is a brand new game.
Well,
And then
it's a
there
brand
is-
new PT, like a short, free
It's a shorter
experience that is out now.
Fair. I thought it was like a demo that's out now. The whole game is out now?
Well, yeah, so Silent Hill: The Short Message is like a short PT-like experience that's maybe a little longer than the PT demo was. But it's kind of, I believe it is serving kind of the same purpose, where it's setting people up for an expectation on like the next mainline first person Silent Hill is going to be like.
I see. And is it free?
It is free, yeah, and available for download now.
That's cool.
Yeah, this is one of the things that they teased forever ago when they said we have like 8 Silent Hill things we're doing. This was the Post-it notes one. That they showed like a screenshot of or whatever. So that's out now, which is neat.
Okay. And then they're also doing a Silent Hill 2 remake, which I believe Silent Hill 2 is like the favorite one.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's like the widely regarded as the best of them. I think it's like
That's
2.
the one that the movie was based on.
Yes, yeah. I think like generally, I feel I'm not part of the Silent Hill community because they're all wackos, but I believe in the Silent Hill community, it's like 2, The Room, and 1 are kind of the top 3, but 2 is usually the first, and kind of 1 in The Room, waffle depending on who you are. But
see, and the only one I like is Silent Hill 3, and specifically because my friend Mark Codispoti,
that's The Room.
when we were in high school. Oh, that is The Room.
Yeah.
Okay. Mark Codispoti came over. This was after I got my wisdom teeth out and I was laid up for a couple of days. And he just like came over, brought his PS2, and I got to stay in mom and dad's bedroom because I was a little sick boy. And no, it wasn't my wisdom teeth. It was my tonsils and adenoids. That's why I was out. Wisdom teeth, you wouldn't be in bed rest. I got my tonsils and adenoids removed, and he came over like 2 or 3 days in a row, and just like the entire day we just hung out in mom and dad's room, and he played through the entirety of Silent Hill 3. And that's why I like Silent Hill 3.
Yeah. I remember him playing it in the basement and me being down there and watching and feeling like I wasn't supposed to be allowed to watch it, but being really excited.
That's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible we did go down there at some point.
Yeah.
But anyway, I've never even played the game. I just like it because
Right.
of the memory of hanging out with a friend.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah. So anyway, Silent Hill 2 remake. I thought this looked bad.
I also don't think it looks very good. Like the combat does not look good. I don't think visually it looks very good. Also, this is Bloober Team. I thought their last game was really bad. I'm not a fan of the quality of work that they do, personally.
What is unfortunate and unfair is that, like, this is obviously compared to Resident Evil, right? Like what they've been doing with the Resident Evil games, which is like a ground up remake, and even things like Dead Space and like games that they're getting more than just a visual update. They're being completely overhauled from the ground up. that shouldn't always be the expectation, right? So approaching this as just a remaster where they're just updating visuals, but it's still on the same core engine, still same core mechanics, it would be viewed differently. Like, it wouldn't look so bad. But the fact that Resident Evil and Resident Evil 2 and 4, like the fact that they have come out so recently and all been amazing makes this look like a cheap cash-in kind of thing. Which I don't know is fair, but that's how it feels.
Yeah, it does exist somewhere between the remake and remaster. Kind of spectrum. So it is a little weird in that regard.
Yeah. And then Until Dawn is coming to PS5 and a new PC port. They have updated visuals. They showed some screenshots, some like comparative screenshot stuff, which it does look vastly different in a lot of ways. I don't know that it looks better, actually. Like, the higher fidelity kind of looks worse.
Yeah.
Like, it's more Uncanny Valley a little bit. But that game's fantastic. It, unfortunately, was kind of lightning in a bottle for Supermassive. I haven't really liked any of the other ones that they've done.
Yeah, me neither.
But Until Dawn was very good. It was, like, high up on my top 10 this year, which I still can't believe. But yeah, if you haven't played it, this is a great excuse to. But I wish they would do something else next instead of making more games like these. Because, come on,
I have a theory. I have a theory that the Dark Pictures games aren't as good as Until Dawn because it's not Peter Stormare telling the story.
Could be.
I think that's why. I think that's the only thing.
All right, I'm gonna let you take it from here.
These next two are just bonkers. So Kojima came out, and so it leaked ahead of time a little bit that Death Stranding 2 was going to be called Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, which is hilarious. Kojima came out.
Stranded on the beach. Stranded on the beach.
Oh, man. He came out, they showed this big, long trailer that was complete nonsense. It's a bunch of dumb shit. It's absolutely insane. All of it packed with meaning, but also who fucking cares? Death Stranding 2 is coming out at some point.
In that trailer, like, it was the dumbest thing I've ever seen, just like everything he does is. But the very end, the, like, electric guitar fight
with
voiced by Troy Baker.
Yeah.
That was legitimately really, really cool. That was awesome.
Wait. Really? You think that was cool and awesome?
It was corny as hell, but it felt like it knew it was corny. If you're telling me he's playing it straight, then LMAO cringe. It felt tongue-in-cheek. Was it not?
I don't know. Because I guess I would have to play to find out.
I guess now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know that Kojima is capable of being tongue-in-cheek.
He doesn't really do that.
So maybe let me retract my statement.
Yeah.
Because it was stupid as hell, but I liked it in the moment, at least. And I was, like, kind of mad at myself for liking it. So now I get a get out of jail free card that, no, if he was saying, like, this is cinema, then, like, no, fuck you, that was stupid.
Well, yeah, I think it exists somewhere between the two, where it does. It is
cope.
Yes,
copium.
Well, no, it's not him
Start
going.
That copium.
Oh my god, it's not him going. This is cinema. It's him. He does think it. He probably does think it's cool though, but not in a, like, give me an award for this kind of way. He just thinks it's cool, probably.
Yeah.
Anyways,
the things that weren't cool were the, like, mask, which was 2 rubber gloves holding
what
hands.
The fuck was that?
And even better, so, we talk about, like, the year
that
of the
would be the worst
gauntlet.
mask.
It would be horrible. It makes zero sense, and it also, like, shushed him at one point.
Yeah, and lit a cigarette.
Yep. We talked about last year as being, like, the year of the talking gauntlet, right? Like, with Forspoken and that what was that Sand game? What the fuck was that called? Atlas Fallen.
Yeah.
And just like these talking, even in, like, Lies of P, you have the sort of fast talking character that sits on your belt.
Yeah.
And instead of a gauntlet, Death Stranding 2 has a sentient stop motion puppet that like cracks wise.
Oh yeah.
Because of course it fucking does. Because Kojima doesn't have new ideas. What he does is takes other people's ideas and makes them so stupid and random that they feel like they're new ideas. That is the secret sauce of his like fucking tech bro douchey aura.
I'm interested to find one thing I know about Kojima is he tries to watch as many movies as he possibly can. I think that you and I are going to have a discussion about this puppet after you watch Annette. Because when I saw that, I went, I think Kojima watched Annette.
Oh, no. Oh, that sounds real dumb.
Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Kojima's also going to be making a new legally distinct Metal Gear for Sony.
Right.
After a conclusion of development on Death Stranding 2.
Which, look, I'm glad he's doing this. I'm happy, despite me having zero respect for the man, I'm glad that he gets to do this and is doing this, because despite me not liking him, the way, like, how Konami did him was extremely dirty, and even he did not we don't know what happened behind the scenes.
Right.
It's totally possible that he fucking sucks and is a nightmare to work with, but still, the, like, public defaming they did of him, removing his name from the front cover of the game, like, that shit is, like, beyond evil. So I'm glad he's making this. I won't play it, but I'm glad he's making it.
I'll play it for sure. I'm going to play Death Stranding 2.
Yes, no doubt.
I didn't beat the first one. I'm watching my buddy play through the first one so I can get the story bits, because I got about halfway through the game.
Are there story bits to get?
Yes. Oh, yes. So, all right. So, interestingly enough, a lot of
I disagree.
A lot of the mechanics of why I like puzzling things out in Alan Wake.
Mm-hmm.
It is infinitely more stupid, but a lot of those puzzling out esoteric theming and et cetera, that stuff is very much present and is in the DNA of Death Stranding.
What I would disagree with there is that Alan Wake 2 integrates that into the gameplay.
Yeah, totally. I'm not
Kojima
saying it's
does
one
not.
for one. I'm not saying it's
Kojima's is just you're watching cutscenes.
Right. Which is why
That's so less interesting.
Yeah, I agree. Which is why I'm watching my friend play the game, because it's kind of the same thing. As playing it, I could just watch it and get the same experience. So I'm going to do that so that I'm caught up on it, and I feel like I have a general understanding of the state of the world, quote unquote, going into the second one. And we'll see. We'll see. As far as this new Metal Gear-like game for Sony, it's called Physant. And that...
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, so at the end of the trailer, it pulls out, or at the end of the little interview, the Sony State of Play, it pulls out, and it turns out, they were on the sound stage where Kojima's filming stuff at Paramount for the game, and it pulls out, and under the Paramount thing, it says Physant, which is the name of the game.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah. So, well, yeah.
I thought it was just hey, we're on a film studio. I thought that was the point of that.
No, yeah. The point of it was, where Kojima is making this thing, and that's the name of the game on the billboard.
Gotcha.
Which isn't a very good name, in my opinion.
Okay, yeah. I literally laughed out loud when he was describing the game twice.
Right, yeah.
I laughed out loud.
Saying nothing.
First was when he described it as a tactical espionage game, which I was like, dude, like, you're so, like, obviously I'm sure Sony's lawyers looked at the script, but that seems dangerously close to, like, lawsuit material. Because, like, that isn't a genre. There's only one game series that did tactical espionage.
Look,
and it was the one that you made.
We all know
because he talks about, like,
genres in his brain.
The tactical espionage genre. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? But the second part where I laughed was when he was describing it as like a video game and also a movie and also an experience. And I was like, bro, I've got deja vu because this is like word for word what you were saying about OD at the Microsoft show not that long ago or Game Awards or whatever. Like, oh my God, the dude needs to crawl down out of his own asshole.
No, he's just saying, you guys know the kind of games I make, so it's going to be one of those.
It's like when he talks about his video games, it's like AI trying to write a blog post optimized for SEO. Like, it's just nonsense buzzwords, man.
Yeah.
And then they finished the show by announcing the next state of play, which will be focused on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which is on February 6th. I am excited to see more of this game, but I also like don't feel a need to watch it because I'm going to play it 100% when it comes out.
Yeah.
So I don't even know that I'm going to watch the state of play unless it comes out that they like tease something else. I might even skip it because I don't need anything potentially spoiled for me. I know I'm going to play this game. So
do you think Aerith's going to die in this one?
I do. I don't think that they would change something that drastic.
I bet
it might happen in a different way.
I bet they kill a different character. Because it's like it's a different reality or whatever.
Yeah.
Was what I assume I took away from the ending of the first game, which was not explained very well. I believe it is a different reality.
Tifa.
Yeah, dude, as long as it's not Tifa. Come on. Speaking of TNA, come on.
Hell yeah,
the
dude.
OG TNA.
If I could play as Tifa in Stellar Blade, day one.
Come on, let's get some cross promotion going. Let's go. Oh man.
So that was the Sony State of Play. Surprisingly, pretty big in terms of updates. I guess not a ton of announcements other than the Death Stranding stuff, the Silent Hill stuff, but like big updates on games that had been announced. So yeah, we'll see how many of these. I guess Stellar Blade, Dragon's Dogma, Rise of Ronin, all of those are hitting this year, which is pretty big. But Judas Silent Hill, Death Stranding is definitely not this year. Right. Obviously, Metal Gear is that's like 2029.
Well, no, I think Death Stranding 2 is this year.
Is it?
Beach release date. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's confirmed for next year.
2025. Yeah. But yeah, lots of big stuff at the show. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. I was surprised because usually I come away from those with like one thing, and I came away like there were actually like 3 or 4 things that are interesting there.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. I wrote up this big thing about Ubisoft. So this was going around. If you didn't see any of this, listeners, there was a big thing that was going around about Ubisoft commenting that gamers need to get more comfortable with not owning their games. And obviously, knee-jerk reaction to that sucks, that's negative. It was all part of a contextual, like when they were announcing updates to their streaming platform, they're like Ubisoft Plus, new different types, Ubisoft Plus Premium, which is like just a horrible name for a fucking system thing.
Yeah.
But the bigger part of this is that in context, which is always lost in the hot take culture of the internet, the context was about we as a society, like not that long ago, were used to having our DVD collection, having our CD collection, and we've moved to an entirely digital environment or primarily digital environment for those mediums. But we haven't gotten there yet with games. That will be happening, and I don't think any of us would disagree that will happen. To me, the issue is where the commentary around that is like, it's an inevitability, and there are positives. And my thing is like, sure, but there are also lots of negatives, which they don't address as they're talking about it, because of course they don't address them. So to me, like, the nuance is what's far more interesting, and not like, hey, you need to get comfortable with not owning your games. And it's more about the conversation on the longevity of a game and all of this live service features stuff where when games get shut down, they're fucking gone. So there was a big thing, I didn't add this to the news, but Spec Ops The Line got delisted on Steam. You can no longer buy that game digitally. That sucks.
Yeah.
That game is like extremely a touchstone. The story of that game is like one of the best stories I've ever played in a video game. And now people like can't play it forever, maybe.
Yeah.
That's horrible. And that's what this digital future means. We've already seen that in other mediums too. Like musicians removing their shit from Spotify. I mean, they put it elsewhere, but like the competitive set for music kind of sucks with some exclusivity things.
Right.
We already definitely see that with TV and movies. Things like HBO Max deleting shows, deleting movies before they're ever released. Like, that shit sucks a lot. And that's what happens in an all digital environment. None of what I am saying here is new. You've heard all of this, but I feel like that's the context that I would filter the Ubisoft comments through, not the, like, we're trying to take away game ownership. It's more a commentary about, like, this is an inevitability. They are thinking forwards. And also in the comments, which I actually liked, they were smart in saying that for their streaming service, they know that a lot of people will just want to, like, sign up for a month to play one game, and then they won't renew after that month. And Ubisoft is cool with that. They're cool with people buying some games digitally and some games physically. That's why their bigger games still have physical releases. So in a weird turn of fate, at least the comments from the folks at Ubisoft seem smart to me. Like, it seems like a pretty measured approach to what is an inevitability, unfortunately.
Yeah, So
I know I said we weren't going to talk about that, and then I had a whole bunch of shit to say about it. But I guess it's like the main crux of the internet's version of the story is less interesting to me than if you actually read the fucking comments that this person made and think about them that way.
Yeah, I think I agree that it is an inevitability, but I think the degree to which it is inevitable is still in flux, and the idea of getting comfortable with it is part of the problem, right? Like, we need to, from a conservationist standpoint, from a right-to-own standpoint, like, we need to push back as consumers every step of the way. Otherwise, these corporations will run ramshot over our rights as consumers all fucking day long. And, like, so don't get, like, my point is don't get comfortable. Like, if they tell you to get comfortable, don't. Continue to push back. It will help. It will help steer things in a direction that is more fair. But this stuff is the fact that, like, physical game sales are going away is inevitable. The fact that the idea of ownership is changing is inevitable. But we can somewhat steer the end result of that into a way that is a little more fair for consumers if we don't just get comfortable.
Yes, I 100% agree with all of that. I actually was thinking of just a good analogy for this today, actually. So we've got a Barnes & Noble that's right down the street. I actually worked there fucking decade ago because I'm old as hell. And we like to go there a lot with the kids because, like, they've got stuffed animals and books and toys. And it's just, like, a nice place to go get out of the house and hang out. And, like, my wife has gotten super hardcore into reading a bunch of books, and so she'll pick some stuff up there. And I was looking at the Star Wars section just for fun because, you know, we said I want to read a bunch of movies this year, but because she's been getting into reading a lot more, I want to get back into reading. And to me, the easiest way to get back into reading is to read something I know I would like a Star Wars book. Yeah. And then I can read, like, actually impactful good fiction. So I was just, like, looking through the Star Wars stuff just to see if there was anything. And they have, like, hardcovers of these, whatever. And, like, books are so expensive, dude. And so I was there, like, in the store looking at these hardcovers and, like, oh, it's, you know, $35 for this hardcover, relatively recently released Star Wars book. Just go scroll on Amazon really quick. Oh, it's on sale for $19. Like, that's what sucks about this all digital, and it's a different type of environment, right? Like, it's a digital marketplace, not I'm not buying a digital. I'm not buying a digital version of the book, but it's still a digital marketplace where, you know, Kelly and I were talking about it of, she's like, I would love to patronize Barnes & Noble because I want this store to stay open. I want there to be a brick and mortar store that I can go to and not have Amazon just own everything. It becomes difficult when Amazon's prices are twice as good as what they are in the store. Yeah. The analogy also breaks down a little bit because Barnes & Noble is a giant corporation. It's not like it's a mom and pop bookstore. Yes. I'd be far more likely to pay a premium to support a local business than a fucking Barnes & Noble. Yeah. But the point still stands. It's the idea that, like, the convenience and cost savings of a digital environment are objectively better, but the way that it impacts the long-term customer experience in, like, competitive sets, the, like, innovation or lack thereof, the monopolization of where we buy things and how we buy things, and all of those things reaching our, like, capitalistic end game Amazon running the world, then they can charge whatever the fuck they want, and there's nothing we can do about it. So we lose all of the advantages that brought us to Amazon in the first place. Like, that's the shit that's horrible. If you think about all these streaming services, everyone is jacking up their prices at like astronomically fast rates. Like, you saw Netflix remove the password sharing, and everyone was like, fuck you, you're gonna lose so much money because people are gonna cancel their subscriptions. Yeah, that didn't happen, dude. They saw like record signups in the months after they did that. And now Disney and Hulu have announced that they're also removing password sharing.
Right.
And they're gonna see the same fucking result of new subscribers. Like, these digital platforms that started out as being cheaper, more targeted versions of cable are now way more expensive than cable was back in the day. Like, in order to access the like big 5 or 6 streaming platforms, it's like $90 a month.
Yep.
Like, we're not saving money on this anymore. And you have to have all of them because they all have their own unique, every streaming platform has amazing shows, like the VR conversation, right? Like, every platform has amazing shows that you need to watch and a bunch of garbage. But you can't watch this show if you don't have Apple Plus. There's a new fucking show from the Band of Brothers, folks. It's on World War II on the Air Force. It looks amazing, but it's on Apple Plus. I don't want to pay for Apple Plus.
Apple Plus is like the one that I refuse to do. Like, I refuse to give Apple my money at all. That's why I buy used iPhones when I buy them. So yeah, Apple TV Plus is one thing that I do actually refuse to buy.
Yeah, we did a 7-day free trial to watch Killers of the Flower Moon, and then we were going to cancel. So I'm going to wait until, I don't remember what the show is called, but I'm going to wait till that miniseries is out, and then I'll buy a month of Apple Plus so that I can watch it. Because, like, I'll pay $7 to watch the show. Fine. But, like, that experience fucking sucks.
Right.
In the old days, it would be on an AMC or an HBO even, and then it would come to Netflix 9 months later. That was the original vision of the streaming option, was it was all aggregated under 1 or 2 or 3 competitive streaming services.
Yeah.
Now every network has their own streaming service with exclusivity. It's fucking horrible. And that's what's going to continue happening for games too. Like, there is a future where you won't buy games anymore at all. You will just subscribe to whatever publisher's streaming service, and you will stream, or, you know, you could download, but like, you will only have access to that game while you are paying a monthly subscription to Ubisoft or to fucking Rockstar or Tencent or whatever it might be. Like, that is a potential future, which we should absolutely fight. We should push back on that.
Totally.
Because that sounds horrible.
Yes.
So there you go. There's your soapbox moment, which was not what I planned to cover in that news story that I wanted to skip over, honestly.
Yeah.
And here we are.
But I mean, it's only worth fighting that fight if games are good. Unfortunately, Suicide Squad.
Nice setup. Yeah, it's not really so much a news story as it is like, it's fun. Like, you know, we talked about the day before and just like that launch process and what everything looked like. Suicide Squad, obviously not at the same level, but it's a crazy ride, right? So this game was announced. They showed gameplay. They got really bad feedback from that gameplay demo. They delayed the game about a year because of that reaction. To this, I still don't know what they worked on in that year, if I'm being honest, because it looks the same as it did then.
It kind of looks the same, yeah.
So, about a month and a half ago at this point, a select number of media outlets were invited to do a preview event. So, like the IGNs of the world, like the big boys, were invited to do a preview event on the game. They then were obviously allowed to talk about that preview event, their experiences. The critical response was almost unilaterally highly negative.
Yeah.
I believe the title of the IGN article was, "We played Suicide Squad and we didn't like it." Like, I think it was like that aggressive. And so because like the reason they did such a small group is because they knew the reaction had been bad. They wanted to sort of control the narrative as much as they could. And that didn't work. That backfired because not very many people were talking about Suicide Squad. And so everyone that was saying bad things. So what they decided to do, the marketing department at WB decided to do, was lift an NDA that had been placed on an alpha from back in December. So in that, it was a closed alpha. I don't know if you had to like be invited, but you certainly had to apply to be in it. But anyone could do that. So like Twitch streamers, YouTubers, like there was a bunch of people that have large followings that were part of that alpha, but they couldn't ever talk about the game because they were under NDA. But because of the actual like big boy media coverage was so bad, they panicked and were like, oh God, let's let all these other people talk about it. They might have nicer things to say because they might be a small streamer. Yeah,
they are less games critic literate. They are just your average everyday streamer. Yeah, they are games enthusiasts, not critics.
And that kind of worked. Like, I know my favorite YouTube game reviewer, Skill Up, like he did a video on Suicide Squad where he got to talk about his alpha experience. He, didn't like it, but he did comment on things he did like. Like, he was enjoying the characters and a lot of the writing, and some of that stuff seemed like it had some potential. I think it was like the first 8 hours of the game maybe they had access to. So it wasn't like a huge, well, we'll get to that. But it didn't seem like it was a huge chunk at the time. But generally, like, the response to that from the people that were now talking about the game was much more positive than the critical response was. Still, I would say largely negative, but a lot of people being like, yeah, it's pretty fun. And that is a huge win compared to we played this and didn't like it.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it was a win. However, WB also, in their infinite wisdom, which many publishers do, decided to not give pre-release review copies to any outlet, or at least no one has come forward saying that they did get an early access copy of the game. So typically, depending on the size of the game, an outlet might get a game multiple weeks ahead of launch, especially if it's a large game, so that the reviewers can play it, have a review ready to go the day it releases, or whenever sort of the deal is made on when they can launch that stuff. A lot of times they always have to like, hey, there's a day one patch, blah, blah, blah. But generally you get access as a critic to a game early.
Right.
This did not happen with Suicide Squad. That tends to happen when the publisher knows the game is going to review poorly.
Yes.
So no early reviews came out. And on top of that, IGN in particular didn't get a review code at all. So while the vast majority of games media got their codes, because they always get, free codes from the publisher, like the day the game came out or maybe the day before, whenever it was, IGN didn't get sent a code at all, which IGN is the largest games media publisher on the internet. So kind of weird until you think back to the title of that IGN article I commented about, where it seems very obvious that WB was like punishing them for posting negative things about their game by not sending them a review code, which you want to talk about the reality, like publishers are under no obligation to send codes early or otherwise. Like they can go buy their own copy the day it comes out, whatever. But I guess in this instance, it's like this is WB intentionally withholding information from consumers. So that's bad.
Right.
Like as a consumer, you should want the most information you can have, regardless of whether or not you take the advice of an IGN or enjoy IGN reviews. People love to rag on IGN for justified and unjustified reasons. But the idea that like it's somehow a good thing that WB didn't give them a code is weird, and people are stupid for thinking that. But it's also like that never happens. Like, especially for an IGN. They never get cut out of the loop entirely.
Right.
And I believe is a kind of a dangerous precedent for publishers to, like, in bad faith, react and punish games critics for speaking negatively about their games. I think back to Jeff Gersman when he was working at GameSpot, with the Kane and Lynch 2 review that he posted.
Right.
And execs of that studio came to GameSpot and were like, hey, we want you to change or redact this review, or else like we're going to spend fewer advertising dollars on your website. And so they fired Jeff Gerstmann because of that. Like, holy fuck. Like, that was a huge story. And the reason it's still a huge story is because that shit doesn't happen normally.
Right.
So it's gross for it to happen here. On the other side of things, anyone that bought the deluxe edition were given early access to the game. I think it was like 2 days early access to the game. So lots of media outlets also did that. They went and got the deluxe edition so that they could play it early, have their reviews more ready to go right when the game launched. Unfortunately, when the early access launched, the servers went down. This happens, especially for online games. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Sorry. Suicide Squad is a primarily, well, I guess not primarily, but is a game that can absolutely be played by yourself and doesn't need to be online when you're playing by yourself, yet it still is. So it sucks that was impacted by the servers going down. Oh, but no big deal. Diablo 4 launches, plenty of games launch. The servers go up and down as they're trying to, deal with bandwidth and all the people logging on, etc. I'm sure it was on, an hour later, etc. No, it was down for like 12 hours. So you paid extra money to get early access to this game that you then couldn't play for the first 12 hours that you bought it to play.
Yep.
There was also a bug for some people that when they loaded it up, it automatically fast forwarded them to like post credits of the game.
Yep.
Including giving them automatically like all the end game loot that you get.
Yep.
So like they beat the game just booting it up.
Right.
And there wasn't a way to fix this.
Right.
Unless you like started a new save, obviously. Yeah. And then there were a bunch of cosmetics that were part of pre-order bonuses. Those cosmetics were broken when it first came out, so they didn't work. And then even once they fixed them, people found out that those cosmetics, there are different color options as part of the cosmetics. And those different colors, you have to pay real money to unlock. So you got free cosmetics that you then had to pay real money to put different colors on, which is horrible.
Totally insane.
Yeah. So as a make good, Rocksteady is giving those deluxe edition early access players $20 of in-game currency as an apology. So yay, you get in-game currency to buy more cosmetics in a bad video game. Hooray. Now that people have started finishing the game, apparently the campaign clocks in around 9 to 10 hours. And that's like not you're trying to rush your way through it, just like playing at a normal pace, 10-hour campaign, and then you're in the end game, which the end game is just doing the repeatable quests and activities in the game. Like no extra story, no extra side missions. It's just like the daily grind of a live service game after 10 hours.
Dude.
And as the cherry on top, when this game came out, people discovered that without announcing it, WB included de nouveau DRM in the game, which for those that maybe have heard the name but don't remember, de nouveau DRM is like an anti-piracy thing that has a horrible reputation for impact on like the quality of a game experience and frame rate and load times and all that good stuff.
It sucks up resources and stuff on your computer like crazy.
So that's the Suicide Squad launch saga. That game seems like an absolute nightmare. I texted you, Kyle, because I needed a game to play this month before Final Fantasy comes out. And like once I finish Cyberpunk, which will happen in the next week, I don't have like a big game to play. And so I was like, should we just get Suicide Squad and play that maybe?
God, dude.
And you correctly said no. And I'm glad you said no, because obviously I'm not buying that. But yeah, dude, what a release.
Dude.
Just
Oh.
What sucks?
It is. I feel bad for the people who made it.
Yeah.
That's kind of all I have to say about it.
That's the extra big bummer, is that, like, assuming this game does poorly, which it probably will, it's only going to impact people that work at Rocksteady. Like, it's not like the fucking executives at WB that were in charge of making this a live service game and forcing all these microtransactions and all this cosmetic shit on them. It's not like those people are the ones that are gonna suffer or have to pay consequences, right? Like, it's gonna be folks at Rocksteady. And that just is really sad.
But what about the poor shareholders, Shay? What about them?
Yeah. They should be selling. As a side note, IGN did release their review, which I will watch in its entirety. It's 17 minutes long. They gave it a 5 out of 10.
Ooh.
So that's not very good.
Generous.
For IGN.
Sounds like.
Like, yeah. When a bad AAA game comes out, IGN generally gives it a 7. And when a good AAA game comes out, IGN generally gives it an 8. Like, that's their 1 to 10 score is actually a 7 to 8 score. So the fact that they gave this game a 5, that's like a 3. So yeah. Suicide Squad.
What do you think IGN is going to rate Skull and Bones?
Oh boy.
Which
Which
is entering open beta on February 8th.
You know what? I have seen people saying that game might actually be kind of fun.
Were these people ChatGPT?
I don't believe so, but it's possible.
Okay.
Sorry, I was trying to stealthily look up other big reviews of Suicide Squad. And it looks like most places don't have a posted review yet, which is fair because the game just came out as of recording yesterday.
And no one got to look at it early, so.
Yeah. So yeah, but anyway, with the Skull and Bones comment, IGN might hate it, but we might not, because they're doing an open beta February 8th. I'm going to play it. Kyle says he's not.
I will not play it. There's no way.
But I am. I'm going to play it. I'm hyped. I'm hyped about it.
So how many promises have we made on this podcast so far? We're going to play Foam Stars.
Like for bad things. Foam Stars.
Skull and Bones. And a net.
A net. Yep.
Whew. All right.
Suicide Squad, it's currently sitting at a Metascore of 62 after 24 reviews. So VGC gave it an 8. That is the highest score.
That's...
Push Square, a 7. I'm just scrolling through for
VGC
recognizable
gave
brands.
It an 8?
Yeah. Screen Rant gave it a 6. So let's see. What did VGC say? Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League is a visually stunning anti-hero romp that's fun to play, even if the things you're actually doing are somewhat repetitive. Rocksteady's Arkhamverse comes to a close in style without fully succumbing to the live service demons. I feel like it's not really fair to say that last part, given the game came out a day ago.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of a live service game. Like, you can't judge the live service part for like 6 months. Yeah, IGN 5, Silicon Era 5. Those are the only scored reviews from like major outlets so far. Yeah. Weird times.
So they gave it an 8. Here's VGC. Here's a cutout of the part of the VGC review. It feels like you could easily cut out half of the loot rarities and not affect the game. It means that when stuff drops from enemies, there's no incentive to look at it because you probably already have something great, or you're about to go up an entire tier during the next mission. 8 out of 10?
I don't know. Because if they're saying that the actual moment-to-moment gameplay is fun, then the loot part of it is not as impactful. And again, like, that makes it easy to ignore the live service aspects. Like, if what they are saying is the campaign is fun, then that's fine. The fact that it's short, like if that's all you're going to do, 9 to 10 hours is, for a live service game, that's not that crazy short. But for a game that has no like actual live service structure yet, because there's nothing to do after, that feels weird. And for a Rocksteady game, that feels weird, right? Like if the main drawing point is the characters and the writing, that feels weird. I have also seen a lot of people commenting about the story, and apparently they do the JLA very dirty. Like the way they characterize those characters, from what I've seen from a lot of people saying, is that they do it very poorly.
Okay.
And like they do not do right by Kevin Conroy's final performance as Batman. So
I see.
Haven't played it, but that's what I have seen.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Yes. Good Lord.
Talk to me about AI in voice acting.
God damn it. It's
like,
really,
don't
we just
actually
can't win with any of these stories, can we?
Don't actually talk to me about it, but for the sake of the podcast, talk to me about it.
Okay, sure. So, SAG-AFTRA struck an AI voice deal with an organization without consulting any of the union's biggest names, or possibly maybe anyone in the union, because they basically came out and said they claimed that 80% of their members were approving of this deal with an organization to basically contract with some SAG-AFTRA members for their vocal talent, and then generate AI dialogue based off of their assets or whatever, and like only this company would be allowed to use them, and it wouldn't be distributed, and blah blah blah. We all know that's bullshit. People get hacked all the time. But yeah, SAG-AFTRA claimed that 80% of their members approved the deal. However, upon announcing this, basically every major big name voice actor came out and said they were not consulted about this in any way.
Right.
They had no idea this was happening, and they feel very betrayed by their union reps. This is crazy. Like basically, the union, their union rep was like, "Well, this stuff is going to happen eventually anyways, so we may as well strike a deal now and try and get good deals for." It's like, no, this stuff doesn't have to just happen. This stuff is not inevitable because there is a union in place. Like,
that's the point.
Yeah, that's the point of having the union. This stuff is
collective
not
bargaining.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it seems like people are very unhappy with their SAG-AFTRA union reps at the moment. Rightfully so, sounds like.
Yes. It's also just, so I only like tangentially know about SAG-AFTRA, having been a former non-SAG actor.
Yeah.
But like, it is not commonplace for the union to negotiate specific licensing fees, which is what they did in this case.
Okay.
In particular with like one vendor. So usually what they'll do is like at a large scale, they'll set standards for things that are then negotiated on top of, which it seems like was the idea of this, was to set a precedent. But the fact that it was done with just like one company is odd. And like the fact that they're negotiating, like it's effectively licensing. It's not like usage and rights and like fair use stuff or like working conditions stuff, all of which, like, that's the power of collective bargaining. This is a very specific use case, and it's just weird for SAG-AFTRA to do this, much less to do it without actually getting approval from the people in the union. Like that's a whole like vote to strike, right? Like the voting members of the union have to vote in order to strike. The union reps can't just decide for that to happen, but that is what they're doing in this instance, which is weird.
Yeah.
Like it almost makes it feel like kind of shady,
right,
with this specific company.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. Like there are positives, right? Like the if it is an inevitability, it is better to get out ahead of it and to set some precedent so that it's harder for actors to get taken advantage of, because that would be happening, right? Like if there aren't rules and regulations, it's like the lowest bidder, right? Like who's the cheap, which actor will do the shit for the cheapest? It's like the finals, right? Like they got those voice actors to come in, record a bunch of shit, and then they AI generate a bunch of the commentating that happens over top of it. We can have ethics conversations and actual like gameplay implication conversations about like, is that actually additive to have them AI generated saying the name of your team? Does that really add anything? Probably not. But just the idea that this is happening already. Companies are already using AI to manipulate voice actors' work. So it's better to have something than nothing, but the something feels weird that it happened like this.
Yes. Yeah.
My favorite quote from all the conversations was one of the actors. I think he's the actor that plays Frank in GTA 5.
I think so, yeah.
He was quoted as saying, or I guess this is in response to him saying negative things about it. And it was also, there was like a chat bot that used his lines from GTA to make his character say anything. Like, it was just like a prompt bot. And so he like was calling them out like, dude, fuck you guys. You're just stealing my work and my voice. I'm getting no money or credit from this, which is logical for him to be mad about.
Yeah.
And then, of course, people come in the replies, because they always do, of like, this isn't that big of a deal. Who cares? Let them have fun. It's just for fun. And so his response to that was, if AI ever starts copying your voice on the phone to your bank, I hope some of you get a different perspective.
Right.
So if anyone is listening to this podcast that doesn't think that this AI voice generation is a big deal, it's probably because you're thinking about it in the abstract. And true to human nature, we can really only conceptualize things when we imagine ourselves in that scenario. So I encourage you to do that. Or if you have people that don't think this is a big deal, give them this example of how would you feel if someone recorded a bunch of phone conversations of yours and made a voice bot of your voice and called your bank to transfer money out of your account into theirs. Would you think it's not a big deal then?
Right.
Because that's kind of what's happening already. They're just stealing people's voice and money out of their pockets for work that they did not do. It's fucked.
Yes,
Shit's
sir.
fucked.
Shit is fucked.
Let's talk about some game reveals.
Okay.
Or announcements or kind of things. Some happy yays. Tell me about these next ones.
Okay. There are some more Harry Potter games that are coming, and this is directly correlated to the success that Hogwarts Legacy has seen with its sales numbers.
Oh, yeah.
So there's that Quidditch Champions
Number
game.
one selling game of 2023.
Yeah. There's that Quidditch Champions game, which is weird because it should have just been in Hogwarts Legacy.
Well, but it's like a multiplayer,
It's a whole
competitive.
Thing. Yeah. And then a new Lego Harry Potter are already in the works.
Yeah, this was like, I think it was leaked, like a trailer or something, like some gameplay was leaked about a new Lego Harry Potter game, which I would imagine is the like Skywalker Saga approach, where they're just taking a bunch of things from all 8 movies, as it were, and like picking big. I would be shocked if it isn't a similar approach to what they did with Skywalker Saga, which
I'm sure,
as we have talked about in previous months, is an awesome game. So I would be very excited if that's what it is.
Oh, totally. So Quidditch Champions and Lego Harry Potter are already in the works. Like, obviously they're gonna have more. My question is, what kind of a Harry Potter game do you want to see being developed? What would really what is something that would really interest you?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it isn't your question. I'm the one that wrote it in the doc, but if
I'm asking it to you.
If you want to take credit for my words, like we just talked about this AI bullshit, if you're trying to take my work and pass it off as yours, great. Super ethical of you.
My question that you wrote for me to ask to you is, what games do you want to see?
Yeah. I would love to see, I don't know how you make a Hogwarts Legacy sequel, because that story was pretty, like, final.
Yeah.
In my memory. However, what they absolutely can do is use that setting and the groundwork to make another Hogwarts game in a different time period and make tweaks to the castle, add extra things in the castle. You know, if they do that, they will keep the same open world framework, which, but in a sequel, in quotes, they could add a lot more to that open world to maybe make it more interesting. Better side quests, more variety in the enemy types, the places you go, things like that. I would be psyched about call it a Hogwarts Legacy 2, which I guess you could. You could call it Hogwarts Legacy 2 and have it be a totally new story and time period. That would be exciting. I would also love a more focused, like, Hogwarts game, just in the castle, that is more about, like, a bully style day in the life, going to classes, doing homework, the drama between students. That could be, I would set that in a more modern day to make it more relatable for the people playing it.
Okay.
That, I think, would be really fun too.
Okay.
What about you?
I have an idea for a game. It's inspired by the, I think they're called the Room games, where I think they were on, like, mobile and also PC, but they're the puzzle box games, where there's a lovingly rendered, like, 3D puzzle box, and you're interacting with it and trying to, like, uncover how to, like, get to the next step to then finally open the box and get to the thing that's inside. And they usually throw, like, a little bit of light narrative around it or some theming around it, kind of a thing. I want something like that, but it's all, like, magical stuff, like in universe Harry Potter stuff, like you are an Auror who, like, is having to, like, study these cursed objects or interact with, powerful magical artifacts that are like that are magically sealed things that contain powerful magical artifacts or whatever. I think would be, like, a cool idea. And you could probably just get the people who made those games to make it. Yeah. I just think, like, those are very satisfying types of puzzle games because there's, like, a really strong visual element, and I think that's somewhere that Harry Potter really excels at. And like, theming it after all that, like testing some of the limits of your knowledge about the universe along the way, and learning a little bit, and having that be room in which to expand upon some of those, like, because we don't really find out about a lot of, like, powerful magical artifacts. We just understand that there are a lot of them in the world or whatever, and there's just, like, the ones that are key MacGuffins to the stories that we learn about. But it would be a cool way to, like, expand upon that magical object fiction.
Yeah, love that.
That's why that was my idea.
Yeah, no, I like that a lot. It, like, that is not my style of game, but again, like, I'm always a sucker for introducing me to new genres of games through, like, things that I love.
Sure.
So, like, if you put Star Wars in front of a title of any game, like, I'm more likely to check it out. Harry Potter would be very similar.
True.
So yeah, that sounds cool. How about this next reveal?
This is a fun one. So, Machine Games, makers of fine video games, like the ones where you kill Hitler, they're making a new Indiana Jones game. And I was surprised because there's a new trailer, and I did not know that it is a first-person game. I thought
it's mostly first person.
Yeah, there are some animations,
which is even
that pulls
weirder.
Back to third. Yeah, I guess I should have assumed, because it's Machine Games, and that's kind of what they do with their game. They kind of do first-person games typically. So I guess I should have known. It's just a weird fit. Like, Indiana Jones is so iconic of a character, you kind of want to be looking at him all the time. It's strange. Also, it took me a while in the trailer to realize that it was Troy Baker doing the voice, because he does like a really good impersonation of Harrison Ford.
I agree.
He does a really good one.
When I first heard that he was doing the voice, I rolled my eyes like most people probably did. Not because he's not talented, but it's like he continues to be in everything.
Yeah.
But then when I watched the trailer, I was like listening for him, and I was like pretty blown away by how good. It doesn't sound exactly like Harrison Ford, but it sounds like a really good, well-acted impersonation.
Yeah. I was pretty pleasantly surprised by it.
Yeah.
I will say, I don't think it looks that good.
I don't think it looks that good either.
The trailer didn't really sell me on it. It looks a little stiff. The interactions seem a little off. Like, the whip doesn't seem quite right sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, the shooting doesn't look all that great. Like the environments look fine. The indie character model looks terrific.
Yes.
Everyone else kind of looks bad.
Yeah, some of the facial animations are pretty like uncanny valley.
And like the clothing and stuff does not look good.
Mm.
It's like they got his face and his hat, and that stuff looks good. Everything else just kind of doesn't look that good. Yeah, it is weird. It is weird. It almost looks kind of like a fake game. In like when you see some of like the stuff that's in action. But yeah, I mean, I want to play it because I want to believe in machine games because I've enjoyed their games so much in the past, and I love Indiana Jones. I really want this to be a success. I didn't get strong vibes from the trailer.
Yes, I am definitely with you. This, like, I like the Wolfenstein, or I guess I've only played the first Wolfenstein game.
Okay.
I enjoyed it, but it feels pretty dated.
Yeah.
Because I just played it in the past year, and it felt pretty dated. So it's hard for me to, like, actually comment on what I feel about machine games. I guess I agree with you that it makes sense that they did first person because that's what they have done. But also, like, they should take the approach that best fits the game. And I absolutely assumed this was going to be a third person over the shoulder game. So it makes it extra awkward that it cuts in and out of first and third person depending on like doing traversal acrobatic things and like during cutscenes in third person. It's a weird choice. It almost makes it feel kind of like a VR game
a little
with the whip. And that I don't know. I was not into this trailer.
Yeah.
But it feels like a lot of people really liked it. I did like, again, the performance was good.
The writing,
I liked the
good.
tone and the writing.
Yeah.
All of that was pretty good. So I get why people are like huge Indiana Jones fans. I get why they're excited. But as a video game, like the video game parts of it,
yeah, that's kind of where I'm falling on it.
Yeah. I'm going to skip a story. We are going to do our layoffs block because it is extremely long, and then come back to a final story that is like a more positive story, so that we're not finishing on a down note here.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So, hey, lots of people are getting laid off.
It's fucking crazy, dude.
It is crazy. I'm going to run through these quickly, not because we don't care about these things happening, but because there are so many of them. And two, I want to make sure we get to like the actual discussion of what this means, because that's like that's the better part of this podcast medium than me just reading numbers and facts to everybody, which are extremely depressing. So first, Microsoft, 1,900 people have been laid off across Xbox, Bethesda, and Activision Blizzard. Most of them, like the large percentage of them, are within Activision Blizzard. They have also
to be expected with the merger.
Yes, 100%.
Acquisition.
They have also canceled a survival game that was being worked on there. It had been in development for 6 years. The Blizzard president is also out around the same time. They're saying it was mutual, but I don't believe that. And the worst part of all of this is right around the same time, Microsoft put out a press release that they had surpassed Apple to become the highest valued company in the world at almost $3 trillion. I think it's like $2.87 trillion is their valuation. So while on one hand they are bragging about being the company that is worth the most in the whole world, they are laying off almost 2,000 people.
Yep.
Embracer. I feel like every podcast there's a new Embracer layoff. So within Embracer, Black Forest Games, who were the folks that did the Destroy All Humans remasters, 50% of their staff have been let go. This is also the team that was working on The Last Ronin, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. So that game might be canceled, like a month after it was announced with the teaser card trailer. Cool. Eidos Montreal has lost 97 people. Embracer acquired Eidos Montreal from Square when Square did their big like dumping of Western studios.
Right.
That acquisition happened before the big story of like Embracer was counting on like $2 billion from some Saudi fucking investment group that fell through. So it makes sense. They acquired a studio. They can't pay for the studio because they don't have any money right now.
Yeah.
Eidos Montreal was...
Yeah, a huge bummer here. They were working on a new Deus Ex game, which is almost certainly... well, that is canceled. I believe they confirmed that it's canceled. Which really sucks, because I loved those latest... the couple of Deus Ex games that came out. Those I could have done with another one of those, and then probably would have
been a while.
And then probably would have been like, okay, that's enough. I probably could have used one, maybe two more. But we're certainly not getting those anymore.
Yeah. And then Raycon, who made Ruiner, they have let go 80% of their staff.
Insane.
Which I think is like around 80 people. Yeah. So again, that studio is effectively done. I'm sure it's just like they might get reassigned to other projects or moved to other studios, etc. So bet you next month we're going to have another Embracer layoff update announcement.
Yeah, either there will be probably two things, a layoff thing, and then also Embracer is going to start offloading its IP rights to other companies. They're going to start selling
or even
its IP.
Studios.
Yeah.
But although, who's buying studios these days?
Exactly.
Sure Microsoft, which they're probably not allowed to buy another studio in the near future.
Probably.
Dead by Daylight Studio Behavior Interactive laid off 45 people. CI Games, who is a publisher, they're laying off 10% of their staff across their different studios. So impacted studios are Hexworks, who did the recent Lords of the Fallen game.
Yep.
And Underdog, who do the Sniper Ghost Warriors, the sniper games. 10% of staff total across those teams, primarily within... and also, on top of that, most of the CI Games marketing team was let go. Like the publisher level marketing team was let go.
Yeah. Which
As
means
someone that works in marketing, I always hate that.
Yeah, I wonder. So, what do you think that means when a company gets rid of their marketing team? Are they positioning to sell? Is that the deal, or what?
That's possible. I mean, like, I don't have like an inside scoop on how a lot of that stuff works.
Sure.
I would say a lot of it is about if they have marketing coverage at a publisher level and marketing coverage at a studio game level, there's a lot of redundancy there.
Sure.
Like, it's not like CI Games is doing a lot of brand activity. It's primarily about the studios and the games. So if they feel like they can get coverage from the people that work at those studios who are going to be much closer to those IP and closer to the staff at the studio, that is where my mind goes.
Okay.
It's possible that they're leveraging for like an acquisition, but I would say like if they aren't, a first step is removing any potential redundancies, and a corporate marketing team is definitely in that. Like HR, finance, recruiting, like anyone that works at a corporate level of like a parent company, they're usually the first ones to go. Okay, we're almost halfway through. People Can Fly has let go of 30 people. Square Enix continues to draw back on what they're putting out there, the people they're employing. This is a case where I believe Square Enix is positioning for an acquisition. This has been rumored for a really long time. I doubt a company like Sony has the cash to acquire them, so it's more likely that Square Enix gets acquired by like another larger publisher,
right?
Like an Embracer. Not that it would be Embracer, but for context, like a company like that, which would be extremely bad. Like, people can say Square being acquired by Sony would be bad because of exclusivity, etc. That's what we're seeing with the Bethesda shit, Activision Blizzard shit, etc., etc. But that is a much safer route for the totality of that organization.
Yeah, if Square Enix gets like grabbed up by an Embracer, that means Square Enix will disappear.
No, I don't think so. But they will be much faster and loose with layoffs, canceling games, because Embracer, as a third-party like mega conglomerate publisher, they're looking for safer wins, quicker wins, more return on investment faster. Like, those are the things that they're going to prioritize versus a company that is in multiple verticals, like more verticals like a Sony, which they have more business acumen to be taking a longer view, where they're going to have things that are a little bit riskier. They're going to have a good balance of AAA and indies because they're trying to cover the entire gaming market. Embracer, like, they don't give a fuck about small games. They want big games that are safe and will make a lot of money. So that fits for Square, right? Like, that's what a lot of Square Enix does. But my point is more about a company like Sony acquiring a big studio is a safer bet for the employees. Not that there would be layoffs, because there would. Anytime a company is acquired, people get let go. But like, the long-term health of that company would be safer under Sony. If a company like Embracer acquired Square, it's not like they would remove that company. There's so much brand cachet around Square Enix.
Well,
that will
yes,
not go away.
the name Square Enix would stay, but none of the talent would remain. Almost none of the talent would remain the same. People would leave or be let go. Teams would get absorbed and merged, and it would cease to matter that it was called Square Enix anyways.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. So we'll see. I would actually be surprised if Square Enix doesn't get acquired in the next 2 years. I don't think it's like impending, but I definitely think it's going to happen because capitalism, baby. Everybody's going to get acquired at some point. Thunderful Group, which is another kind of conglomerate. So they've got 7 development groups, 3 different publishers. They're laying off 20% of their staff, which is around 100 employees. The quote I pulled, because it was extra insidious, in their like announcement about it, they said they are restructuring due to a number of over-investments in the last few years. Mm-hmm. AKA, our leadership fucked up, so we're firing a bunch of people.
Yep.
Riot, 530 people are gone.
530 people.
They're also shuttering their third-party indie publishing label, which I don't remember the name off the top of my head. Yeah. I didn't write it down. But they had, not a ton of stuff coming out of there, but it was basically like a good way for them to work with like really small creators through their publishing label.
Right.
Again, in constricting financial times, areas of the business that require a lot of investment for not a lot of return are always on the chopping block, and publishing really tiny indie games is like very high on that kind of list. So it makes sense, but obviously sucks. And then one of their games, Legends of Runeterra, which is a collectible card game, that game is effectively being shut down because the studio managing it is effectively being shut down. The game launched in 2020. Apparently it has a pretty like solid fan base, but in the statement they talked about like it costs more to support the game than they're making. So again, seems like a smart decision when you care about shareholder value.
Well, they specifically said that these layoffs are not to appease shareholders, it's just necessary.
Right, it's necessary to appease shareholders.
Yeah, is that not the same thing?
Yeah. Sega of America is laying off 10% of their staff, which is around 61 people. Unity had their 4th round of layoffs in the last year. This time it's around 1,800 employees. I believe they're like closing in or right around like 50% of their company from the last year has been laid off.
Yeah.
All because of fucking John Riccitiello, which is insane.
Yeah.
That like one dude can go make millions of dollars and leave and make even more millions of dollars by leaving. And then like effectively fuck over thousands of people.
Yep.
Insane. Like no one... Travel back in time 100 years, 200, 300 years. Go ask the fucking founding fathers. Like, is this what you wanted our country to be like? There's no way. There's no way that this is what the people that created these systems wanted them to be.
I'm not going to lie. I think no matter what, I'm not seeing eye to eye with the founding fathers. Know what I'm saying?
Well, that's fair. I'm not saying that they're all heroes. We were fucking brainwashed in elementary school.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Other video game adjacent things. So Discord is laying off 170 people. That's around 17% of their existing workforce. Last year they had laid off 4%, so numbers continue to rise. Twitch continues to lay people off. 500 more people, 35% of their staff. They had let go 400 people last year. So again, like half of their staff.
Yeah.
All of these statements, Twitch in particular, but this fits everyone. Like, they're always going to say, like, we grew too fast. We were growing so fast, and so we hired a bunch of people so we could continue our rapid growth, and then the growth slowed down. Because that's what high growth companies do,
right.
Is they have to maintain astronomically high growth, which is literally unsustainable. Every fucking company growth slows down, and then they fire people. So maybe hire people at a reasonable rate, and have reasonable growth goals, and then this won't happen. But they don't fucking care.
No.
The people making these decisions do not give a fuck about you.
They want to make big money now. Who cares about later?
Yes. So, all of that in context. Last year in 2023, I think just shy of 10,000 people working in games and games-adjacent companies got laid off. 10,000 people last year. It is February the 4th now. We just crossed midnight. So we are a month into 2024. 6,000 people in games have been laid off in 1 month.
More than
so
half the total of last year in 1 month.
And last year was like, it was unbelievable how many people were getting laid off.
Yeah.
And in 1 month, we're more than half of the entire year last year.
Yep.
Like,
I don't know how games are gonna keep getting made if these companies keep fucking around.
The scary part of this, which we're not gonna go into because it's too existentially terrifying, is that, like, this isn't specific to video games. This is happening all over tech.
Yeah.
And like, it had been all last year. Like, I got laid off last year. Like, that. This is happening every time I log on LinkedIn. There's another big company that's announcing layoffs in tech. It's not just video games. And so it isn't just like what happens to video games. It's what happens to human beings. Like, we're talking tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that have been laid off in the last year. Where are they going to work? Because every tech company that they would go work for is also laying people off. Like, it's not good.
Nope.
So I don't know, man. It has to stabilize at some point, unless the world is going to end, which, for sake of discussion, I'm going to assume isn't what's going to happen. So it has to stabilize at some point, because this stuff happens, right? Like, the economy and the fucking job market, it always contracts and expands. That always happens. It's the extreme nature with which it is happening right now that is the extra bad part. And keeping it focused on video games, it's not just about, like, how does this impact release dates? Which is, like, the most evil shit.
Yeah.
Like, that's what all these studios, like, their PR announcements are like, we want to reassure gamers that this in no way impacts our ongoing projects. Like, I don't give a fuck, dude. You just fired 1,500 people.
Yeah, my takeaway from that message is it should impact them. The people who are left should have some time off to figure out how they're gonna keep making the shit that you're making them make.
You should be slowing down what you're trying to execute. Because what you're telling me now is you're trying to execute the same thing with 40% fewer people.
Right.
What the fuck? So you have an interesting question on here where it's about, like, beyond a few studios, like, does it still matter which studio is making a game because the talent is not the same? Like, so many of these people no longer work there, and even in the future, people will be moving around studios. To me, like, that kind of thing still matters at a leadership level, like at a game director level, because those are the visionaries that lead a project and hone a project.
Right.
So, like, when I see that X dude or Y woman is opening a new studio and they come from this background having made these games, that still does matter to me in terms of, like, the thematically what they go for, the types of games they make, obviously the validation that the games they made are good ones, but, like, the boots on the ground, like, the people doing the work, I don't know that that's ever mattered a ton to, like, the end user, right? Like, we never think, oh, Borderlands 2 came out. It was awesome. I wonder how many people that made Borderlands 2 were there for Borderlands 1. Like, I don't think that that's really a thing that we think about, which I think is normal. Like, I think it's fine to not think about it that way. So at that level, I don't think it matters. I think the bigger thing is about the scope and scale of games. Will it come down? Because I'm certainly on the side, like, I would much rather play worse looking games that are smaller and shorter, made by people that can have dinner with their families during the week. Like, that's what I want. Will we get there? I don't know. But we will reach a breaking point, which we already are, which is where we're seeing more studios talk about unionization, where the acceptable level of employment will rise. We're not quite there yet. Like, we need a big studio to unionize, and then it'll be a snowball.
Yeah.
But that's what I believe the actual positive solution to this problem is.
Yeah, because, like, in terms of... Because I've heard... Well, I've listened to a lot of talk about, like, how to combat capitalism and the negative effects of it, and you know, these growth modeled companies and things like that. And a sentiment that I hear a lot is, and granted, I'm not like listening to a bunch of different sources on this, but a sentiment that I hear a lot from the few people that I listen to is capitalism cannot be fought by engaging with capitalism. Like, it can't be fought within its own system because of the way in which it's structured. Unions exist outside of the system of capitalism, and so I think that is a good avenue for us to continue to pour our energy into, to protect our rights as people who work, protect our rights as consumers, like by proxy. I think unionization, well, given the right leadership, SAG-AFTRA, unionization can have a lot of mitigating effects on the negative portions of capitalism.
Yes, there are always downsides to unionization as well, like depending on the industry that you're in and the type of work environment. Like,
totally,
a union is not the solve for every situation, but in particular in games, because of the scale, like, unionization works so well in environments where you have a lot of people doing the same job.
Yes,
because there can be more standardization, which is also one of the reasons why when these layoffs happen, it predominantly happens in contract work, in like what I would call the soft science. So not the engineers, not the developers and the artists, but people on the fringe, right? Marketing, finance, HR, operations, QA. Like, that's why it's there. Those people are more heavily impacted, is because it is much easier to function without those roles than to, like, if you've got a specific team of 10 artists working on your environment design, you might be able to get rid of one of those people. But if you get rid of 4 of them, what's that level of impact? So in those types of roles, in my opinion, are already a little bit more resistant at scale to layoffs, but can certainly still be helped by unions. Not just because of layoffs, but like working conditions.
Right. Yeah.
With all the shit around crunch and equal pay, especially for like women and minorities.
Yes.
Like that shit is still a huge problem, and that is something that unions can certainly help fix.
Yeah.
So I don't know, dude. On the other hand, I'm also just a fucking guy. Like, I'm not smart. Like, I don't know. That's just my idea.
Yeah.
I don't have the answer, I guess, is
right.
Which nobody does, because if they did, they'd be doing it.
They'd fucking fix it.
Yeah. So there's your sad shit.
Yeah.
So let's finish off with like a fun story, which is that in 2023, Steam had more games release than in any year prior on Steam. That number is over 14,000 games came out on Steam last year. Think of that, dude. Like, how many games did you play this year? 50?
I don't have my GOTY thing pulled up, but I had a list of every game I played, and I think it was between like 50 and 55, I think. Somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah. And I would argue that's on the higher end.
It is
of a lot of people. Like, when I look back at, when I was in college playing every game I wanted to play, that's around where I would go. Between, 35 to 50 games is typically what I would play in a year when I had all the time I wanted to play a video game. Now it's 25 games that I'll play in a year. 14,000 games came out, bro. That's so many games.
Now, what they don't tell you is that 13,990 of those games are what's here?
Gotcha anime.
Well, no, let me really quickly. Let me click onto Steam here and go to popular upcoming Steps of Debauchery. What's another good one? Toho Danmaku Kagero Fantasia L. Shanghai Summer. New and trending, Sex Euphoria. Modern Pink Elf RPG. 14,000 games.
Yes. A couple other fun stats. October was the biggest month for releases, which is not super surprising. 1,320 games came out just in October. Beyond Steam, so again, 14,000 games in 2023 came out on Steam. The next closest year for a different operating system or a different platform, also in 2023, was the Nintendo Switch. So 14,000 is number one. The Switch is 2,360. That is less. That is less than 14,000.
It is.
The Steam also reached its peak simultaneous users on Steam at one time this year, and that was 33,598,520 individual people on Steam at the same time. Insane. Which, to be fair, a lot of people leave Steam running in the background, but still, just the idea that 33.5 million people running Steam at the same time is fucking nuts.
That's nuts.
I pulled up, just for fun, the worst rated games of 2023 on Steam.
Okay.
I was a little disappointed in this because I wanted it to be, the games you were listing off. Just random bullshit. But I guess this makes sense in hindsight. The number one worst rated game on Steam in 2023 was Overwatch 2. It's a free-to-play game. It was a huge release, obviously, so it's really easy for people to review bomb it.
Those fucking dweebs were mad about Overwatch 2, bro.
Yes, they were. Next on this list, at least at time of writing, next was Mobile Suit Gundam Battle Operation 2. So that's what I'm looking for, baby.
Okay.
That was also a free-to-play game. That is at 21%. Next is NBA 2K24. Also makes sense.
Ouch.
Hawken Reborn came out in May. Free-to-play game. You'll notice a lot of free-to-play games on here, which is fair. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is on the list. Redfall is on the list. The Day Before is on the list, obviously, but it is no longer on Steam, so it can't be on the list.
And it was never really a game to begin with.
Also true. A game that is Japanese letters, so I don't know what it is. It could be Chinese. I don't know. It's some kind of... Let me see. What is this game? Oh, shit. Oh, it's playing the trailer. Okay, so this is It is in only Japanese. Oh, boy. This looks broken as hell. It is a turn-based game.
Oh?
Set in the Shogun or some kind of samurai era. It looks extremely ugly environments. Static environments. It's like you're in a Pokemon battle.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like a bad video game.
All right.
So yeah, there you go. There's some of the hot 2023 releases.
I'm happy for Overwatch 2.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
Oh man, fun stuff. All right, what do you say we do some emails here?
Oh, let's get into it.
Okay, first email comes from Joe.
Joe.
Subject line, Game of the Year. Joe says, "Hey guys, found your Games That Suck podcast and loved both it and Games That Don't Suck."
Thank you, Joe.
Your other episodes, I literally laughed out loud when I read this. Your other episodes are way too long to go back and listen, but excited to add you to my podcast rotation in 2024.
Fuck you, Joe.
Thank you.
They're not too long. They're just right.
It's like an insult sandwich. Like, hey, loved Games That Suck and Games That Don't Suck. Yay. Your other episodes are too long. Boo. Excited to listen to them in 2024, though. Yay.
I get what he's saying. If I found a podcast and I saw that there were like 50 episodes of 5-hour podcasts,
yes,
I wouldn't go listen to those.
You know what? You're right. I would say, like, theoretically, if I've got time and I like the podcast, I would. But also, like, a lot of our content is pretty timely, like with the news stuff.
Right, yeah.
Like, I guess as we're talking about video games, it doesn't need to be timely. Like, hey, if 5 years from now somebody wants to go check out Dredge, like, they could listen to this episode and hear us talk about Dredge.
Right,
but...
and we do the timestamp stuff so people can easily scrub through and all that.
Yeah, there you
we're
go,
thinking
Joe.
about you, the listeners.
Thank you, Kyle. That's a perfect solution. Joe, go back. Like, we've got timestamps, man. So, like, hey, if you're playing games or you played games last year you want to hear our opinions on, just go look up random episodes, check the timestamps, and you can just listen to those sections.
Totally.
You don't have to listen to the whole 5.5 hours of us bullshitting. But also appreciate the feedback that Games That Suck and Games That Don't Suck are a good length in the like 1.5 to 2.5 hours.
Yeah, you know, the normal podcast length.
Yeah. Back to the actual part of the email. So Joe says, my game of the year was Tears of the Kingdom, and similar to what Shea said about Hogwarts Legacy and Jedi Survivor, I feel like that game got forgotten a little bit with Baldur's Gate 3 and Alan Wake 2 coming out late in the year. It made me think, what are some other great games that came out early in the year and didn't get enough attention because of it? This is interesting, because Kyle and I read this email separately, and we both had a different understanding of what your question was, Joe.
Right.
So
I had the correct normal person understanding. Shay had the unhinged weirdo understanding.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But Joe, so we're going to talk about both of these, both of our interpretations. Joe, if you want to write us in another email and clarify, hopefully one of us is addressing your actual question. But I took this as, hey, great games that came out early in the year and didn't get enough attention. I took this as previous years. What are other examples of games that came out early in their year and then didn't get attention because they released early in their year?
Yeah, which I still think is, your interpretation is wrong, but I think also very interesting to talk about.
Sure. So Kyle's interpretation, which is much more straightforward, is in 2023, what are other great games that came out early in the year, this year, 2023, that didn't get enough attention because of it?
Yeah.
So Kyle, how about you start, since that was your interpretation and mine has more explaining, because I also went down a rabbit hole, which is actually kind of fun to do.
Yeah. So, Joe, looking at the games that released in early 2023 and like trying to think about, because like I watch a lot of games media coverage from a couple different sources, primarily Giant Bomb, but also like MinMax and Nextlander and looking at some Game Informer stuff, VGC. I like to collate a lot of stuff. And so I've seen a lot of conversation about a lot of games. I listened to quite a few different Game of the Year podcasts, and most of the stuff, even from earlier in the year, got a lot of attention. One thing that didn't really get talked about was the Metroid Prime remaster that came out in February this year. I heard positive things about it. I believe it was just kind of like a bare bones, pretty straightforward remaster, but also like, you know, the hope is that they will. I guess people played it and they were like, man, I really hope they continue to remaster these Metroid Prime games just like this, because this is a great way to experience these games. And I guess that doesn't mean that like it deserves to be in like Game of the Year conversations, because I guess it probably doesn't, right? But yeah, just not a lot of attention on that one in particular, which I found interesting. People just kind of said their piece on it and moved on, probably because things like Tears of the Kingdom and other games were coming out earlier in the year, and they focused on those instead. But that was really the only one that, as I was reading the lists, stood out to me as something that I hadn't really heard much about. throughout kind of the course of the year, and it didn't really crop back up again. So that was my one.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think with like it could partially be because it was a remaster, but the idea that it released early in the year could certainly weigh on that.
Yeah. I mean, like, we also had, like, other remasters, remakes that I think did a little bit more with them, like Making of Karateka, stuff like that did a lot more with their remastering than Metroid Prime Remastered, but that first Metroid Prime is really damn good, and, like, they added, like, twin stick shooting, not twin stick, but, like, you know, move and look with both analog sticks control schemes, whereas, you know, it came out on the GameCube, so it had, like, C-stick look stuff, and it wasn't very good. So, like, they did some modern control stuff, beefed up the textures, like, did a few things on the back end, and supposedly it just works really well. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think, like, again, the way that I was thinking about this was more about, in the history of games, are there other games that came out in years where they came out early and then were forgotten by the time Game of the Year stuff came out? And so I just scrolled past just through like the last like 7-8 years of games to try to figure out, one, like, does the premise of the question make sense? Because no shade to Joe, like, I don't know that I would agree that Tears of Kingdom was forgotten. Like, it won IGN's Game of the Year award. It was nominated at the Game Awards. Like, I feel like it still definitely got its due. But to see if there are other examples of early games that released early on in a year that didn't win or weren't nominated or things like that. So just scrolling back through time, I pulled out a couple that were early year releases that I think were kind of underrepresented when it came to Game of the Year conversations. It's also fair to say, like, this is my opinion on these games. Other people might not think they deserve to be in this conversation.
Sure.
So anyway, going all the way back, because the last couple of years I just didn't really find other ones. But back in 2021, in June, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart released. That, to me, was my favorite game of the year.
Yeah, that game was incredible.
I don't really remember it being a contender for Game of the Year that year.
I felt like everyone who played it was just like, yep, another Ratchet and Clank game. I was like, my thing was like, yeah, Ratchet and Clank is back. It's so fucking good.
Right.
Like,
so point being, like, I don't think that was so much the game had been forgotten. It was more, even when it came out, I don't know that people were thinking of it as one of the best games of the year.
Right.
In 2017, a couple examples. In August was Uncharted Lost Legacy, which we talked about, and probably forget that game, which I absolutely think was one of the best games that came out that year. And then Horizon Zero Dawn came out in February, which that one famously was overshadowed, ironically, by Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild.
Because it came out right before Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
So that one literally was forgotten by the time Breath of the Wild came out. But I would say, at least in this situation with like Horizon Zero Dawn, I loved that game. It had plenty of flaws. Like, I would not have considered that the best game that came out in 2017. Lost Legacy, I think, is up there, but it's, you know, the fifth Uncharted game. Like, it feels reasonable that people were kind of like, it was a smaller game. I think it was $40.
Yeah, it was a $40.
So it makes sense. In August of 2015 was Until Dawn, which we talked about. I loved, but again, I would say for the industry at large, it wasn't really a Game of the Year contender. And then in 2014, in March, was South Park Stick of Truth, which was my Game of the Year. Again, I think a lot of people did love it, but it had mass appeal, but it also wasn't like, for most people, it wasn't one of the best games of the year. So I don't think it was forgotten by the time the year ended. I don't think it was really perceived that way. So by doing that deep dive, that kind of led me down a path of like, is this even a thing, really? Like, do games get forgotten? Because it feels like the games that are legit Game of the Year contenders, at large at least, or like collectively Game of the Year contenders, those games still cut through. Regardless of whether or not they win, they're still like one of the top tier contenders. So how, to me, like, if the perception is that Tears of the Kingdom got forgotten a little bit because of Baldur's Gate and Alan Wake releasing later in the year, let me look at another year that's considered one of the best gaming years and see if that happened. So for me, my personal pick for the best year in video game history, I've said before, is 2007. So by sort of Metacritic score, here are the games that came out in 2007, starting with like the best Metacritic score. Super Mario Galaxy, The Orange Box, so Portal, BioShock, Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, Halo 3, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, God of War 2, Rock Band, Mass Effect, Uncharted Drake's Fortune, Ratchet & Clank Future Tools of Destruction, Assassin's Creed.
Man, all of those games
Holy
came
shit.
out in 2007?
All of those games came out in
Holy
2007.
shit, dude.
So, I think collectively we can agree, strong lineup.
Yeah.
So then I said, okay, when did these games come out? What were the games that won Game of the Year awards? So at the time, the Spike VGAs, the video game awards, BioShock won Game of the Year. Portal was runner-up. IGN's Game of the Year was Call of Duty 4. Portal was runner-up. Many other outlets I saw, like just when I looked up generally, like what was the Game of the Year in 2007, it was Super Mario Galaxy.
Okay.
For me personally, BioShock was number 1.
Yeah.
Super Mario Galaxy was number 2.
Okay.
Portal was number 3. So I'm very much in line personally with how the industry at large saw these things. Okay, so when did these games come out? Super Mario Galaxy, November. Portal, October. BioShock, August. Call of Duty 4, November. Interesting. 3 of those 4 games came out in, December doesn't really count. Came out in the final 2 big release months of the year. So what about the other games? The other ones that were reviewed really well that weren't really in the conversation, when did those come out? Halo 3, September. Oblivion, March. God of War 2, March. Interesting. But then the rest of them, Rock Band, November. Mass Effect, November. Uncharted, November. Ratchet & Clank, October. Assassin's Creed, November. So when I look at that, it's like, okay, Oblivion, God of War 2. Again, God of War 2, incredible game. I think deserved to be in the conversation. Oblivion, incredible game, but extremely flawed, extremely buggy and broken and janky. Lots of love for that game from the community, but a lot of like retrospective love. I don't know that that is a game that like everyone would have said is one of the best games of the year, like top 3 game of the year in 2007.
That hurts my soul.
No, and again, like that's your opinion, 100%. But I mean, would you agree that like with these other games on the list, if you asked a random gamer, would they say that Oblivion is the best game of 2007?
You know how I'd ask a regular gamer? Stop right there, criminal scum!
Fair. But point being, when you look at this list of amazing games that came out that year, the vast majority of them came out in October and November. And that like made me think, that brought me back to my initial reaction to this question, which is, it doesn't matter what the year is. Historically, typically, the biggest games come out in the fall. Now, we're seeing that shift. A lot of big games are coming out, again, because of fiscal years. They try to push them out at the end of the fiscal year. So a lot of big games are coming out in February and March now. That could totally shift. But I still think, holistically, the biggest and best games tend to come out in the fall. So it's a bit of like a self-fulfilling prophecy where there are more Game of the Year contenders that release late in the year compared to early in the year. So that winding trail kind of took me back to where I was at the beginning, which is Tears of the Kingdom aside, 2023 aside, I don't know that I agree, or not with the premise of the question, but as a resolution to the question, I don't think this is a thing. I don't think games really do get forgotten because they released early in the year compared to later in the year. One-off, it's totally possible. For like a voter at the Game Awards, it's totally possible that they could have just played Baldur's Gate 3, and that recency bias puts it over Tears of the Kingdom. I absolutely believe that that happens. But like at large, at scale, I just don't know that that's really a thing.
Yeah,
but I think it's a fantastic question.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm glad that you went through and looked at these kinds of, looked at some of these years and did a little bit of a case study, because my gut is, like, yes, this is a thing, absolutely. But when you like actually sit down and look at some of the data, you're like, oh yeah, I guess. And then especially with the, you know, the knowledge that a lot of the big games are coming out later in the year. I find that to be really interesting.
Well, and like when I was looking through the other years, right, like before I got to the 2007 example, the reason I had such a struggle finding games that came out early is because there were many games that came out mid-year, even early year, that were in the conversation for Game of the Year. So, like, there were a lot of examples on the opposite side of what the question is implying. So, I just think, like, there isn't really a causation here, in my opinion, but it is incredibly subjective. And when your favorite Game of the Year doesn't win when it's nominated, I get why it might feel like that, especially when the news cycle is dominated by the recently released games. But that's also, like, that's to be expected. Like, it's to be expected that more people are talking about Baldur's Gate 3 in November than Tears of the Kingdom, because the internet was overtaken by Tears of the Kingdom for a month plus when it released.
Yeah.
Like, it had its time in the sun, and it got its accolades. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree.
Fun question. Thank you, Joe. So yeah, if you want to write back and clarify which one of us had the correct interpretation, whether it was the obvious one that made me go, oh, after Kyle brought it up, or if it was the crazy rabbit hole one that was my initial inclination. Okay, and then our email adjacent question, a Discord message from Kyle's friend. So Kyle, you want to read this one?
Yeah. This one's kind of like a prompt. Pick a game that released in 2023. What would you have to change to make it a perfect 10 out of 10 for you? There are so many games that come out each year, but usually every game has parts of it that don't appeal to you or you don't like. I will say that this was a message sent to me, so it was very specifically like, hey, you always find something to not like about these fucking games. What would you change to make sure you like it? But I just wanted to I thought it was an interesting question. I wanted to open it up to you and see if you had any ideas. Like, just pick a game. What are your gripes with it? And how, like, armchair games development, how do you think it would need to be changed to fix that thing?
Yeah, what's interesting, because, like, I didn't go through after this question and pick a game, because I think it's easy to take this approach to any game.
Sure.
Like, that's kind of what's interesting about the question. So if I look at, like, I'm just going to pick one at random from my list. And what makes this even easier is I feel like we've had these conversations about these games because we talk about them all.
Yeah.
So Cocoon. Like, what would make Cocoon a perfect 10 out of 10 for me? I want it a little bit, like, trim half an hour off the game, condense the back half, and you don't need to make it less complex, but streamline the mechanics of doing the puzzle. So you don't need to change what the solution is, but make it easier for me to execute the puzzle so that I don't have to go in and out of the world 6 times to get the order, because I've solved it in my head, and then it's just, now I just have to do the thing. Right. And that feels a little tedious. If you found a way to, you know, in the universe, make it make sense to be able to do it faster, or to press a button and it automatically puts 2 of them inside the other world, that would solve a huge complaint that I have. Like, frankly, like my biggest complaints, which is that it felt not padded, but it just felt kind of like extra long in the back half. And frankly, like, that's kind of it. Otherwise, I think that game is insanely good and would like, it's number 8 on my top 10 right now. That game would be a contender for number 1 if it was half hour shorter in the back half.
Interesting.
It's that fucking easy.
Huh.
What about you?
I went the other route.
What's a 10 out of 10 game that you can make worse?
No, I went the other route of, like, pick a game that I didn't like, and what are the things that I would have to change to make it into a game that I would really like. So I picked Tears of the Kingdom.
Nice.
Because I was just...
Sorry, Joe.
Sorry, Joe. I was just thinking about the things that I really didn't like about Breath of the Wild that were the same issues that I had with Tears of the Kingdom. And weird gatekeeping on exploration because of the stamina system. And like they did some mitigation by giving you the ascend ability, but that felt like a bad band-aid solution to the real problem of just let people go everywhere. Like get rid of the stamina bar, or like have there be stamina in combat for attacks, and not for exploration and for movement. I think that would be completely reasonable. I think you do that because I like a lot of the writing. I don't think I would change any of the writing. I would hope for like further development and iteration on the map. I think like the fact that they reused much of the Breath of the Wild map is also part of why I was like, even though it's probably not true, even though there's probably a lot of things for me still to explore and find that are new, I have this idea in my head because you've told me it's the same map,
right?
That there isn't that much to explore. So like not having it be the same map, eliminating the constraints on exploration. I found some of the quest systems to be a little archaic. So maybe a little bit of modernization there in terms of the UI and how you're tracking quests and fast travel and stuff like that. Point A to point B, stuff like that. Can you give
an example of like the quest tracking, like what that would look like?
Yeah, I think like because like sometime
is it like a menu of quests that you can select so you know which one you're on, or
because
like you're not talking like at a waypoint.
I kind of am, yeah.
I feel like that's the whole point of the game.
Yeah,
is to not be so directed.
But maybe in lieu of a waypoint, just like give me a little more in the text that I can read,
like a Ghost of Tsushima thing.
Yeah, like give me a better idea of what it is I'm supposed to be doing instead of like kind of leaning on me to track all of these things that are going on. And I think Tears of the Kingdom is better about it than Breath of the Wild was. But I definitely think Breath of the Wild had a lot of those issues, and I maybe just didn't spend enough time with Tears of the Kingdom to see some of those improvements. But I something to that effect would be nice. Weapon durability, throw it out the fucking window. Like I like the idea of crafting all these crazy weapons and having these like interesting mixes and stuff. And you can repair the weapons now. That fixes the durability issue. No, it's another bad Band-Aid like the Ascend system on a thing that makes the experience not enjoyable. And it's the experience isn't enjoyable because the controls are a nightmare and the UI is a mess, and like actually performing the systems is difficult. So like tighter controls, a more user-friendly implementation of crafting and how those things work together. Get rid of like make it, the game is about exploration and innovation and invention. Like get rid of the barriers to that. Like that they seem to have this design philosophy where the barriers make the end result more satisfying. And I just think with a game of that scale that that's not true. I think they become gates instead of incentivizations. That's just my personal thoughts on it. But I think like those things being addressed, I could see myself like I could see myself speaking about it with the same joy that I hear a lot of other people speak about it.
Right. Yes.
And that's all I want, is I want to like the thing that people like. And I just, in this instance, I find it hard to move past all those other things.
Well, and that's a lot of changes, though.
It is, yeah, of course. Which is why I wanted
it's a much bigger game.
Yeah, which is why I wanted to pick that one in particular, because I have a lot of things to talk about. And in this exercise, I liked looking at it this way. Like, what would I change to make it a perfect game? Instead of just looking at what's wrong, it's like, how can I make it better for me? And because I feel like I spend a lot in my life, I spend a lot of time talking about things that I don't like and things that are wrong, and not enough about how to improve them.
Yeah. I get you on that. Well, cool. What do you say we move this baby along and wrap up here?
Chug.
So let's run through the February game releases. There are a lot of them. Surprisingly, a lot of them. So on the 2nd, which at the time of y'all listening to this, and I guess time of recording, this game is already out, which is Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League. Woohoo! Hype train. 5 out of 10. On the 6th is Foam Stars and Atomic Heart Trapped in Limbo, which is a DLC taking place in the, like, whatever mind place, cartoon, fluffy animal land that you go to at times during the game.
I didn't know this was coming out.
Neither did I.
A lot of good marketing there, apparently.
Well, yeah, the Game Ranks, the YouTube channel, they do like top 10 games coming out this month video every month, and they had this in there, and I was like, oh fuck, I didn't know this was happening. It looks weird as hell, but like, as someone who liked the weirdness in Atomic Heart, cool. It's just that I'm not gonna pay for DLC in a game that I played for free on Game Pass.
Sure.
On the 8th is Helldivers 2.
Woot woot.
And the Inquisitor, which original name I think was the Inquisitor, and now they're calling it the Inquisitor, which is a much better name. Yeah. But this is sort of like a B tier mystery. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Vampire, and it's like the aesthetic and the time period and sort of what you're doing. It's very exploratory, open area. Some combat stuff. Who knows? If the narrative is cool, I could see this game being like a cult hit, but it's a B tier game, so those are very hit or miss.
Right.
On the 13th is Islands of Insight, which I wanted to call out. It is a PC release, so this is a Talos Principle-like, very hardcore sort of like mystery island puzzle game, which looks really cool. Also on the 13th is Don't Nod's Banishers Ghosts of New Eden, which I am extremely curious about.
Me too.
I'm waiting for reviews.
Same.
They did like a sort of in-depth gameplay demo a couple of months ago where they showed like the combat and stuff, and I was kind of underwhelmed by that.
Yeah.
So I want to see what other folks say about it, but I'm potentially interested.
Yeah, same.
2 huge games that I am very excited for, also on the 13th. Lisfanga, which unfortunately for me is PC only, but this is the game that is kind of, it's like a top-down kind of the Clank puzzles from Ratchet and Clank: A Crack in Time, where you like make multiple versions of yourself to do combat and solve puzzles and stuff.
I remember this. Yes,
it's got really cool soundtrack, really cool aesthetic. It actually like aesthetically is kind of like the new Prince of Persia game that just came out.
Right.
It's got that like, whatever. Not
mobile
Prince
game.
of Persia is not Greek history, but it's that kind of thing, like a Hades. It's that sort of like gods, monsters sort of vibe.
Sure.
And then also on the 13th is Ultros, which I have been tracking. So this is the game, I think, well, I don't know when this was announced. Maybe Game Awards last year, but it was, this is the like really, really colorful.
Yeah.
Biological Metroidvania.
Yeah, like a psychedelic biological Metroidvania.
The look of it, like it's one of the
crazy.
Coolest looking games I've ever seen.
The
colors are bonkers. Insane. Yeah, so I'm really hyped for that one. I hope it reviews well. Metroidvanias are not really my thing,
right?
But based on the this game is aesthetics alone, man. Like I'll play this, assuming it isn't bad. I will play it just because of how it looks. February 14th, Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 remastered. The boobs are no longer pyramids, but they're still too big.
Are they stellar, Blade?
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to wait and see, you know.
Yeah, I'll have to do a side
by side
jiggle comparison. Come on, what is it? Who does the graphic comparison? Digital Foundry. Come on, Digital Foundry. Where's my boob jiggle comparison?
Yeah, jiggle comparison. This is a true remaster. It is not a remake. It is just an up-resed. The trailer I saw, it doesn't look fantastic.
Nah.
But if you're looking to get nostalgic for some of the worst 3D action ever.
Hell
but
yeah.
to be fair, some of the first 3D action ever.
Yes.
You can check that out. And then on the 16th, more bangers, man. Skull and Bones.
After the closed
Hell
beta.
Yeah. I'm hyped for the beta. And then also Mario vs. Donkey Kong comes out on the 16th. I'm going to skip this.
Yeah,
I know a
that's
lot of
a
people
remake.
have nostalgia for it. It is a remake.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people have nostalgia for it. I didn't play, and I don't know. It just doesn't look like my kind of thing. On the 20th, Warhammer 40k Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. What the hell is this game,
What
Kyle?
a name. I think,
What a name.
I put this on here, and I've already fucking forgotten what this game is. Hold on.
Awesome.
Warhammer 4.
I love it when you come prepared to the podcast. It's one of my favorite things. Just your preparation and effort on the back end is so laudable.
Chaos Gate Demon. It's like a top down isometric. Yes, is isometric like a tactics, like an XCOM like.
Wait, dude.
Tactical RPG.
I'm on Steam. This says release date May 5th, 2022.
Oh, maybe it's just coming to consoles then.
Okay.
I did not know that this was out already. I'm sorry. It's coming to consoles. Everybody.
I don't know how Steam tracks early access, so it is possible that it released in early access on May 5th, 2022.
Maybe.
But I mean, it doesn't have anything about a launch upcoming.
No. It has a
So, yeah,
bunch
must
of
be-
it has
must
a
be a
bunch of
console
DLC
release.
and stuff already. So this must just be the console port of it.
That makes sense.
Okay. It has mostly positive reviews on Steam. So if you're a console only player and you really liked XCOM, maybe look into that.
Yeah. On the 22nd is an early access game, Nightingale.
Ooh,
Are you going to be checking this out?
I forgot to talk about this. So yesterday they did an open stress test for their servers.
Okay.
And my buddy and I hopped on. It's really bad. It's really bad.
No.
Yeah, like it's
I've seen a lot of people excited about it.
it's like everything is on the server, everything is network related, and so all the hit detection is off. It feels like playing ESO, which spoiler alert, ESO feels terrible. It was not good. It was not good. It also it looks awful unless you're playing on like Uber graphics. Like graphic scaling options are really bad. It was there like so many of the UI elements were placeholder. And like some of that stuff, like maybe the stress test was running on an older version. It was really rough, man. It was really rough.
That's a bummer.
Yes, it is. I was really looking forward to it. I'm just gonna watch it and wait for a while, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
Also on February 22nd is Pacific Drive, which I have been highly anticipating this game.
Yes.
And then I saw some preview coverage and it unsold me.
Really?
Not because it doesn't look good analytically, but apparently it is like a hardcore survival type game. Like really old school UI, really overcomplicated leveling up or like upgrade mechanics. It is mission based. It isn't like a narrative thing. So like just the kind of game this is different than I thought it was, and the kind of game this is not my kind of game, and that makes me extremely sad.
Okay.
It seems like your kind of game, though.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't see a lot about, like, from what I watched, I skimmed through some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
From what I watched, I didn't see, like, the structure of the game so much as, like, mechanically. And I really like all the sim elements that are at play in it. I think that stuff's, like, really fun and immersive.
It's one of those that's, like, it's intentionally obtuse.
Yeah.
And it's, like, the UI is intentionally difficult to navigate, like, to punish you and make it harder. And that's the kind of stuff that I'm just like, nah, that's not my vibe.
Sure, yeah.
Which sucks. But given that I was excited about it, if it comes out and it's a well done one of those that is compelling, I could still totally check it out. It's just like this was a day one must buy for me, and now I'm like, so that sucks.
Okay.
Yet another 2024 game that went down on my list. Okay, also on the 22nd is Open Roads. So this is a game that I only discovered, in the past couple of weeks. So this game stars Carrie Russell and Caitlin Dever. Caitlin Dever, so she was in, for folks that saw the Dear Evan Hansen movie, she played the main chick in it. But for other folks, she is playing Abby in season 2 of The Last of Us. So it's that chick. This game is made by what they're calling the former Fulbright team, because for those that don't remember, so Fulbright's the studio that did Gone Home and Tacoma, and then it came out that like the dude that was running the studio had this like really toxic work culture, and they kind of separated themselves from him, and it was really disappointing. So the team that is left made this game Open Roads. It is a narrative game. The visuals are a little confusing. So like in cutscenes and in conversations, it's like 2D animation that's like intentionally not animated a ton. Like when the characters talk, they start with mouth movements and then the mouth movements stop. And seems a little bit weird. But then the environments and when you're actually out exploring is in first person. It's full 3D and actually looks really, really nice, like really high fidelity. So it's like a weird visual style that they're going for. But their narrative chops are like amongst the best. Both Gone Home and Tacoma were like amazing narratively. So I'm, again, like generally interested if it seems like the story parts of this game work.
I'm sorry. It looks like as of 6 days ago, Open Roads was delayed a month to March 28th.
All right, so next month we'll talk about Open Roads.
Open Roads.
That sucks.
That does suck.
Uh-oh, that doesn't give a lot of confidence given that it's supposed to come out in a couple of weeks and they just pushed it back.
Yeah, let me.
That's not awesome.
This rock paper shotgun thing. So the push was necessary to ensure the most polished experience for players. So they're probably just bug squashing still.
Yeah, I guess. That is a bummer, though.
Yeah, usually when a game is pushed by a month, it means like we encountered some really bad bugs. Let's spend some time fixing them.
Okay, February 28th, Star Wars Dark Forces. Are you going to play this?
I don't think so.
Oh, really? Because I think I am.
Yeah, I don't love the way they remastered, like the way the animation stuff looks. I don't love the way it looks.
That's fair. Yeah, for me it was more about, as we'll get to in a minute here, I'm going to be playing the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth game, and so having both of those games at the same time to bounce between seems like a really good fit. So I was intending on playing it, but we'll see. If it seems like it's not good, I might not.
Well, I just like, because like their quote unquote cutscenes or whatever, they redrew the characters for them, and it just doesn't look good. I'm sure the game is fine. It's just the few quote unquote cutscenes that are in it.
Yeah.
The art doesn't look great.
But it's right, because it's Night Dive that did it, the System Shock folks.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'll keep an eye on that one for sure. And then, like I said, the next day on the 29th, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Hell yes. Probably my number one most anticipated game of the year. I'm looking really quick. At least of stuff that's been announced so far. Yeah, my number one most anticipated game for sure.
All right.
Very hyped. Loved the first one. Excited to see what weird shit they try to insert in this. Excited to be able to play as Red 13. Yeah, dude. Should be a good one. And then finally, on the 29th, Welcome to Paradise.
Welcome to Paradise. Yeah, this is a zombie survival game, kind of like an isometric perspective, third-person action RPG, I guess you could classify it as, but it has like some base building stuff, and the thing that sets it apart from most of the other things in the genre is like it's got like some tongue-in-cheek humor. It's really quirky and weird. In the whole there's a whole system where you are slapping these helmets onto the zombies and making them do your bidding, a la Palworld. So you can like capture zombies and bring them back to your base, and they will like run your machines and do your menial tasks for you. And again, in this kind of like tongue-in-cheek comedic world with all that like writing and tone that goes along with that. So it just like it's kind of setting itself apart from a lot of the other things in the genre right now, and I just think that's neat and hope it's good because I have no idea.
Yeah. Nice. So that's February in video games. A ton of stuff, but ironically, like a lot of stuff that, at least for me personally, that I'm on the fence about wasn't a good fit, even assuming you were going to play the Dark Forces remaster that comes out at the end of the month. Like there wasn't a perfect fit for February Game Club, which is why, as we talked about earlier, we're going with Foam Stars. Hell yeah. So fucking excited to play some Foam Stars.
There wasn't a perfect fit, so we went with the worst fit.
But we can play it for free. That's such a low barrier of entry.
Yeah.
We can play it once, and if it's terrible, it's funny to make fun of, and maybe we might have a good time like we did with Exoprimal for a little bit. Who knows? Open mind, open hearts, open eyes, whatever the saying is.
Don't open your eyes. You'll get the suds in there.
That's true. Eyes closed while you're playing Foam Stars.
Yes, yeah. That's
not
how I'm
safe
gonna
for children.
play.
Non-toxic foam only.
Okay, yeah. Child safe foam.
But that's it. That's the podcast.
Whew.
There you go, Joe. There's a new long ass podcast for you to listen to. So let's wrap the hell up and get out of here. I'll say that my name is Shea, and today I don't hate how easily my kids cheer me up. I've had all this anxiety with all this work stuff and the travel and like just being around my children in a very corny way. Just like how fucking adorable they are just makes my heart so big and immediately snaps me out of like whatever grumpy or anxiety driven mood that I'm in. And that's like, parenting's not for everybody. I would never tell anyone that they should be a parent, but for me, that's that's what I get out of it. It feels nice, man.
Oh, that's good. Happy for you guys.
Yeah.
My name's Kyle. Today I don't hate playing games with friends.
Also great.
Yes. But I've been playing a lot of games with friends this month.
Well, what's ironic is, you don't have children, and so I'm talking about something of like being a parent that you can't relate to. You talk about playing games with friends, which I also can't relate to because I don't have any friends. I don't like that fake laugh you just gave. It feels like there's judgment underneath that laugh. Like the subtext of that laugh was like, if you were a different person, you'd be more fun to have friends.
Info at SheaHatesEverything.com. That's info at SheaHatesEverything.com.
See, it's too late for me to go get a hug from my kids to me up, so now I'm just sad. Thank you, everybody, for listening. What a great way to end the show. Thanks, Kyle. You always make me feel so good as my brother.
I know, I'm sorry.
You can find the Shea Hates Everything podcast wherever you engage with your podcasts. I normally say be sure to subscribe, but apparently that's no longer like the normal thing. It's like follow. People say follow now. YouTube still has a subscribe button, but most other places you follow an artist or a podcast. So follow us. I don't know why that's a thing, but it is.
I don't want people to follow. I want people to listen to me and then choose what they want to do. I don't want them to just follow what I do and say.
Yes, it is not a like metaphorical follow. It is a literal follow, like clicking the button so that they get notified when you got new shit, and it automatically downloads the podcast and helps us get more views or more listens so that more people discover the podcast. That's the value.
You mean subscribe?
You know what? Yes. That's what I mean.
Okay.
Also, leave us a rating, leave us a review if you are so inclined. We will read your review on the podcast, just like we will read your emails, which Kyle so gracefully inserted because I forgot at the end. Info at SheaHatesEverything.com. Tell your friends if you have them, which I do not. Peace out.